Hello, everyone, and welcome to America's Day at the Races here on FS1. And we are proudly brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the sport, check out americasbestracing.net today. Well, welcome to Belmont at the Big A. A little bit of foul weather in the area. We are off the turf except for the feature Grade 3 Soaring Softly, and our track is currently sealed and muddy, as we also have similar conditions at Monmouth. As we will bring you their second day of racing for this season. Checking in with the team there in a little bit, but I'm Maggie Wolfendale, and thank you so much for joining us on this Sunday afternoon. And like I said, we have a couple of stakes. The Grade 3 Soaring Softly, we see some horses coming back and making their 3-year-old debuts, including number 7, Amidst Waves. She is a multiple stakes winner for George Weaver. She went on a bit of a tear last year up at Saratoga and at Monmouth, and she'll take on Kodiak Wintergreen, a familiar foe, but also a few that are coming in by way of Ireland, including Pipsy, an expensive purchase for her current connections. And he's here, he's there, he's everywhere. Handicapper Jonathan Kinchin joins me today. Hey, JK.
Hey, how are you? I've been running around, but first and foremost, happy Mother's Day to you and all the other wonderful mothers out there. I
agree. Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there, whether you're a mother of a child or a mother of a four-legged, child. We celebrate you all today, and really being a mother is just being a caring person. We'll talk a little bit about our equine mothers on the show too, and celebrate Serena Song, who we will see that race there at Monmouth as their feature, called the likely favorite. Here's Amidst Waves. Speaking of our Soaring Softly, check her out. This is her Bolton Landing win going back to Saratoga this summer, JK. And look, she was able to defeat one of her main rivals in Kodiak Wintergreen when breaking her maiden. So do you think there's any chance that Kodiak Wintergreen can surpass her? And does she have an edge, given that she has, albeit an off-the-turf race, to get her back going?
Yeah, I mean, obviously these horses, when they're 2-year-olds turning 3-year-olds, they have these opportunities to improve and to continue to get a little bit better. The one concern I have, and I'm a huge fan of Amidst Waves, some of my friends actually own the horse, is that in that race at Saratoga, although she won on some soft ground, she was a little bit bobbly in the stretch.
Right.
I think she was just better than those horses. So it's the big question here is, how is she going to appreciate this ground that likely has a little bit of cut in it?
Yeah, we got a little bit of rain, early yesterday morning. It dried out a bit. Excuse me, I'm losing my voice. And today we've had some just steady showers, nothing heavy though. So at least she can handle it. But let's check in with Kodiak Wintergreen. Now, Amidst Waves, she was entered for the Limestone Down at Keeneland, but it was rained off the turf. Kodiak Wintergreen, she participated. She finished third. But let's take a look back at her maiden-breaking performance.
Yeah, she was impressive. She was bet that day at Saratoga. They kind of knew she was going to run as well as she did. She exited that race with Amidst Waves, the maiden race down at Belmont. So, look, she's another one that could take another step forward. That's what you see with these horses, right? It's especially with these Breeders' Cup juvenile turf types, right? Turf sprint types. They have that good 2-year-old year, and then they get kind of allowed to grow up a little bit and turn into even better horses. I think Kodiak Wintergreen makes a lot of sense, and you'd think based on her breeding that the way that the ground comes back probably won't affect her too much.
Yeah, absolutely, as she will have to, like I said, face another daughter of Kodiak. They paid the equivalent of $928,000 for Pipsy number 9 in this Soaring Softly in the December Tattersalls mare sale. So she's an interesting new face.
Absolutely. Anytime you spend that kind of money on a horse, especially one that has run before, right? It's like a lot of times you're buying expensive horses, you're hoping and guessing. When you kind of see what they can do on the racetrack, there's a little bit more confidence in that. I think she could be tough in here as well.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun race, the Soaring Softly, coming up as our feature here, Belmont at the Big A. But we also have coverage from Monmouth Park as horses are in the paddock there for their first race, sloppy and sealed and off the turf today. That's okay, because their feature is scheduled on the main track as we welcome in our team down on the Jersey Shore. Lafitte Pinkai the third. Guys, great job yesterday, and we're looking forward to more action this time around.
Too kind, Maggie. Happy Mother's Day to you and to all the mothers watching. And what else would you be doing on Mother's Day, playing the ponies, right, at Aqueduct and right here at Monmouth Park, where it is a very festive atmosphere, a big celebration for Mother's Day. Not going to allow for the weather to dampen any spirits. The show does continue, as Maggie mentioned, off the turf. Main track listed as sloppy. While those horses are in the paddock for the opener, they mentioned the feature and the Serena song, and very aptly named his second-day feature on this Mother's Day for the Iron Mare in Serena song, who won 18 of 38, still going strong at the age of 32. There she is. She banked $3.2 million, enjoying the good life. She beat the boys here at Monmouth Park in the Haskell. The coach, Dwayne Lucas, referenced her as the ballerina, an absolute fan favorite, and her legacy continues in the influence of the feature today at Monmouth Park, the Serena song. There's the field. We do have several defections. Numbers 2, 5, and 6 all out. Field of 5, mile and 70. Fillies and mares, naturally 3-year-olds and older. A cult odds-on favorite at 4-5. As I am joined by 4-time Breeders' Cup champion jockey Rajiv Mirage. Rajiv, Serena's song, we can discuss her all day long, what she meant to the sport, what she accomplished specifically here at Monmouth Park. But as far as the feature today, the Serena song, a colt who is 4-5, aside from all the defections, why is she such a heavy favorite?
Well, she's a dominating winner in her only race over this racetrack. In the Monmouth Oaks, and then she's been facing much tougher horses, including this race that we're showing right now, the Cotillion Grade 1, where she was narrowly beaten a length. And coming out of this race, she was my top pick in the Mother Goose because she ran such a great race here. She had a bad trip, stuck behind horses, stuck wide, and still came with a great finish on the outside against much tougher foes than she faces today.
And, oh, by the way, the similarity, the synergy between the tracks. On a wet track, her best performance, a colt, and a sloppy track this afternoon. Something will follow throughout the course of the afternoon, because while it is sloppy right now, we're not expecting that much more rain, and we'll follow up in terms of the condition, how that changes over the afternoon.
Yeah, we'd expect with not much more rain that there'll be a little bit drying out the track. However, she seems to run on any kind of racetrack. She won at Monmouth Park here by 10 lengths in the Monmouth Oaks last year on a dry track, and obviously she ran a great race in the Cotillion on a wet track. So she seems like it doesn't matter what track it is, she'll run her race.
Odds-on favorite, a colt 4-5, the Serena song, the Day 2 feature, Mother's Day feature here at Monmouth Park this afternoon. You'll see it right here on Fox Sports 2, along with today's races, brought to you by Claiborne Farm. You see the conditions of the tracks on the right. Limited turf racing, the big story at Belmont, along with the Soaring Softly, that pick 6 carryover, 86,000 plus. Get started in race number 4, the cross-country pick 5 every day. Belmont at the Big A Monmouth. Get started in the 6th and the aforementioned Serena song, race number 8. As always, invite still stands. Get involved, join us. Get signed up, NYRABets.com. Use that promo code MATCH200 just in time for the Preakness Stakes. Join now, NYRABets.com, to earn your $200 deposit after your first deposit, NYRABets.com. And while we get set for the opener here at Monmouth Park in live racing Aqueduct, we'll also have a chance to revisit what took place yesterday. In case you missed it, that New Jersey bred stole the show. C Streaks, sensational in the Long Branch, and one step closer towards the NYRABets Haskell in July. Paul,
Hey, Lafitte.
can you hear me, my friend? Loud and clear.
Yeah, I got you. Paulo Duga here. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Paulo.
Yesterday, the start of the 79th season in Monmouth, but the history dates back much, much farther. In fact, Monmouth first opened July 30th, 1870 in Eatontown, first of 3 separate locations. The second, right next door, very convenient, opened 1890, and finally, 56 years later, the current venue unveiled. Thank you, Amory Haskell. Fast forward 1986, another change at the helm. New Jersey Sports Authority takes over. 2007, Breeders' Cup comes to town. It never stopped raining. Curling wins the Breeders' Cup Classic. 2010, $1 million meet. 50 days of racing offering $50 million. You do the math. The biggest crowd, Haskell Day 2015, 60,000 plus in attendance for Triple Crown winner American Pharoah. And now, day 2 of the 2024 season. So much to look forward to. Thrilled to be part of it, Raj. I don't know about you. Pulling in today, I was feeling like some PTSD from that 2007 Breeders' Cup when it did nothing but rain for the first and only Breeders' Cup held here at Monmouth Park.
Yeah, that was such a rainy day, and I felt the same way. It's so disappointing to wake up and see rain this morning on a day like Mother's Day, when it's a big deal here in this area. Everyone looks forward to Mother's Day. The family comes out, but you can now see that the sun is wanting the fight to come out, and the people are rolling in.
A festive atmosphere here. We have to get in front of this. We have to do whatever we can. Get the Breeders' Cup back at Monmouth Park. They deserve another shot at it. In the meantime, the live racing about to get underway. The first race just moments away. Yesterday's feature, the Long Branch, and a key stepping stone towards the Naira Bets, Haskell. And a race that looked incredibly competitive on paper was dominated by a New Jersey bred, C Streak, Raj. Just look at the riders. One of them going very confident, now asking C Streak to pick up his feet. The others encouraging, but not doing anything to close the gap.
Oh, C Streak looked like a winner every step of the way. Early on in the race, he was putting his jockey everywhere he wanted, pulling him out of the saddle pretty much. And once he gave him his cue to go, he just kept getting more and more separation from the field, opening up by many lengths in the stretch. And what is so amazing to see with these Jersey breds, C Streak was only one of 97 foals folded that year in New Jersey, which makes up 0.5% of the total foal population. So to see this horse have a chance to be potentially a top 3-year-old, going for a top 3-year-old race like that, the Naira Bets Haskell, it's pretty exciting for the Jersey.
Kind of a hometown favorite, a hometown hero. C Streaks yesterday in the Long Branch. Paula Duca is with us as well. Paula, you were here yesterday, and you trackside right there while C Streak was doing his thing. What was your lasting impression of his emphatic win in the Long Branch?
Lafitte, I thought it was very impressive. And, here in New Jersey, they love their Jersey breds, because as soon as we got into the winner's circle, me and Jonathan Kinchin, who was here with me yesterday, they said, don't forget about the Jersey bred. And, Eddie Owens has done a good job with this colt, because if you look back, he ran a monster race his first time out. And we had mentioned it before. He lost to Bookham Dano. But, his next race at Aqueduct, I think, at Belmont at Aqueduct, actually, I think it was a little I think underlooked. He got dead left that day when he broke his maiden. He was monstrous when he won. And then he went to Gulfstream. It took him a little time to acclimate. He put him in the Holy Bull. He didn't disgrace himself at all. But the wonder was, can this horse go around 2 turns? and boy, did he prove it yesterday. And I'm with Rajib. He puts himself kind of in the picture. I thought it was a very, very convincing win against a decent little field. And anytime a New Jersey bred is in the mix, especially when it comes to, Jersey bred day, and obviously a preview for the Haskell as well. They love their Jersey breds here, and they got a nice one, and so does Eddie Owens Jr. And a good ride by Jairo Rendon, who's a very nice rider that a lot of people don't know out there that's going to have a very good meet.
You mentioned the connections, Paul, what won the first race of the brand new meet, and the Long Branch, the New Jersey bred angle. Raj, you know what that's all about on a big stage here at Monmouth Park. Going back to Irish War Cry, owned by Isabella de Tomaso, and what that was like when he was one of the serious contenders coming in to the Haskell several years back.
Yeah, I mean, like we talked about, it's such a small crop of Jersey breds, and when they can go out and showcase that amongst open company on the biggest stages, like Irish War Cry, he was one of the top horses going into the Kentucky Derby after winning the Wood Memorial. It's not only the people that own him, it's just the whole community of Jersey. They stood behind Irish War Cry, and to see C-Streak making the steps up, I feel like there's a lot of support locally for him.
So is it just a great story? Or does he have the goods to potentially factor, first things first, Naira Betts Pegasus, and then eventually the Haskell?
Well, it's one step at a time, but he passed the first step. He passed the first test with flying colors. And if he continues to progress the way he like that, there's no telling where his ceiling is.
3-year-olds yesterday in the Long Branch. Today we have the Serena song. That's later on in the program. We have the opener just moments away here. Again, a sloppy main track off the turf. We kick things off with a $20,000 claiming event, non-winners 3 lifetime, 1 mile. Who did you lean towards? Who are you leaning towards?
Well,
competitive race.
I lean towards my pick, the number 7, that Son of a Gun. It's a competitive race, a wide open race, as the odds tell you, and I think the dynamics is going to suit him.
Post Parade, Rascally Rebel, 2 for $40 lifetime.
This one is expected to be on the lead after blowing a clear lead last time, finishing 4th.
Amplitude number 2. Fernando Hara aboard last 8 races at Parks in Bensalem. Number 3, Graded Coconut, runaway winner last month at Tampa.
Another speed type who should be up close to the early lead.
Agárrame si puedes. Means what, Raj? Quickly.
I have no idea.
Catch me if you can't. There's Denying at 7-2. Another contender. Again, deep competitive race. Union Lights, the morning line favorite, up there at 3-1.
Yeah, this horse likes to finish second a lot. He has 9 career second place finishes.
That Son of a Gun, 1 for 1 on a wet track.
Yeah, that Son of a Gun is my pick. This race seems like there's a lot of early speed signed on. I feel like he's the best closer. His form is a bit dirtied up. Lots of turf races, the last 6 races, now switches back to the dirt.
Can't believe you didn't know what agárrame si puedes means. I'm very, very disappointed. We'll talk about it during the break. When we come back, the first on Mother's Day. Happy Mother's Day from all of us at America's Day at the Races here on Fox Sports 2, Monmouth Racing, and Aqueduct coming your way.
Catholic boy standing at Claiborne Farm.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Betts. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Betts.
Good Magic is off to a meteoric start at stud, having sired 2 Eclipse Award finalists in first crop Kentucky Derby champion Mage and second crop Grade 1 winning 2-year-old Muth. With just 2 crops to race, Good Magic ranked 21st on the general sire list with nearly $10 million in progeny earnings. Mage's graded stakes winning full brother Dornoch is one of the leading contenders for this year's Kentucky Derby. Good Magic, the classic sire.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
You should have signed your mother up for a NyraBets account. What every mother wants on Mother's Day. Get involved. Brought to you by NyraBets, our coverage. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NyraBets.com or download the NyraBets app to get started. About to get this Mother's Day party started here in Oceanport, New Jersey. Paul Duca is with us trackside as they approach the starting gate. Paul, who takes down the opener?
I thought this was a difficult race, and they're betting a couple horses. You know, and the thing is, if you look at this race, I thought the 2 would get bet and the 4, but they're the 2 horses that have not really won. As you see, Matt Dinnerman is calling them to the post. They just have not run well on muddy racetracks. So, you know, it draws you to some other horses, and I can understand. I originally had picked the 3. I don't love the price. I think you're getting an overlay on the 2 at 6-1. So I'll go with Imputed. With Fernando Jara aboard, I'm not even going to go there. Hopefully I said that right, Lafitte.
I flinched a little when he said it as well. We'll leave that up to Matt Dinnerman. Jockey off the 2 here. Raj, what's going on here with Fernando Jara and the 2 horse?
It seemed like he was acting up a little bit loading. Fernando jumped off. They're putting a shank on under his lip to kind of get him to settle down. Sometimes when you put a shank under a horse's lip, it kind of gives a little more control for the gate handlers. They're going to try to push him in. They open the front of the gates to give him a little more visual open space. Sometimes the horses are a little claustrophobic to go into a tight space. So typically, one of the best ways to get this done is getting quite a few of the gate handlers behind the horse to push him forward a little bit, which seems to be what they're doing right now.
Take some encouragement. Maybe he heard what Paul called him and got aggravated. What'd you call me? Coaxed forward, now in the gate. A lot of firsts yesterday. First race of the 79th season at Monmouth Park. First Monmouth race on Fox Sports 2, and the first call yesterday in the opener by the brand new voice of Monmouth Racing. Matt Dinnerman did a great job this winter and spring at Oaklawn. He'll do the same here at Monmouth Park. As the load continues, final check of the tote board reading 2-1 Union Lights. Here is Matt Dinnerman with the opener on Mother's Day from Monmouth.
Agara BC Puedes, post position 4. 3 back. Denying in the green. Union Lights. And then after Union Lights, that son of a gun. That son of a gun to the outside. We're ready to go. We're off and running at Monmouth Park on Mother's Day 2024. Denying off a step slowly and drops to the back of the pack. Rascally Rebel from the inside, offensive-minded. Impoted has speed and Graded Coconut. Those 3 across the track now as they charge around the clubhouse turn. A line of 4 right behind them. Denying the slow starter, taking the 4th position away. That son of a gun back in the 5th spot. And then Union Lights second to last. Agara Misi Puedes at the back of the pack as they approach the backstretch run A battle on the lead, a three-way battle, in fact. On the inside, it's Rascally Rebel in front. Graded Coconut to the outside there. A length and a half to Denying. Up into the third position. Impoted, shuffled back, is in fourth on the outside and sent along already down the back stretch. About to be joined by that son of a gun and Union Lights to the inside. Those two moving as a pair, and they're getting closer. A joint third with Denying, in fact. That trio now a length and a half off dueling leaders. Agara Misi Puedes can see them all as detached from the rest as they go into the turn. Rascally Rebel, hard scent on the front end. Graded Coconut outside, a half length off, now back to a neck. These two have been 1-2 the whole way around as they round the far turn. Denying third, sent along 3 deep, but is gaining ground while under pressure. The others have got to get going as they come to the top of the lane. Here comes Denying on the far outside with Sammy Camacho, and Denying sweeps to the front, pushes past the early leaders, and he's the one to reel in with a furlong to go. Union Lights coming on the scene into the second position. Denying is opened up by 3. Union Lights into second. They're 1-2, and it looks like that's how they're going to finish. Denying, after the slow start didn't matter, wins it by a length and a half. Union Lights was second home, then Rascally Rebel, who held off Graded Coconut for the Shodo.
Impressive win by Denying, because this was not the way they drew it up on the chalkboard. Going back to the start of the race here, Raj, what happens? The 5-horse and eventual winner Denying leaving the gate.
He completely missed the gate. The gate opens and he stood there for the first 2 jumps, giving his opponents quite a significant head start. But I guess he was just much the best. That didn't matter, because once he got in gear, he always looked like a winner. Coming around the turn, he was already in position to take over, and his momentum threw him about a couple lengths in front. And even though Union Lights was making a little mild run at him in the stretch, it was just never any doubt that Denying was going to win since the quarter bowl.
First after the claim, Derek Ryan trains Bookham Dano. Denying, first start on a wet track. The Florida bred strikes in the opener on Mother's Day here at Monmouth Park. Results forthcoming, Maggie. Gearing up for the opener, Belmont at the Big A with horses in the paddock.
That's right, Lafitte, as we do see a favored entry. People can't help but love 2 for the price of 1, but they do have some dangerous rivals to their outside. But as we welcome in Acacia Clement to the show, Acacia, I know you're taking a look at the lettered part of the entry. Remember the name.
That's right, Maggie, with the favorite entry, and I love a good buy one, get one free sale, but it is tough with entries, as you and I are switching roles for a little bit with the early show here, but I do prefer the 1A, remember the name of the entry. That was the one that got the win last time. Stormquist, just a little bit of a smaller, unassuming type here in the paddock, whereas remember the name, comes in looking very strong off that win, set the pace last time out, and had company early, had company late, and was able to pull away and hold off his stablemate with that victory. Now, can he do it again? We shall see, but of this favorite entry, he was the one that I did prefer, though maybe could have a little bit of speed pressure from the outside as well. And taking a look at the 6 Collected Special, a horse that was able to wire the field 2 and 3 back, last time out was facing a very tough competition in Barksdale, who was dazzling in that effort and likely has some really big wins coming for him down the line, whereas Collected Special was not able to get the lead that day, was kind of stuck chasing a horse that has a lot of talent and ability, and I just thought never really looked comfortable in the running of that race. He looks even better today than he did last time. He is a very big, solid type of horse. He carries a lot of weight in conditioning, but he looks even stronger, is kind of muscle mass even more on, now making his second start for the Rob Atras barn. I think he's very intriguing from the outside post, and I like what I see from him here in the paddock. The 5 Iridescent comes back in a 7-day turnaround after trying significantly tougher on the Gold Fever last time out. He also has some early speed. It's my first time seeing him, but comparing notes with you, Maggie, he is typically a high energy horse that can get a little bit hot. He was pretty quiet at first when he came in the paddock, but just a bit sweaty, and it's not warm at all out today. So good to know that that is typical for him. He's a little bit more drawn up than you might see a typical David Jacobson horse and coming back off the 7 days, but he is on his toes, and you do like to see good energy, especially if that's in character with a horse coming back off quick rest. Maggie?
Acacia, I appreciate you doing me the solid of letting me be warm up here on the desk with JK and you braving the chilly, rainy weather out there. I will remember that as we'll kick off a post braid here for our opener, Belmont at the Big A. Number 1, Stormquist for Linda Rice, part of the entry.
Really popped away from there, Mags, away from the post braid with Kendrick.
Boom, he's gone.
Yeah, he got away from there quick. Maybe some intent of what they might do from the gate.
He does have speed. Remember, the name, I should say, is the one who has more speed.
Yeah, look, I think the other one, Stormquist, is a little bit more interesting. Remember the name got a nice, soft, easy pace last time.
There's In a Minute going by. Here's number 5, Iridescent, off the quick layoff.
Yeah,
Turnaround.
It's a horse I like. This horse has 3 or 4 races I think can win this race.
Collected Special, it will round out the field for Rob Atras.
Yeah, the last 2 races going 6.5 just feels like that horse, by looking at the pace figures, is going to appreciate that half furlong cut back to the 6 furlongs.
If you want to play along with us, don't forget you can head over to Naira Bets and get those Naira Bets track stats from Equibase. Sorry, these are free Equibase PPs. I'm a little rusty on hosting, but check out Naira.com/TV schedule to download those and get all the stats on the trainers, jockeys, and horses. As they are commencing their warm-ups, let's take a look back at number 5, Iridescent. JK, I just thought watching his last replay, as you mentioned, against Much Better, Doncho going gate to wire, and he just didn't look comfortable over that sealed racetrack, but he gets the same here. He was also just run off his feet. That was a quick pace.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, I mean, he didn't do much running. He comes back in 7 days, which obviously is a talking point, but in situations like that, sometimes just draw a line through these performances and look back to the one at Keeneland where I thought he ran extremely well. So Iridescent to me just feels like if he can find some of his previous numbers, he's something better than these other horses.
Exactly. He does feel like the class of the field. As we are watching him, though, finish second, JK, when he was the favorite 3-back.
Right. And I think that, once that happened, he got a little bit of time after that. I think a lot of times when you see a performance that you're not excited about, if a horse gets a break after that, it helps me mentally say, like, oh, maybe he needed that break. Maybe that's why he didn't see that race all the way through. He got his little bit of a break. Then he comes back and runs. He ran third, but he ran significantly faster in that race. So I think maybe he's just, he needed a little bit of a break after that start 3-back.
We'll see if he can rebound off of the 7-day turnaround as we head back down to Monmouth Park and take a look at Denying winning the opener. Lafitte, the trouble was not trouble for him when he came down the lane.
Yeah, Maggie, even more impressive when you consider this was a restricted claimer, right? And all horses were all 2 for something, and Denying, who was 2 for 17. So the winning spirit with these types of races, these types of horses, usually, Raj, like something like that goes wrong, and there goes the white towel. Not today for Denying.
Yeah, for him to overcome that, it just shows a horse that could overcome a lot of adversity. And actually, the biggest change for him today was they switched him back to the dirt. This horse has been running the last 16 races on synthetics and turf.
Back to dirt, to the winner's circle. First after the claim, Derek Ryan. Sammy Camacho in the opener, 5-6-1. In the opener, Monmouth, only 3 horses in the second in Oceanport. You'll see that one live, along with the upcoming first at Aqueduct. Back to the studio with JK and Maggie.
And Lafitte, a nice way to kick off the day there with a big price on top. I don't think we're going to get that here, though.
No, I think we'll have a much shorter price winner of this race to start off the first at Aqueduct.
4-5 on Iridescent as we check back in with Acacia.
And to touch on the other part of the entry, Maggie and Stormquist, as JK mentioned, remember the name did kind of get that soft pace last time out, and Stormquist finished up well. Like I touched on, I was very underwhelmed by him back in the paddock, a little bit on the smaller side. I do think his coat could look a little bit better, but watching him warm up, he does strike me as the type of horse who would get over a wet track. I'm concerned given the fact that he did not handle a wet track at all 2 starts back, but that was behind some good competition in the likes of Lonesome Boy we saw in Stakes Company yesterday. just, again, as far as the entry is concerned, purely from my eye, from a physical perspective, I have to side with Remember the Name, though I don't necessarily love him as much on paper. But back to the 6 Collected Special. I was in the paddock for his last race, and he's the type of horse that sometimes, not to get too much into anatomy, but sometimes horses of his build often benefit from a gelding. And he sometimes takes a little bit of time to get moving. He is much more relaxed today, and he's also moving better today, which I appreciate. Manny Franco kept him with the pony. As you can see, he's starting to kind of jig-jog, starting to try to get a little bit more energetic, but just doing everything to keep him relaxed, keep him just kind of jogging and moving fluidly. I wish I saw a little bit more of a warm-up, but that's also kind of a typical with Rob Atras, kind of a quiet warm-up in the preliminaries. But I just have seen improvement from last time to today, Maggie.
And 2, he has speed, but drawn to the outside today, JK, whereas last time we saw him, he was drawn in the 2-hole, albeit he did have a little bit of trouble getting away from there and had to rush up on the inside.
Yeah, and I'm a strong believer on racetracks like this. I think it's just a little bit easier for horses to be in the clear. Look, we talk about kickback. It was a big conversation with Forever Young surrounding the Kentucky Derby, whether he was going to like it or didn't like it. I think he had no problem with it based on the way he ran. But I will say that I think that a sloppier racetrack like this is a little bit more intense kickback-wise for horses. So if you can stay in the clear, where you're drawn to the outside with tactical speed, you should be able to keep a clean face, and I think that is an advantageous place on a racetrack like this.
Now we'll see as he does switch to Manny Franco. Maddie Oliver did have 2 wins with him, but I'm sure after that trouble, maybe they opted to take and make a change. And she's running in Monmouth as well. As they are heading into line, you okay with taking even money on Iridescent?
I got no problem with it all. I think this horse is a very likely winner, significantly faster than the others if he shows up and runs his race.
All right, Iridescent at even money as he heads into line off the 7-day turnaround for David Jacobson, Ramon Vasquez in the irons, and we head on up to Chris Griffin, who will bring you the call of race 1 from Belmont at the Big A.
That's Collected Special, last to load here towards the outside. Set to kick off 9 races on this Sunday. Happy Mother's Day out there, and Collected Special is in. All set. And they're off. Broken a very even line. Collected Special has early speed. Iridescent trying to be in the early mix as well. But Collected Special is quickest. Manny Franco Collected Special from the outside will cross over in front of the field up by a length and a half. In between horses, Stormquist is trying to challenge, is now in the 2-path tightly at the rail. That's in a minute. Out wider, here comes the run from Iridescent. Ramon Vasquez, they're on the move 3 wide. The trailer, Remember the Name. They're chasing Collected Special here in the opener. 22.56 for the opening quarter mile. Collected Special into the far turn with Iridescent at 4 to 5. Clearly in pursuit, is now within a half length of the lead. In a minute, tightly at the rail, still in third. Losing some ground with Stormquist. Remember the Name. We'll have to pass them all. 2.5 off the lead. They're still chasing Manny Franco and Collected Special at the top of the stretch. Collected Special trying to take them all the way. Iridescent with every shot towards the outside. And here comes Stormquist, who's now re-rallying towards the outside. Got in the clear, is chasing the leader. Collected Special still there. Collected Special with a furlong left to go. Iridescent has not pushed by yet. The danger comes from Stormquist 3 wide. Inside the final 16th. Collected Special trying to gut it out. One more lunge here from Stormquist. Collected Special wins the opener. Tight photo there. It's Stormquist with Iridescent in a minute. And Remember the Name in 1 minute 11 flat.
Collected Special proves yet again that when he can get to the lead, he is so tough to run down.
No, he was gutsy. I mean, and the entire stretch, he looked like he was in deep water, and at no point from, let's say, right when they straightened up, did you really feel like the 5 was going to run by. Manny, whether it was the switch to Manny, whether it was the outside draw, I thought Collected Special ran extremely well.
Yeah, we did see a late rally from Remember the Name when he was switched out there, but in the end, it was all about Collected Special. Looks as though it's that tight for a second, but I do think Remember the Name got up.
I think so.
Yeah, 615.
I believe that's the case, but we are also cheating with the other with the other screen.
Exactly. And Iridescent just had every chance to go by. Oh, he may
Wow,
have
it is
it's
very,
really tight.
very close.
The slow-mo.
If you have the 6.5, you're still drawing live. If you have the 6.1, you're still drawing live. It is that it's that close. I really don't know.
Yep, it's very close. I can't tell because it looked like Remember the Name had gone by, or Stormquist rather had gone by, but
this is the one that tells the truth, and I still can't tell.
Let's see, slow-mo. We need Paul. Paul is remarkable in how he calls these photos. I think outside.
I think it's a dead heat.
All right. I wish we could take like real-time wagers
I know,
on
it'd be
that.
outstanding.
It'd be so fun. Anyway, no doubt about your 5-2 winner. Top choice for Acacia Collected Special gets the win for the Rob Atras Barn. Manny Franco in the irons. I know you're on the edge of your seat to see who finished second. We will bring that to you on the other side of this break, and we'll also recap a stakes-packed Saturday here from Belmont at the Big A. It's Antiquarian solidified himself as a serious Belmont contender with his win in the Peter Pan.
In this sport, it takes just one special horse and a lot of people that believe in him. By Champion Arrogant from the family of Broodmare of the Year, Better Than Honor, rose to prominence in the Grade 3 Peter Pan, displayed power in the Grade 1 Belmont, cemented his 3-year-old championship in the Grade 1 Travers, defeating a champion 2-year-old, Kentucky Derby, and Preakness winners.
And the Eclipse Award goes to Arcangelo.
Arcangelo, standing at Lane's End.
Welcome back to the program. It's America's Day at the Races, and we are proudly brought to you by Hillendale at Alapa, where the obscure becomes obvious. And we're going to check out an obvious dead heat here in a moment. His Collected Special ran way faster than that to win, I promise that. But it ultimately was a dead heat, JK, as you called it, with Stormquist and Iridescent dead heating for second.
There it is. Wow. Yeah, it's always amazing to me that these horses, 1,000-pound animals, can run in a circle or semicircle as fast as they're running, and then at the very end, they're literally on the wire at the same time. It still shocks me.
Yeah. Well, Collected Special does return 7-10 10 as the third choice in the wagering. Rob Atras getting him back to the winner's circle today. Well, yesterday we saw a thrilling rendition of the Peter Pan Stakes, grade 3, going the mile and an eighth here around the Big A Oval. An Antiquarian, everything went wrong last time out for him, JK, in the Louisiana Derby. And today, beneath Hall of Famer John Velasquez, I should say, yesterday, he was so much more well-behaved and things went right.
Yeah, the Peter Pan's kind of like that first race after the Kentucky Derby where like 3-year-olds can like take a deep breath and say like, okay, I didn't make the Derby, but there's a lot of really cool races like the Belmont, the Travers, the Haskell that I can start to point towards. And Antiquarian has now thrown his name in the hat as a horse that can be involved. It's great because at this point, the 3-year-old championship for the year is still on the line, right? Sure, the Derby winner won, but if the horse goes on to win the Belmont,
look at Arcangelo.
Absolutely. So it's still the sky's still the limit. And look, this looks like to be a talented racehorse. It's in the right hands.
Yeah, with Hall of Famer Todd Fletcher, and wearing the Centennial Farm colors was John Velasquez, and they actually campaigned this horse's sire, Preservationist, who we don't see a lot of his progeny, but definitely a horse that appreciated the longer distances.
Yeah, you always like to see that when the owners that had a stallion can come back with another good runner. We've seen it with Mike Rapoli and Uncle Mo, right? When he's had his Uncle Mo's. I think it just makes it a little bit more sweet, a little bit more fun.
Yeah, an Antiquarian, after talking to Don Little Jr. of Centennial Farms and Todd Fletcher, Belmont is the next step. As Todd gets his 5th win in this grade 2 event, Promise Keeper a couple years ago as well, made from Lucky Sun River and Purge. It's been 20 years since the anniversary. 20th anniversary, his first one.
And we all know how well Todd does in the Belmont, although the Belmont has a little bit of a different feel this year because not only is it not going to be a Belmont, but it's going to be run at a 1.25 miles. I think Todd's had a lot of success at that 1.5 miles distance, but he'll be just fine at a 1.25 miles.
Yeah, he'll be fine. And it sounds like Antiquarian will be shipping up soon to Todd String up there at Saratoga to familiarize himself with the oval there. But as always, you can watch 156 Belmont Stakes, as JK pointed out, a little different this year. Will be up in Saratoga Springs at historic Saratoga Racecourse for this year's edition. Looking forward to it. I feel like the town's already buzzing with Belmont Stakes fever.
Yeah, they have been. It feels like they have been since it was announced. With hotel prices and restaurant reservations, it's going to be a lot of fun.
That it is, as I know somebody else who is excited to make his way up to Saratoga for the Belmont Stakes. It's been Kai. And I'm sure the rest of our team too. Are we checking back in with them? Yeah, let's check back in with them. Guys, how excited are you?
Fired up, Maggie. And the idea that it could be a once or, so twice in a lifetime thing, a Belmont Stakes at Saratoga, Raj. It's going to be very different. It's going to be 1.25 miles. Eventually we'll be back at Belmont Park for the Belmont Stakes. So for the time being, I think it's important to take a big step back and just embrace what a truly special event and how different this is going to be. The third and final jewel of the Triple Crown taking place in upstate New York at Saratoga.
Yeah, personally for me, Saratoga is one of my favorite places to be. And to incorporate the Belmont Stakes in Saratoga, the last leg of the Triple Crown, I think it's a delight. I wouldn't want to miss that.
And we just saw with Antiquated, could be Shades of Colonial Affair, for Centennial back in 1993, Julie Crone, 88 Buyer Speed Fig. You're going to have to pick it up to mix it up with the big boys and the very best 3-year-olds. Of course, the third jewel of the Triple Crown. Next week, the Preakness Stakes, and Mystic Dan confirmed yesterday the Kentucky Derby winner will be there. We'll have more on that in just a moment. First things first, as we try to segue from Preakness types and Belmont types to $7,500 claimers. No easy way to do so, so we'll do so clumsily as the horses hit the track. 6 furlong dash and just a field of 3. Raj, Apollo Code 4-5, the odds-on favorite, and one of those races that, and you can speak to this, a real jockey's race and how these smaller fields can really affect strategy for the riders, where you're not like just riding your horse. Jockeys can often try to ride everybody else's as well.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see this race. This is such a fun race coming up. And, you know, in a 3-horse race, what happens is everyone is easily accounted for. So your opponents, you can keep a keen eye on them. And it makes it for such a fun, strategic, tactical race. It's like a cat and mouse race out there. And this one is set up with a dynamic where you see your top 2 favorites, starting with Apollo Code here. Apollo Code, I'm expecting this one to be gunned out of the gate to secure that rail position.
Pedal to the metal. Matty over, we'll see. Then Bargaining Power, winless in 3 tries on wet tracks.
Yeah, Arnaldo Bocachica, he can't let Matty Oliver get things too easy, so he's going to have to throw out the gauntlet at her early.
El De Leo completes the field by late great superstar Arrogate.
Yeah, this one has no early speed, so Jockey Marin is going to be sitting back and letting them duke it out and hoping to get them when they're softened up.
So that's the field, just 3 of them. Post time in just a few moments. So we're back to the top class 3-year-olds and the Kentucky Derby winner, Mystic Dan. It was the news everybody wanted to hear. It's great news for the sport that the Kentucky Derby winner will race in the Preakness Stakes. It was confirmed yesterday for trainer Kenny McPeak. As we get closer to the Preakness, Raj, the field it's expanding. We're seeing more talent. I think it just confirmed a few days. Do we have there he is, Catching Freedom confirmed as well.
Yeah, and the Preakness is really starting to shape up, and it's getting to a nice, good race. I was so excited to see Catching Freedom join this field because he's a horse that finished 4th in the Kentucky Derby and didn't get as much credit for as good as he ran. He was not able to get to the clear in the stretch, which is where he would have ran his best race, and he's going to be a horse that's going to have a big impact on this race.
For trainer Brad Cox, trying to win a first Preakness Stakes. As for Kenny McPeak, he's been there before, 2-time Preakness winner. He won with a filly a few years back during the course of the pandemic, Swiss Skydiver. And all McPeak and Team Mystic Dan can hope for is that kind of trip that Brian Hernandez brilliantly administered on Mystic Dan 8 days ago at Churchill Downs.
I mean, this trip is a once-in-a-lifetime trip. It's the most perfect, the optimal trip. This is what made a difference in winning, obviously, this race, because it was such a narrow margin of victory. Is he going to be able to get that trip again? It's going to be really hard to duplicate.
Mystic Dan, you do have your reservations. As good as he was in the Preakness, Kenny McPeak finally getting his first Derby, as good as he was in the Derby, I should say. Brian Hernandez sweeping the Oaks in the Derby, McPeak as well. But I know you have your reservations about what he does from here.
Yeah, because of this. How is he going to get this kind of trip again? If I'm one of the jockeys riding in the Preakness, I'm not leaving the rail if I'm in front of Mystic Dan, because you know Brian is going to be there lurking. And if he has to go around, he's probably not going to get that same exact trip.
Seems like they used to try that with Calvin Burrell over and over and over again, and it never seemed to work. Maybe this is the biggest obstacle facing Mystic Dan. Maybe that's the favorite for the Preakness Stakes, with Muth winning the Arkansas Derby for trainer Bob Baffert. Baffert horses not eligible to run in the Kentucky Derby, so no such concerns in the Preakness. There is a circulating narrative about the trouble, though, that Mystic Dan had in the Arkansas Derby. You can see him there in 4th. You and I just watched the race a few moments ago. I didn't see a lot of trouble. I saw a horse in Muth who was just that much better than Mystic Dan on that afternoon.
If the word trouble was in a sentence with Mystic Dan in the Arkansas Derby, it's being exaggerated because he had no trouble at all, and Muth outrun him that day, I believe.
He didn't find the rail. He had an outside post, but no trouble. We'll continue that conversation. Preakness 6 days, second race in Monmouth in about 6 seconds. Here's Matt Dinnerman.
3/4 of a mile, 6 furlongs, and we're ready to go. And they're off. El Diolio leapt in the air at the start, is at the back of the pack. Bargaining Power to the front. Apollo Code matching him. Bargaining Power with the lead by about 3/4 of a length. Now it's a half. Now just a neck. Apollo Code to the inside. El Diolio back in the 3rd position after breaking slowly. A length and a half off the top pair, who are right together approaching the half-mile pole. Apollo Code on the inside, taking it to Bargaining Power in the pink jacket outside. Now Apollo Code has his head in front. Going into the turn, Bargaining Power right there around that turn. There's a space of 4 or 5 back to El Delio. It appears he's been outrun as they round the far turn. The two favorites and a match race since the gate opened. Apollo Code on the inside, going better than Bargaining Power. Puts a length on Bargaining Power, who's left behind in second. Apollo Code opening up the lead to 2 as he comes off the turn. Bargaining Power all in second. El Delio going to finish third. They come down the lane. Apollo Code and Maddie Oliver have a furlong to go in a 3-length lead. Bargaining Power behind in second. And in third is El Delio. They come to the line. Apollo Code, Maddie Oliver coming to the line well clear. Apollo Code easily. Bargaining Power was second. And here comes El Delio checking in third.
Pretty much what you thought Maddie Oliver needed to do, Raj, with Apollo Code. Aggressive, right after the lead, and don't look back.
Yeah, Maddie Oliver took no prisoners approach, just gunned out of the lead, secured the rail, and that's what you do when you're on the inside in a 3-horse field. You don't play victim. You become the one that is the aggressor and force them to chase you. And she put Bargaining Power in a chase mode behind her, and that was where the race was won, essentially.
The smaller fields, 3-horse race. Can you speak and expand on the advantage the quickest horse in the race always seems to have?
Yeah, in a small field like this, you get out the gate good and you control on the lead, you're going to be really tough to handle. But that is a significant advantage in a small field, definitely, the speed.
Winning trainer Jorge Delgado, Lee Farms, LLC. The 3-year-old gelding by Honor Code, a grandson of a Belmont Stakes winner, AP Indy, Maddie Oliver, aboard Apollo Code in the second race, Monmouth Park, 3-5. At post time, broke sharp, never looked back. The New York bred, lightly raced but well traveled. Again, the 5 races and 4 different tracks, and back at where he ran one of his best races, his debut last July on a sloppy track where he missed by a neck, back on a wet track at Monmouth Park, but this time no competition.
Yeah, it was a big drop in class today, and it proved that he was ready to go off the layoff.
Results coming up, Maggie, perhaps a more competitive race, maybe, coming up next, Belmont at the Big A.
Possibly, yes, Lafitte, as we do have 6, double the number in the second race here at Belmont at the Big A. Good to see Maddie Oliver in the winner's circle for the Connections, who gave her first stakes and greatest stakes win with Super Chow.
That's nice. That's a nice little synergy they seem to have going there.
I like that. And Maddie always smiling. Always a pleasure to see her in the winner's circle and getting some success. But coming up here, Belmont at the Big A, we do have New York bred fillies and mares going the mile distance. And currently we see number 3 in here, Kali Magic, who looks to possibly run them off their feet to get the win. She is 6-5 right now, as number 5, Harlan's Bond, I thought could apply some pressure to her. And on the outside, Cinderella's Call is a little chilly on the board as of now. But we want to thank those who have joined us here on FS1. Make sure you jump on over to FS2 as coverage does continue. It's America's Day at the Races. We'll see you over there.
It's Rock Your World in command. Medina Spirit making no progress. And it's going to be Rock Your World to take them all the way in the Santa Anita Derby. He's undefeated and wins by 4.
The Cross Country Pick 5 combines the best racing from New York with top races from around the country in one bet. Find it in your track menu and play every race day. Races are posted weekly at NYRA.com/crosscountry. General admission tickets are on sale now for the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival at Saratoga, June 6th through 9th. Admission is just $10 on Thursday as well as on Sunday for this historic event. Visit BelmontStakes.com/tickets today.
He's a running son of a gun.
Papa Cap now has the advantage.
A graded stakes winning 2-year-old. Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Juvenile runner-up at 2. multiple Grade 1 placings at 3. Finished in the top 4 in 11 out of 12 starts.
And from here on in, it's just a matter of how far. Papa Cap, an easy winner of the best pal.
Papa Cap, standing at Walmack.
Mid-Atlantic May 2-year-olds in training. With a catalog of top juveniles by the nation's top sires, this sale has consistently produced graded stakes winners from around the world and on all surfaces, including Kentucky Derby winner Mage, plus 2024 graded stakes winners Kinza, Linda's Gift, Mendelssohn Bay, and Olivia Darling. The Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic May 2-year-olds in training sale, May 20th and 21st in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
Thanks for tuning in to America's Day at the Races. As always, we are brought to you by America's Best Racing, for the love of the race. Check out americasbestracing.net today. We want to thank you for joining us here for live racing coverage on FS2. I'm Maggie Wolfenhill alongside Jonathan Kinchin. And Jonathan, we do have today's second race here, Belmont at the Big A, coming up next. And we do see a heavy favorite at 7-5 on number 3, Kali Magic. You feeling the magic today?
I mean, look, the horse makes a ton of sense at 7-5. I just thought that the outside horse, the 6, was a little bit more interesting from a betting standpoint. But no, I wouldn't try to talk anyone off of Kali Magic. I just I think that my win money is going to go elsewhere.
All right, as we'll check out, meet the rest of the field. Down on the rail is the late closing number 1, Racing Colors.
Yeah, it broke slowly last time, but has a habit of just getting away from their slow. Not ideal on a racetrack like this.
Amity Island is definitely the outsider in this field.
Yeah, another one just doesn't have any early speed. Just going to have so much ground to make up.
And here is your favorite, Kali Magic, first off the claim for Gustavo Rodriguez.
Yeah, look, I like this horse quite a bit. I love these claim backs. I think when a horse gets claim back, it says a lot about what the connections felt about the horse.
Exactly. Had her just 2 starts ago as Saratoga Kisses. Jimmy Ryerson will send this one off of a win.
Yeah, it comes in off of a win. A little bit shorter of a price than I would prefer for Saratoga Kisses.
Harlan's Bond will return off a quick layoff, and here's number 6, Cinderella's Cause.
Yeah, this is the one I'm going to land on. I think that Kenner Mossie's doing an outstanding job. I like the outside draw. We saw what the outside draw did for Collected Special last time. Just gives you a lot of options, especially on a racetrack like this. I think that this horse, and look, it doesn't have a problem being wide, Cinderella's Cause. Last 2 wins have been wide as ever, getting a hot dog as they're turning for home. I actually had a hot dog yesterday. I guess that's why that's in my brain down at Monmouth. But
I can't tell you the last time I had a hot dog.
Well, I can tell you the last time I did, it was less than 24 hours ago.
Giddy up. If you want to play this race or any others on the program or really any track around the world, you got to do so with a Naira Bets account. If you're not a member, sign up today and get that $200 deposit match bonus when you use promo code MATCH200. Today's races on our program include Belmont at the Big A races 2 through 9. We are off the turf except for the Grade 3 Soaring Softly and Monmouth. They're off the turf too. Their feature is the Serena Song Stakes coming up in race number 8. Seems fitting on Mother's Day, and happy Mother's Day to all the moms watching us. And I know a cat mom at least, Acacia, as we welcome you to the program here. Happy Mother's Day. And what do you got for us here for this race coming up?
Yes, Maggie, I work very hard mothering my cat. He's a lot of work, but no, in all seriousness, a very happy Mother's Day to you and to all of the moms and mother figures out there. A very special day as we'll take a look at your favorite here, starting off with Kali Magic, who coming in just looks the picture of health off the reclaim for Gustavo Rodriguez, typical of Gus's horses, but she was just dappled out from head to toe. Now, I wanted to reserve judgment until I saw her warming up and getting away from the pony. pony. And sometimes just when the tack is a little bit tight, they look a little bit uncomfortable back in the paddock. And once she got moving and went away from the pony and kind of went off in a slow, easy gallop, she really lengthened her stride beautifully and got well underneath of her, given the fact that she has that early speed. And as JK mentioned, that the barn dips back in for her, I think she is a very logical player in here and looks like she's just a horse that's doing very well. But the number 6, Cinderella's Cause, is another one that's doing well. She's trying to make it 3 wins in a row. And though she did win first off the claim for the Cantor-Massey barn, I always like horses the longer that they've been in the barn. It seems like Madkin and Ilkay get a chance to really kind of figure them out, especially horses that maybe have some quirks. And there is a bit of an equipment change today with Cinderella's Cause, who will race with a hood for the first time here, covering her ears, muffling this down. And it's a piece of equipment that the Cantor-Masseys do use relatively often, especially for high energy horses, to keep them settled. And she is a horse that typically gets very sharp prior to her races. She can get very hot, kind of washed out, and it's all typical stuff from her today. But by her standards, she's keeping it under wraps, which I do appreciate. And I think she could get a good trip from the outside, and love her weight off the back of those back-to-back wins. But the 5, Harlan's Bond, is intriguing, stretching back out in distance, as she's not gone this far for quite a long time. She comes back in 7 days, and as I touched on in the first race, with a quick turnaround, I do wish she was carrying a little bit more condition off the back of that quick turnaround, but she is a leggy type. I don't mind her going longer, and expect Flavian to be aggressive, Maggie.
I like that. As we've seen, Flavian Pratt, just since returning back here to New York, JK, just has so much success, as one would expect.
Yeah, I mean, I think even when Flavian first kind of introduced himself to the New York racing scene, I remember a couple of his rides were these like aggressive forward rides where he put horses in the race. And I think it's probably something he just picked up in California. I think California, they just can be a little bit more speedy, a little bit more aggressive from their riding colony. And Flavian brought that when he came here. And he's an outstanding rider. I used to once upon a time say that he was overrated. It's the most wrong I've ever been about anything in racing.
He really is. And what I like most about him is he's just adaptable to whatever a horse needs. He can provide it.
Absolutely. He can. I don't have a problem with him on a speed horse or a horse that's going to come from dead last.
Exactly. As they are heading into line, he is aboard that one right there. Harlan's Bond, coming off the week rest, stretching out. As Acacia said, look for her to possibly be forward in here and maybe wreaking havoc on the favorite, number 3, Kali Magic. Chris Griffin has your call of race 2, Belmont at the Big A.
All set. And they're off. Good break towards the inside from Racing Colors in the early mix, and there's Kali Magic in between horses now to assert. It's Kali Magic who's in front, is up by a full length with Cinderella's Cause from the far outside. Joining this leader, Harlan's Bond in behind them in third. Now a shared third as Saratoga Kisses has some forward momentum and now claims that third position out of the chute, second to last. Racing Colors and Amity Island is the trailer. Kali Magic has the lead. It's Kali Magic and Jose Gomez. They're well clear. 23-4 for the opening quarter mile with Cinderella's Cause. Mild pressure towards the outside from second. Saratoga Kisses at the rail in third. Then comes Harlan's Bond. It's in the fourth position, 3 off the lead. It's another 4 back to the 2 trailers. Racing Colors with Amity Island. They're approaching. 4 furlongs left to go. It's Kali Magic, the favorite. 6-5 in front. 46-4 for that half-mile time. Cinderella's Cause continues to chase Kali Magic. There's still a clear 1-2. Saratoga Kisses now called upon for the effort from third. Harlan's Bond is not cutting into the margin from the back. Here comes the run from Racing Colors. Amity Island's got to pick it up as they get set to reach the top of the stretch, and Kali Magic doing it very nicely. It's Kali Magic who now gets the cue and kicks for home, and Kali Magic is trying to run away from him right now. Cinderella's Cause continues to chase up on the outside. Racing Colors is really the only one making up any ground inside this final furlong. It is all Kali Magic. 16th left to go. Kali Magic is almost there. It's going to be Kali Magic to take them almost all the way. Kali Magic wins it over Cinderella's Cause. Racing Colors up late for third over Saratoga Kisses. In 1 minute 37 flat.
We have a very excited group for Collie Magic getting the win here in Equestrius, but she just had an easy lead. Nobody really challenged her other than Cinderella's calls a little bit early, JK, but she repelled every challenge.
Yeah, I mean, she took control of the race early, and I think on racetracks like this, but dirt racetracks in general, that's where you want to be. If you can get out there, get comfortable on the front end, get the other ones kind of chasing you, you can look. It's just sitting chilly. Jose Gomez was on Collie Magic, not asking for much, while Cinderella's Cause, who was second, Manny Franco, was kind of getting busy from the half-mile pole home. She was much the best in here, the 3 Collie Magic.
3-6-1-4 unofficially, but all about number 3. Collie Magic, Gustavo Rodriguez, has recorded now 3 wins, actually, with this 6-year-old mare, daughter of Akali, and also trainer owned a piece of her as well with Jupiter Stable and Jose Gomez in the irons. Well, that was our second gate to wire winner on the card. Does it make you think anything else about when you go forward through a card and maybe you have a closer in your picks? Do you tend, after 2, is it too early? Do you tend to make decisions?
No, I mean, I think that if you're going to play the game of bias, one of the greatest horse players I know, Mike Maloney, said you got to play that game. If you're going to dance that dance, you got to dance on your toes.
Yeah.
And I think you have to be nimble. You have to be thinking about it, but you don't want to go crazy and start tossing horses that are closers.
Right.
But I think that you don't want to take short prices on horses that are closers. And I don't think it's necessarily like a biased racetrack. I think that all sloppy racetracks or racetracks that are muddy, that have some moisture in them, they favor horses that are forward for various reasons. And so I wouldn't go crazy, but I definitely would upgrade to a certain extent horses that are going to be forwardly placed.
All right, Jose Gomez, all smiles. He'll get his picture taken with Collie Magic, and we will have your results and prices. But Charlie Appleby, always a force to be reckoned with, but it was with the other one in the Grade 2 Man Award, a guy we were just talking about, Flavian Pratt, in the irons. More America's Day at the Races to come.
Monmouth Park summer season rolls on with live racing action every weekend. Monmouth's 2023 season featured our highest average field size since 2015, the perfect recipe for a prolific payday. With a stakes race every Saturday and Sunday, plus our Winter Early Pick 5, Monmouth Park is your summer place to profit. Joining us on site, lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Hey, Polly. Hi, Paul. I don't hear him. If he's. Hey, Paul.
Hey, Mags, what's going on?
Oh, not much. How are you?
Not bad. I brought the weather with me.
Dude, I feel you. Thanks for tuning in to our coverage here on America's Day at the races. 2 in at each track. As always, we were proudly brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. And this time around here, Belmont at the Big A, they went to the favorite as Kali Magic gets another win to the column. 9 career wins in 34 starts, and her last 3 wins have come in the barn of Gustavo Rodriguez and Jose Gomez here. JK just dominant, asserting himself early and getting that early lead.
Yeah, I mean, look, it was a foregone conclusion when they popped away from there clean, and I think when she got comfortable on the backstretch, it was just kind of obvious that she was going to win this race. And even on the turn, you could see that the main competition, the 6 Cinderella's Cause, started being encouraged pretty intently by Manny Franco, and Jose Gomez was still sitting chilly on the winner.
Kali Magic returns 450 for the win over the 6, 1, and 4. As we continue to recap yesterday's stakes-packed card, the Grade 2 Man o' War, Mountain 3/8 on the turf. And yes, Charlie Appleby, he's found out the formula to win a lot of these American graded stakes events on the turf. But going into the race, Nation's Pride was the favorite, but the newly turned 4-year-old, that Silver Knot, he would power away from his stablemate in the end.
Yeah, Silver Knot is an interesting horse, right? I mean, this horse was favored in the 2-year-old juvenile turf race back 3 years ago, or 2 years ago, and then came back last year and had an okay year, probably not the best year that they wanted, but it seems it has really kind of grown up a little bit. It's coming into his own. I think Silver Knot is definitely a horse that, for whatever reason, Charlie Appleby has always felt like he would appreciate American racing. That's why he's been consistently bringing him here for the last couple of years. And he showed up yesterday with some of the olders and showed that he's right there in the mix. I thought he was very impressive in this performance.
He really was, earning a career best buyer too with a 106. I mean, to win a graded stakes race on the turf by 4.5 lengths, you're running.
Yeah, and there's some good horses in there behind him as well, right? I mean, Nation's Pride was in there. I thought Ohana Honor was an interesting one as well. So it wasn't like he just beat up on an average group. He was facing some pretty darn good horses.
Yeah, looking forward to what he may bring to the table for the rest of the turf season, especially here in New York. Hopefully we get to see him again in those nice races up at the spa too. And we will continue our live racing coverage though now and head back down to the Jersey Shore and check in with Paul LaDuca on the set. You look better than Lafitte.
Oh wow, Lafitte's over here saying easy now, Maggie, easy. We don't want Lafitte's feelings to get hurt because we still need him here because he's hurt. His feelings are hurt, Rajiv.
No, it's being too sensitive right now. Take a break, Lafitte. You'll be back in soon enough time.
Yeah, we're giving. Oh, wow. Says the ugly cousin. Wow, we're throwing shots here on America's Day at the Races today. Don't bring your feelings here to the show, but we're going to try to bring you some winners. We'll get to race number 3 in here, Rajiv, and we'll get to the post parade here. We got 5,000 beaten claimers here, and there's a couple horses you looked in the paddock that you really liked in here, the 2 most Cephas, but we'll go through as you see a wide open betting board.
Yeah, this is a great betting race. A lot of different angles that you can go, and you can tell because of the difference. It's only a few points between the favorite and the last one, but we're going to start off the post trade with number 1 High Tone Orlando Boca Chica coming off a layoff.
Yeah, the 2 will go through. Mosifis. Mary Suri had 2 wins yesterday, and this is the horse you liked in the paddock.
Yeah, number 3 Notion to Tap It is a late closer who got shut off last time.
Under the gun, probably will sit in the best position. Been drawing some really outside slots, so probably be better today.
Yeah, Crafty Don, number 5, is going to be one of the speed horses that's going to try to challenge most Cephas early.
Yeah, Madison Oliver will go through with the 6 here. Getting bet a tiny bit here from 15-1 down to 7-1.
Yeah, on the outside is Saponara with Louis Rivera up. One of the horses that would be a contentious pace factor, at least early.
So we got 7 going to post to race number 3. Starts your 50-cent pick 3. If you're live in your early pick 5s, good luck. But we got to take a break. When we come back, we'll get race number 3 to you from here at America's Day at the Races from the Jersey Shore.
Connect, a Grade 1 winning millionaire. making his mark as a sire with Rattle and Roll, a Grade 1 winning 2-year-old, and multiple graded stakes winner. Graded stakes winning 2-year-olds Hidden Connection and Whitwater's Rand. Graded stakes winning 3-year-old Implicated. Connect, a proven sire in the making, standing at Lane's End Farm.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races on a beautiful, not beautiful, but a little rainy, but the rain has cleared up here at Monmouth Park on a Mother's Day. To all your mothers out there, happy Mother's Day. We wish you the best day, and may your day be pampered. That's right. This is the one day, Mom, you could ask for anything you want. You should be able to get. Okay, race number 3 here at Monmouth Park, Rajiv. We're looking at the 2-horse in here, and I think we're getting good value here at 9-2.
Yeah, Mosifus is the one that I end up picking. The 9-2 is a good value. But the reason why I picked this horse is he is the speed of the speed. He's drawn on the inside. Jockey Carlos Hernandez, we saw him win a race yesterday. Hot trainer Mario Serre had 2 winners on the card. And I just think that this horse is going to go out there, secure the rail position, kind of like what we saw in the race number 2. And he's going to lead them for hopefully all the way.
Yeah, for a lot of people that don't know, this horse has been running at Charlestown, which is in West Virginia, and it's a half-mile track, so they run 4.5 furlong races there. So you have to be very, very fast. So most of the time when Charlestown horses come to, bigger tracks, they really show their speed. So I'm with Rajiv. I think the 2 will be the speed just because he is fast. And his trainer won 2 races yesterday, and sometimes he's stretched his horse out to the 6 furlongs. Now, the 4 under the gun is the horse to beat when you look at his resume. He's been drawing some really tough slots at Oaklawn, meaning he's been outside and making some loosen ground. But you made a good point. Every time he gets to the stretch, he kind of loses ground in the stretch.
Well, that's the chink in his armor. Look, on paper, he looks like the horse that should be the favorite because he's been running against tougher competition. He last raced in a 10,000 claimer. Today he's cut in half. He's down to a 5,000 claimer. So it makes sense on paper. The one thing I don't like about him is in the stretch is usually the worst part of the races for him. He's accustomed to fading in the stretch like you see in his last 4 races. So the comment lines reads empty, weakened, backed up, gave way. Those are the comment lines in 4 of his last 5 races. Was a different competition today, lesser competition. That might make him have a little more gas in the tank in the stretch, but we'll wait and see.
He is the one horse so far in short, obviously, sample that has come from Oaklawn Park. I think you need to pay attention where these horses are coming from, so we'll see how that works out. The 3, Notion to Tap It. The other Mario Serre runner, when you look at his 2 punch here. He's got the 2 and the 3. He's got the horse that's going to go to the front, and this horse kind of comes from behind.
Yeah, they complement each other's running style. And when you look at Notion to Tap It, he actually had a tough trip last time. He was shot off at the 16 pole when he was making his best run late. The horse that actually shut him off was disqualified and placed behind him, so there was some obvious interference there. He is the horse that's going to best capitalize from a pace meltdown. If the early speed horses tangle up too much and we see a pace meltdown, he's the most likely closer that would be able to capitalize on that.
Abno Boca Chica's on the 1. Are we missing something here? Because I'm not in love with this horse at 7-2. Does have a couple placings on wet surfaces.
He hasn't run in a long time. He hasn't raced since October 9, 2023. However, when he was running against much tougher competition. His form line has a lot of allowance races, albeit in state-bred New York breds, but he's also run at the $16,000 claimer and had success there. So if he didn't have such a long layoff, he would be potentially the favorite in this race. Now, what version of High Tone shows up today? That's left to be told. And he's going to probably need one of his better races to have a shot to win.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, when you look at these two horses, I picked the 4, Rajiv picked the 2. They're the 2 horses in here that got 2 wins on wet surfaces. So we'll see how it plays out. We'll go to Matt Dinnerman. Like I said, good luck in your early pick 4s and your early pick 5 plays.
2 back, equal justice for all. Into the outside, Saponara. Saponara to round out the field. We're ready to go. And Lay off. Under the gun broke swiftly today. Saponara has speed as well from the inside. That's Mosifus. And Mosifus takes back to the 3rd position as the top pair square off on the lead. High Tone, the gray horse, coming back to him. He's 6 or 7 lengths off the speedsters down the backstretch. Crafty Dawn is next with Notion to Tap It. And Equal Justice for All at the back of the pack as they approach the 4-turn run. Battle on the lead. Under the gun at 4-5 has company. Saponara right there matching him into the turn. They've streaked 4 lengths ahead of Mosifus, who's in the 3rd position, sent along losing ground, going in the wrong direction. High Tone slips inside of him, claims the 3rd position as they round the turn. Notion to Tap It getting underway as 6 lengths to gain, gets to the outside as they come to the top of the lane. Battle continues on the lead. The favorite Under the Gun putting away Saponara. Here comes High Tone up the inside. Under the Gun asked to sprint for the finish now, kicks on a length in front. High Tone moving forward on the inside, has a chance to beat the big favorite. Under the Gun digging in gamely. High Tone inside finding his best stride. High Tone to the front now. High Tone to the winner's circle. High Tone and Abno Boca Chica over Under the Gun. Notion to Tap It was 3rd and Mosifus ran 4th.
Well, good ride here by Abno Boca Chica on the 1. High Tone, who got up the rail, and you could see Isaac Castillo on the 4 was trying to implore his horse to finish the horse on the outside. Then he pointed his horse on the inside. He knew his competition here late, Rajiv.
Yeah, well, Isaac Castillo on the 4, he was very aggressive early. He wanted the lead, and that ended up being what did him in late because he got into a tough speed duel. High Tone was able to sit on the rail, let them duke it out, and capitalize on an absolutely perfect ground-saving trip.
Yeah, so a little bit of an upset here in race number 3, Maggie. We'll go back to you. And by the way, happy Mother's Day, Mags.
Paul, I really appreciate that. I feel like the special day. I don't know, but all moms should feel special on this day and hope that they all get to be spoiled a bit as we'll take a look here at our 3rd race here at Belmont at the Big A. It is an optional allowance claimer for the fillies and mares. 6.5 furlongs. Everyone loves Linda going by there. Here's Mosienko.
Yeah, Mosienko is another one. Has some talent, but doesn't necessarily have the style we've seen have success so far today.
That's very true. As I'm Buzzy, kind of a mid-pack horse herself.
Yeah, another one that's going to probably want to be a little bit closer considering the way this racetrack's played so far.
That feels like a big price on Starship Defiant, who does have credentials.
Yeah, this is a horse that really feels like should appreciate this distance, this situation, cutting back from the 7 furlongs.
Speaking of liking the track, that could be Fra Diablo.
Yeah, I like Fra Diablo. I don't know about Diablo. Another one that has some speed drawn towards the outside should take advantage of that.
And shipping in from Maryland for Brittany Russell is My Flicker.
Yeah, another one that maybe just a taste too slow. Doesn't have the ideal style as well. Was closing into a slow pace last time. Want to give a little extra credit for that.
Well, as Masienko is named for the hockey player because she is by hat trick, we welcome in our biggest hockey fan on the program. That's Richard Migliore. Mig, welcome to the show. What can you tell us about the venerable Masienko?
Well, first off, happy Mother's Day to you, Maggie, and all the mothers out there, and especially to my beautiful wife, Carmela. Happy Mother's Day. The toughest and greatest job in the history of the world, being a mom. So, Mosienko, yeah. Mosienko actually scored a hat trick against the Rangers in 21 seconds, 3 goals in 21 seconds. I love those clever names being by hat trick. I'm always impressed with Mosienko, the horse. She's 7 years old. She holds her condition so well. Dennis Laumann has really done an amazing job with her, and she's earned over $640,000. She looks great. I'm a fan of hers. It gives me an opportunity to talk about Mosienko and that accomplishment. But the horse that really stands out from a physical perspective is the 4 Starship Defiant. I'm actually shocked this horse is as big a price as she is. David Jacobson's horses, when they look this good, tend to run extremely well. She's my top selection. She's dappled out completely. She's got dapples up on her ears, Maggie, and she just could not look any more healthy than she does. And I think she makes sense on paper as well, so she checks both boxes, right? When we're looking at horses from a physical perspective, we're also trying to match up what we think they're capable of doing on the racetrack. Starship Defiant checks both those boxes. And then another horse that really looks good, carries great weight. You can see the influence from her sire, Cloud Computing, BMI McLean's music, Thick Solid. Fra Diablo just could not look any better. Typical Mike Maker runner. I heard you talk about that the other day, Maggie, how his horses are big, solid individuals, and this is no different here with this filly. Really making a nice impression with Dylan Davis, but I'm all about Starship Defiant.
You've got a friend, Richie, indeed, as JK going with a Starship Defiant. And we actually saw her price halved when Richie was talking about her. Now she's at her 9-2 morning line. But Starship Defiant outside, I thought, JK, of at least in her current form cycle, outside of the try at Oaklawn, her races are good and they make her a major player.
Yeah, and look, she's got the style that gives me some comfort today. She's drawn towards the outside, or at least in the middle of the field. She's not down on the inside, and she'll be able to potentially pop away from there and set outside of horses. But her pace figures also suggest that she could be able to take a little bit of pressure. There's a couple of other horses in here that might want to be forward, and I do trust that she can handle a little bit of that pressure as well.
All right, as number 2, Masienko, she's been kind of trading favoritism between herself and the 5, but let's take a look back here at one of her efforts. I believe this was December 17th when she was able to pull off the win and run down Quick Money, who was loose on the lead.
Yeah, she's definitely capable of getting a win in here. Like we said, it's just the style is not ideal for this racetrack.
Yeah.
But I will say this. Often when situations like this happen where the racetrack starts to feel like you want to be forward, sometimes the instructions from trainers and owners and the riders' decisions are to be a little bit more forward, and that can sometimes backfire. They can go too fast, trying to take advantage of what they felt like might be a racetrack that you want to be forward, and it could set up perfectly for a horse like Mosienko. So I don't dislike the horse as an individual. I'm not crazy about the price considering the circumstances.
I definitely understand where you're coming from, and that's a good point to bring up, that people start to get aggressive according to the way the track might be playing. As we'll take a look here at number 1. I just think it's so fitting that Linda Rice now trades. Everyone loves Linda. She is coming off the back of a win.
Yeah, absolutely, and she's run well since switching to Linda's barn, but she ran well prior to that as well. The thing about her, I think, that gives me the most pause is that she does have some speed, she does have that style that you want, but she's drawn on the inside with some other capable horses to her outside, so she's going to have to kind of be dictated to rather than doing the dictating, and then that's a little bit of a concern to me.
And then before that, she shipped down to Maryland and was beaten by the outside runner who now has to do the shipping in My Flicker.
Yeah, and she set a pretty slow pace that race too, so there wasn't really an excuse. It's hard to come up with an excuse for her getting beat that day.
Yeah, and I kind of felt like last time too, the track was kind, though, to speed. Now, might see that again.
Might see that again, absolutely. But, you know, look, it's interesting to see just from a dynamic standpoint what Eric decides to do from down there. I mean, he's got to probably send away. There's no reason to take a horse back who likes to be on the front end and put him in behind horses, has to send away from there. But it really just depends on is Everyone Loves Linda, the one horse, going to get pressure from these horses towards the outside. And with the racetrack, you know, the two early races being won by horses that were forward, you start to wonder, you know, are the riders starting to take notice to that? And is there going to be a heightened level of aggression in this third race?
Yeah, and sometimes we're critical of Eric Cancel not being aggressive, but I think looking at Everyone Loves Linda's form, that's not the truth. And I feel like as of late, he has been more aggressive. In a race I was watching a couple days ago, I mean, he beat Irad to the lead and then kicked dirt in his horse's face. Like, you know, outgamed him to the front end.
He just, honestly, though, it's funny. Eric, he picks on Irad, especially on social media. He's always scaring him in the jocks room. He does these little videos where he sneaks up on Irad when Irad's maybe taking a nap, and Eric will jump scare him. It's actually pretty funny. Great content.
Wait, he posts that on Twitter or X?
Yeah, like I've seen it on Instagram, on Eric's Instagram,
okay.
where he'll sneak up behind Irad and like yell "boo" in his ear, and Irad it's funny.
Eric's got his number. I like that. That's pretty funny. I love it. Masienko now 2-1 as Fra Diablo. She's going to be a problem for Everyone Loves Linda. She could be the fastest of the fast, so she's turning back a bit from the 7 to the 6.5. And Chris Griffin will bring you the call here of race number 3 from Belmont at the Big A.
Thank you very much. Starship Defiant moving forward. Frau Diablo, My Flicker last to load. Here's My Flicker. What up? Goes in. All set. And they're off. Good speed from Starship Defiant in between horses. Frau Diablo goes right with her. They're going to be a clear 1-2 here in the early stages. At the rail there is Everyone Loves Linda. Out wider in the lime sleeves, that's My Flicker, who's going to track in fourth. Second to last, Mosienko, the trailer. I'm Buzzy. They're chasing Frau Diablo. Frau Diablo's got the lead, is up by a full length. It's Frau Diablo at 9-5 and Starship Defiant in full pursuit, 22 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile. Everyone Loves Linda towards the inside is still third. Waiting for room here down towards the inside in those red silks and out wider. Here's the run from My Flicker. Mosienko's gotten closer from fifth. Is only 2 off the lead. The trailer late running I'm Buzzy. They are well into the far turn now and they're still chasing Frau Diablo. Frau Diablo's got the lead. Everyone Loves Linda. Eric Cancel just waiting for room here. Mosienko following that move. They're down towards the inside. Starship Defiance all in. My Flicker, same can be said. They reach the top of the stretch and there's the scene for Everyone Loves Linda, who's ready to pounce on this leader. It's Frau Diablo in front, but Everyone Loves Linda is now cut loose, and Everyone Loves Linda has taken the lead. Inside the final furlong, Everyone Loves Linda. My Flicker continues to chase I'm Buzzy from far, far out of it. Everyone Loves Linda is almost there. My Flicker going to try one final time. I'm Buzzy far outside. Everyone Loves Linda wins it. Everyone Loves Linda, My Flicker, I'm Buzzy, and Mosienko in 1 minute 17 and 1.
Winning not the way she has been as of late, but Everyone Loves Linda gets her second win in a row. And while she didn't make the lead, and Dylan Davis seeming intent with Fra Diablo, JK, she was content to rate with Eric, and he had a ton of horse.
Yeah, I mean, it was a very mature ride by Eric and a very mature ride by a run by Everyone Loves Linda, just to kind of sit in there and be patient, not to be her own worst enemy by fighting the rider, you know, upset she didn't make the lead or him being intent on making the lead from that inside post. He just sat chilly in behind those horses, let it kind of materialize, and as they turned for home, he kind of, you know, tipped out, got into that 2-path, and then just slowly kind of ground down the leader, Fra Diablo.
Dylan seemed to be struggling a bit there with Fra Diablo, who did go fairly quick. 6.5s are somewhat tough to judge because of the run-up distance, but she was disappointed in the end. It looked as though she wanted to start lugging in, and ultimately, I think, finished last.
Yeah, I mean, look, she got tired, but she did some running early. She popped away from there and was pretty aggressive in getting that position, and then she turned away the other speed horse that was sitting right off outside of her, the horse that Richie and I both picked, the Ford Starship Defiant, sat right outside the 5, and if you look at the final 4 here, it came 1-6-3-2 in that superfecta with the 5 and the 4, the 2 pace horses being out of it, so it's a pretty good indication that the pace was honest.
But also great performance by Everyone Loves Linda because she was right off of it. So really good performance at 9-2, getting the win. Eric Cancel up for Linda Rice and Red Storm Stable. Speaking of which, Linda Rice, she's done pretty good with that sprinter. Joey Freshwater, as he was dominant and backing things up for his 4-year-old season in the Run Happy.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
Spandarella could not have been more impressive.
The sun shines bright on this value sire.
Fair down 25, fair down 25, fair down. Thank you. Right here, 525,000.
Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
America's Day at the Races rolls along with you as Everyone Loves Linda was a winner in today's 3rd race from Belmont at the Big A. And she is guided into the winner's circle by Eric Cancel, winning rider up for Linda Rice and Red Storm Stable.
Yeah, look, I think this is still proof that you want to be forwardly placed. She wasn't on the lead, but she was sitting right in that pocket position off of the leaders. And when she got out of that little pocket position as they turned for home, she was. It was just about a matter of how far she was going to win by. She was always in control.
Yeah, talking through some quick fractions there set by Fra Diablo, your post-time favorite. She tired and started lugging in and allowed the closers to rally behind Everyone Loves Linda, including My Flicker and I'm Buzzy. But Everyone Loves Linda got the jump and returns 1180 to her backers. JK, what was your favorite part about being at Monmouth yesterday for opening day?
I gotta say, I mean, the hot dog was good. It was like a.
So best racetrack hot dog you've ever had?
Well, I'm not like a racetrack
Connoisseur.
hot dog guy, but yeah, I mean, I was starving before we worked, and I saw Max's, and I was like, I've heard of this place, and so I went ahead and grabbed, like, it's called the My Pig or Pig something. It was basically cheese and bacon on a hot dog.
Oh my God, I'm so hungry right now that I
I
would eat that at this point.
It was nice. I enjoyed it. And then, like, hanging out in the picnic area, there's just, like, all those, all the smells, right? All the people
barbecue,
are grilling, and
yeah.
that looked like it was a lot of fun. And I'm trying to think what else. That was those. It's a fun place. My first Belmont I ever went to, the day after the Belmont, I took the Sea Streak, the actual, not the horse that won yesterday, but the actual ferry. I took it down to like, I think it goes like Sandy Hook Beach or something like that, and then it's like a short little 20-minute Uber or whatever. And it's a lot of fun. It's a fun way to travel from Manhattan down to Monmouth. And so it was a hunch play, I think, for probably a few people when that horse won yesterday.
Did you have that horse?
No, I didn't.
Come on, man. Anyway, well, some people forgot about Joey Freshwater actually yesterday in the Run Happy, as we had Straight No Chaser returning for the first time in nearly a year. He would stumble at the break, JK, and therefore had to rush up, and it just set things up for a horse that was going to come from off of it.
Yeah, it felt like a two-horse race on paper when I looked at it yesterday. I thought Straight No Chaser was going to be tough. Just ran so fast last year on a number of occasions. But when they broke slowly, I thought, look, Straight No Chaser still ran well considering what happened. But Joey Freshwater was that other horse, and Joey Freshwater took advantage of that situation and ran extremely well. And it feels like the type of horse that's going to continue to progress on into some of these bigger type sprint races we'll see throughout the year, whether it's the True North that will be run up in Saratoga on Belmont Stakes Festival Week, or if it's going to be something maybe a little bit later in the summer. I thought that Joey Freshwater ran well considering the circumstances.
Yeah, he was a claim way back when for Linda Rice, and Winning Move stable. Jose Lascano up 90%. Maddie would make it a little close in the end, just denying Butch Reed for his second stakes win on the card, as he, of course, take the bogey, as well as we'll bring in Richie Migliori for his thoughts on this Run Happy. Mig, Joey Freshwater, we wondered going in, was that last race a fluke? But he certainly solidified it yesterday.
Absolutely, Maggie. Joey Freshwater backed that effort up with another big effort. I do think there is one thing in common with both efforts. He was drawn outside yesterday, 5 of 5. And he just seems like a horse that, not that he's incapable of running inside, he's just more comfortable when he's able to find his stride outside of horses, allows the rider to put the bit in his mouth, level off nicely. He's not slow, so he's tactical. I'm a fan of the horse. I really was impressed with him last year as a 3-year-old. It just seems to me like he's getting bigger and stronger as he's getting older and developing. I was talking with Linda Rice about him, and she agrees about him being outside. Just he seems just a bit more comfortable, and the next objective for him is the True North. And right now, with the retirement of kind of the heavy heads or the big names from last year, we're still looking for someone to kind of seize control of this division. Obviously, Skelly is probably the leader in the clubhouse at the moment. Joey Freshwater is not far away.
Yeah, he definitely showed that he belongs with some of the top sprinters in the country, and he definitely took, I think, that next step forward from 3 to 4 years old. And like I said, he was claimed by Linda Rice and her owners for $50,000, one of those Churchill Downs out of Kentucky claims going back to November of 2022, and he has done nothing but be a real runner for his connections, now banking nearly $500,000. We are back over at Monmouth, and horses on the track for today's 4th race there. We check back in with Paul and the crew.
Thanks, Maggie. As you've seen, their horses are turning around here for race number 4 here at Monmouth Park. Sloppy and Sealed. The 1 goes through Mundo Mix. Here is the 2 Austin from Boston.
Yeah, this one coming off a win last time for the Mario Serre barn.
Practical Coach is going to go through for Wilfred Vasquez. This horse is taking a little money here at 3-1.
Yeah, and here's number 4, Eben, Claudio Gonzalez. He's a speed horse of this speed here.
Spotted Bull, scratch the 5 in here. Spotted Bull for Fernando Hara. Been an honest horse here for Dan Ward.
Yeah. Here's number 6, Terms and Conditions. Broke the post parade, getting a little bit of antsy out there. Keep an eye on that one.
Motion to Strike, the 8, Robert Falcone. This is a horse that comes in from Aqueduct, been at Fairgrounds. Right now, your favorite with Haro Rendon aboard.
Yeah, number 9, Afternoon Heat, completes the field. David Jacobson, Isaac Castillo. This horse is one of the closers. He'd be hoping for a fast pace up front.
Yeah, the 9's a confusing horse to get to the 9. This is a horse that at one time ran in 1,000-yard races at Los Alamitos. If you're not familiar with that, they mix some of those races with quarter horses. kind of crazy. And like the song says, it never really rains in Southern California. So Afternoon Heat by Unusual Heat, although some of those Unusual Heats can get an off track, is going to try an off track for the second time. Okay, let's get to some of the contenders in here. You like the 3 a little bit in here, Practical Joke at first. Tell us why.
Well, this is the reason I picked Practical Joke is he was on a nice run, winning 2 of his 3 races until his last race when he didn't show up with his best performance. He was further back than usual in a fast-paced race. Today, they slapped the blinkers on. And usually when they put the blinkers on, it's to give them more focus, more aggression. And I feel like they're going to revert back to those tactics of getting him involved in the pace, sitting just off the pace, if not on the lead, which I think would be a good strategy to win this race.
As you see my selections on the 8. To get back to the 3, it's confusing because if you look at the 3's PPs, which are past performances, his 3 starts with blinkers. He ran first, and second. I don't know why they took him off. Now, there might have been some issue. I don't know. But they took him off in his last race, and he just did not perform. So I can understand exactly where you're going there, Rajiv, with the 3, with the blinkers going right back on. And he's got kind of a full cut blinker, so it's kind of weird that they took him off last time. Now to the 8 in here, taking the money, Motion to Strike. You know, it's really hard to gauge where the horses are coming from. This is a horse that's been well-traveled. He's run here at Monmouth before last year, went to Delaware, Fairgrounds, started his 2024 debut at Fairgrounds, then last time at Aqueduct. He's run here before and had some success. Where do you figure him here?
Well, the reality is when horses come from New York, a circuit, to Monmouth, was more of a secondary circuit, they usually get a lot of higher expectations. So Motion to Strike would be looking like a horse with a good shot based on that. However, he didn't do much running in his last race at the 12,500 claiming level. He was 4th, beaten 5 lengths with a slight stumble at the start. Today he steps up in class to a starter allowance race, which means that he's no longer in a claiming race. He's in a race where no one could get claimed, an allowance race. So usually this is where people want to protect their better horses. I feel like it's a step up for him in class, coming off a race that was subpar to what it would take to win this race. I'm surprised he's the favorite.
Yeah, he kind of is what he is, right? He kind of... he kind of runs, you see in the same movie, right? 68 buyers, 70 buyers, 74 buyers, 72. He's like kind of always right there. And maybe I think that's good enough to win here. The 2 in here, Austin from Boston, I think is the horse that probably benefits the most from the rain. Just came off a win on a sloppy racetrack, Rajiv. But both of his wins, or 2 of his wins are 5.5 furlongs. It's almost like he's pressing it going 6 furlongs.
Yeah, his better wins are at a little shorter distance at 5.5. He did break his maiden at 6 furlongs by 4 lengths. However, he's taken a massive hike up in class. He won a $5,000 claimer, condition claimer last time. To go up into a starter allowance, it's about a 5-class hike. 5 level of class hikes. So he's taking a big jump up in class. He's getting bet strongly. He was 8-1 on the morning line. He's bet down to 6-1. I thought that he would be more of a double-digit odds in this field.
Since we're getting a really, really strong walk around here, we can cover some more horses. The 7 here, Terms and Conditions. The other Robbie Falcone horse. This is a horse that, you know, I know it's been off since August, but did run at Saratoga, and it seems like if you just stepped your feet at Saratoga, you ended up winning.
Yeah, he has a lot of back class. He won a $25,000 condition claimer by 9 lengths in Aqueduct. That was last April, over a year ago. He hasn't run since August last Saratoga. His back races would make him very competitive in here. However, he hasn't run in such a long time. We don't know what version of this horse is going to show up. one of the things about Robert Falcone, he's a trainer that wins at a very high percentage. He's very good at the layoff. He wins at 20% on 180 days or more layoff, which this horse is on. He's not my cup of tea. I don't like to pick horses off long layoffs, especially when there's good alternatives in the race. One of the horses that I would want to take a good look at is number 4, Eben. He goes out for the Claudio Gonzalez, the former leading trainer at Monmouth Park last year. This horse has a lot of speed. Didn't do much running in his last race, but it's a first time for this new trainer. He looks good on the track, and he's getting bet pretty well.
Yeah. I mean, this is just there's so many different ways you can go in here. The 7, that race, that 83-80 buyer on a wet surface sticks right out at 10-1. I'll stick with the 8 at 7-2. Rajiv is on the 3 in here, Practical Coach, but good luck whatever you have. And you got a little bit of an upset in that last race for your pick 5. You got an upset in race number 1, so hopefully you're still alive. Let's go to the track announcer here at Monmouth Park, Matt Dinnerman, for race number 4.
Motion to strike. An afternoon heat to the outside post. We're ready to go. And we're off. Evans sent hard for speed. Practical Joke being asked to giddy up early. Motion to strike in that mix of horses as well. He's quickest. Motion to strike with Eben and Practical Coach. These 3 hook up down the backstretch. Austin from Boston, offensive-minded, moving forward on the inside. Snatches a narrow lead from Practical Coach, who's a neck off, hounding from the outside. Motion to strike in the 3rd position. Eben not quick enough to go with the front 3 and is now back and forth between horses. Mundo Mix to the inside of him going into the turn. Then afternoon heat caught 4 deep. Turns and conditions 3 wide. These 2 moving. They're 4 lengths off the pace, and Spotted Bull is dropped to be the trailer as they round the forward turn, approaching the quarter pole. Austin from Boston inside. Practical Coaches right there. Motion to strike is 3 wide as they come off the turn. Austin from Boston maintains a narrow lead coming down the lane. Eben is making a move up the rail. Here he comes with his rally. Furlong to go. Austin from Boston being swarmed on both sides. Eben continues that sustained run, and Practical Coach. Austin from Boston extremely determined today. Eben's trying to tag him late. It's going to be tight. Photo finish. Maybe Austin from Boston on the outside involved in the photo with Eben. It got tight. Practical Coach was right there. Austin from Boston, very game, involved in that photo.
Well, Carlos Hernandez and Mario Serre do it again, and wow. Matt Dinnerman called it right on the nose. Austin from Boston was not going to be denied, Rajiv.
What a game performance from Austin from Boston. Didn't even see him as a early pace factor. They changed tactics with him, gunned him out of there today, and this horse just kept on finding more. You know, this horse is now 2 wins and 2 seconds from 4 wet track races. And Paulie, you did point this out before. He looks like a horse that will relish the goings. This is something to keep an eye on him going forward. Whenever it rains, that's Austin from Boston's game.
Yeah, crazy. I mean, finally gets this win at 6 furlongs. But Austin from Boston gets the job done for Mario Serre and Carlos Hernandez. But when we get back, you see the horses getting ready for a big pick 6 carryover. America's Day at the Races. We'll be back soon.
War of Will, that's a photo for the win.
Freedom and a photo there, and a photo down. 400,000 to back. Thank you.
War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
For centuries, the bond between horse and human has been forged in trust and hands-on care. Now the sport of thoroughbred racing is combining those timeless traditions with cutting-edge technology to raise our standards of equine safety to the highest level. Wearable biometric devices measure subtle changes in a horse's stride to help optimize safety and performance. State-of-the-art imaging technology helps pinpoint areas of potential concern for early intervention by expert veterinarians. And the sport's new independent regulator, the Horse Racing Integrity and Safety Authority, is using AI and enhanced data modeling to help prevent injury.
Opening quarter mile was a quick one.
From sunrise to sunset, there's an ecosystem of trust and care and a commitment to well-being. So win or lose, it's safety that runs first. To learn more, visit safetyrunsfirst.com.
Welcome back to the program here on FS2. It's America's Day at the Races, and we are brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. You can even do it from Manhattan. As we are back here in South Ozone Park, Queens, though, it's Belmont at the Big A, and a claiming 35 coming up next, going the mile. This one for the Colts and Geldings, who have never won 3 races, and we'll bring you a post parade on tape delay as we are 6 minutes out from the start of this one, and we'll kick things off with a stretch out for the Rob Atras barn as he's looking for his second win on the card. Kendrick Carmouche aboard.
Yeah, this horse feels like one that might appreciate a little bit of added distance, gets the inside draw on Kendrick.
All right, was wired by upside potential last time out. I thought ran unwillingly and kind of gave the impression that longer shouldn't be a problem. Rob has good numbers with it, but here's your favorite, Harvard.
Yeah, another horse that maybe I'll appreciate a little bit of a shorter distance. Went 9 furlongs last time, back to the mile, 2 back. He ran pretty well.
You mean to tell me you didn't go to Harvard?
No.
Maybe a lot of people did at 3-1. Number 3, Big Save going by is a price. Here's a odd horse, and number 4, Mo Rewards.
It's one of those horses is like his turf numbers absolutely make him legit in here, but can he match those on the dirt?
And then Mike Maker enters him for the dirt as Magianera looks to be a short price. He went by. Best bet, get some speed from him.
Yeah, I wasn't crazy about this horse. He's had a couple of good races for Brad Cox, but then Brad dropped him for 16. I don't trust him.
Blinkers going on Ski Country.
Yeah, I thought the blinkers could make a little bit of a difference. This horse was pretty far back last time.
And number 8, Pineapple Man, second off the Michelle Giangiulio claim.
Yeah, one that I thought was interesting. I thought ran well, 2 back, and then didn't run particularly well first time for Michelle, but that was going a little bit shorter. Maybe the mile is exactly what they needed.
I don't trust him, but he'll beat me at 5-1. But let's take a look back here at number 2, Harvard. We'll look at his race 2 back when he was in for the 50, and last time just way over his head. But this race, I thought kind of got a little bit of a passive ride from Isaac Castillo, and he gave up kind of precious position going into the turn. It does rally on late.
Yeah, wasn't an ideal trip. He kind of got, he got a little mixed up back there, and I think that definitely had something to do with it. And that was his, first time, second off of a break. He was stretching out, so, maybe even a little bit short there. They ultimately, I don't think the distance is going to be a problem if they felt like the 9 furlongs was even an option last time. Didn't work out. I think that maybe, 4th off of a break with a little bit of a better trip, the rider change, I'm thinking that might make the difference.
I know who went to Harvard on our show. Richard Migliori. Meg?
Yeah, Harvard would be pretty lofty aspirations for me. I did finish the 9th grade, though, and then I went to the University of Belmont Park, 46 years now at Belmont. They've given me residency, Maggie. And guess what? I did graduate with honors, but I like Harvard, the horse. I think that he's finally getting into the right distance for the right price. I feel like it's that Goldilocks effect. Everything is just right. A 1 1/8 last time, was involved in a fast pace for a 1 1/8 at Aqueduct, and he was facing Ben Doog. Ben Doog, I think, is going to be a player in the older horse division this year. Beautiful horse trained by Bill Mott. I just think the little bit of a turn back to the mile. You get Ramon Vasquez, who a lot of people in New York might not be as familiar with, but a very good rider, has done extremely well at Oaklawn Park and other places. I think a very welcome addition to a very deep jockey colony already. But I like Harvard. Looks fantastic from a physical perspective. I tried the David Jacobson runner last race because I loved the way she looked, and his horses tend to run to their looks. I'm going to stick with that because this horse, I think, looks good on paper, looks good in the flesh. And then Magia Nera beats Black Magic or Black Art in Italian. He looks fantastic. He won last time. It was a voided claim. He was very game, but I couldn't get him past him physically. He was just an outstanding-looking individual. So as I'm looking, you've got the 2 Harvard as your favorite and the 5 second choice, and these are the 2 I'm talking about. But I will say, physically, they are standouts.
Always good to hear, Richie, from the favorites at least. And I cannot say Magianera like he said it, so I don't know. It just sounded much better when he said it, right?
Oh, yeah. I had no shot. I was going to just call this horse the 5 horse for a remainder of the day.
And obviously, the dam being Jet Black Magic. That's where they got that name from. But that's where you're going to land in here, JK.
Yeah, look, this is a wide open race. I think if you're taking a look at this pick 6, we mentioned this $86,000 carryover. I thought this was one of the toughest races in the sequence where, I try not to hit the all button. I think it's kind of a lazy move, and I feel like there's got to be a couple in there you don't like. I thought this was a very, very spready race. I wouldn't talk anyone off the 1. I wouldn't talk anyone off the 7, the 8. I think they all make a ton of sense, but ultimately I landed on the 5, who I just felt like kind of had the most tactical speed. You get Manny Franco, but at the same time, in a race where there's a lot of horses that are kind of floating around that 3-1, 5-1, 4-1 range, I'm not crazy about the 5 at a short price, but I do think he's the most likely winner.
Let's talk a little bit about number 7 in here, Ski Country. You mentioned him as an interesting proposition. I remember that comeback race and first start from Michelle Nevin that he opened up favorite in that field. Now, of course, he would drift up to be about 8-1 in that same race as Harvard, and he didn't break that well. Then he kind of started climbing from the kickback when being behind the pace and never really recovered. But Michelle Nevin's horses usually need a start, whether they're debuters or their horses off layoffs, and he was coming off an extended one. I wonder if he can run a bit better, and he's a generous 12-1 right now.
Yeah, you mentioned coming in off of a break. He comes in off of 286 days prior to that last start. So there's all the excuses in the world that you need to explain why it was just a little bit flat. And was extremely wide all the way around there, didn't have a good trip. Now, gets the blinkers on, and you're looking at second start for Michelle Nevin. Maybe they learned something. Maybe they figured something out, and maybe there is an opportunity for this horse to take another step forward. Like I said, not one I would try to talk anyone off of.
Yeah, like you said, there's many ways to go here, and I think, I wanted to kind of come out and see what price Mo Rewards was on the board, right? Because I felt like if he was going to be less than that morning line, then there's a story, there's a buzz, there's reason to be optimistic about this guy.
Well, there's Mo Rewards reminds me of some of this thought, right? Where when you talk about the Derby, can this horse get a mile and a quarter? Well, they're all going to get a mile and a quarter,
right?
But it's how well they can do it.
Yeah.
They're all going to run on the dirt.
Yeah.
But it's how fast they're going to do it. And I think that can also be kind of distilled down to a certain extent with Mo Rewards is he might just be better than these horses. So while he might not, quote, be handling the dirt as well as he needs to to match his total potential, it could be good enough still to beat these horses. And that's the tricky part with horses that are, turf horses that are running on the dirt. It's not like Mike Maker isn't a sharp trainer.
Right.
It's not like he's going to just, hey, what the heck? Let's just run the horse on the dirt, even though we know that he can't. You'd like to think that he must think that there is at least some opportunity for this horse to run well.
It doesn't look as though he's been in his barn, obviously, that long. Just ran out in Santa Anita April 20th, but did get a work in over the Belmont training track. And, I kind of wish I was down there. I could go back to Richie, but we're a little close to post time now because he's a horse that when he last ran in New York, I didn't like the way he looked. And he didn't run that well, albeit that was on the turf. So he's a really interesting, proposition in this field and a real wild card as he is taking some nibbles at 5-1. But 3-1 shots, they'll be your favorites between Harvard with the drop in class, fourth off of the layoff, and Maggianera as he's coming in off of a win, albeit a voided claim for the 40. So some ups, positives, and negatives with pretty much all of the runners here in this field. We'll see what shakes out here in this fourth race, which kicks off the pick 6 with a carryover, and Chris Griffin has your call.
Mo Rewards next to move forward. And Pineapple Man. Is in. All set, start of the pick 6. And they're off. Very awkward beginning there for Maggianera, is trying to collect, but here up on the outside, it's Best Bet. And Best Bet has got the front with Pineapple Man, and now Maggianera wants to go. Is very rank in between horses. Up on the far outside is going to be Ski Country. Very tightly bunched as Best Bet tries to slow it down just a touch coming out of the chute. At the rail is 19 Oysters. Will apply some pressure towards the inside. They're now the leading 2. Pineapple Man is in the pink cap, is in between horses. Also moving through is Harvard. Out wider Ski Country. Maggianera, tough opening quarter is towards the back end of that second group. The 2 trailers, Big Save and Mo Rewards. On the front end, it's Best Bet. 23-1. Now let's set out a notch at 9-1. Best Bet's got the lead, is up by a length and a half. Pineapple Man is stalking from second. Ski Country continues to be out wide in third. At the rail, that's Harvard, who's shoved along. Maggianera is working towards the outside. Saving ground is Big Save, just waiting for a seam from the back. Mo Rewards. 19 Oysters is tailed off, is far back now. 8 lengths, now 10. The trailer, 45-4, and Best Bet's trying to win it right now. It's Best Bet just gliding along so far, is up by 3. The rest of the field is fully extended right now. Best Bet reaches the top of the stretch and is trying to kick away. It's Best Bet the target. Down towards the inside, Harvard. Mo Rewards just had to steady. Maggianera starts to commence a rally, and here comes Maggianera putting it together but running out of time. Best Bet the lead for the final furlong. Can Maggianera get there? It's Best Bet approaching the final 16th. Maggianera catching with every stride. Best Bet's almost home. Maggianera lunging. Best Bet to kick off the pick 6. Best Bet wins it over Maggianera, Pineapple Man, and Mo Rewards. Final running time, 1 minute 36 and 3, 9-1 to start the pick 6.
As Best Bet he was today at 9-1. You heard Chris Griffin say, kicking off this pick 6 carryover, as we had a carryover of just over 86,000. But Best Bet, you cannot take him off of his last, but he got loose today. JK.
Yeah, I mean, he sure did. I look, this is I said it was a spready race. This is one of the ones I probably didn't need. I just thought that you had some good races for Brad Cox. He's a future Hall of Famer. Brad decided to part ways with his horse for 16,000. He came back and didn't run well out of Brad Cox's barn, but it was a different story today. I mean, he was impressive. In fact, he looked like a winner basically the entire time, especially around the half-mile pole. Midway around the turn, they all started kind of scrubbing, and he was still sitting chilly. If you didn't have the 6, it started to kind of be a little bit nerve-wracking at that point. If you did have the 6, you probably started to be pretty excited about it too. So ran extremely well.
Oh, and I feel like one for the fam as Romero Mirage guides this one to victory. And well done with Gustavo Rodriguez getting his second winner on the card. I know this horse is moving a lot better today than he was in that race back on April 4th. So we also are seeing a drier track now too here at Belmont at the Big A, with the sun coming out within the last hour. And look at the moms. I love this. Some new moms too, spending their day at the racetrack with their kiddos. I love to see it.
It's always fun. It's the racetrack is a fun place to go. You get for the family. You've got the outside. You got the animals. You've got the excitement. You got the food. The hot dogs if you're down at Monmouth.
I really got to get one of those hot dogs now, JK. So we will bring you official prices on the other side of this break. Some fireworks to kick off the pick 6. Speaking of which, we also saw an upset in the Bogey yesterday. We'll recap that one on the other side of this break.
Charlatan is back, and he turns
Thanks for spending your Mother's Day with us here on America's Day at the Races. And best bet, he was, as he pulls off the upset to kick off this Pick 6 carryover day with 86,000 going into the pool. And he takes some gate to wire here beneath Primera Mirage.
Yeah, it was, like I said, it was, it looked like this was going to be the outcome about halfway through the race. He was in charge the entire time. The rest of the horses were trying, and riders were trying extremely hard behind him. And yeah, the 5 made a little bit of a run at him here, but was never really in doubt.
5 wasn't ever looking comfortable throughout that entire race, too. He kind of got rank and shuffled back and then still came running at the end. So maybe a second place effort that's better than it might appear, as hindsight, it's always
2020, like the price.
Yep. And that's what happens when you don't play best bet. Anyways, we are back over at Monmouth Park, and hopefully the sun is coming out there too. But Paul LaDuca, he was able to catch up with somebody that's very important at Monmouth Park. Paulie, take it away.
Have the pleasure to be with John Himes here, the Director of Racing and in-house counsel here at Monmouth Park. Only your 28th year here, John, and you and I go way back, and it's a pleasure to be back here. Mother's Day today, a little bit of balmy weather, but it seems like they're starting to roll in here now a little bit.
I mean, we are a unique facility in that we always get a good crowd. People usually target coming to Monmouth Park. We have 51 days of racing this year, and people put it on their calendar to make sure that they're a part of it. Mother's Day is one of the bigger days we're doing now. Father's Day is even bigger, and we got several big days coming up.
Yeah, I was thinking Father's Day is almost as big as Haskell Day now.
It's 20-something thousand plus people. I mean, again, a day that's circled on the calendar. And this year, Father's Day will fall the day after Haskell Preview Day, which is another big day for us, where you'll see all the horses prepping here for Haskell Day, which is, of course, our biggest day.
Now, since the expansion, I mean, obviously over the last couple of years, the expansion of the picnic area, too, will be huge for Memorial Day as well, no?
Always. The picnic area is one of the most popular places where people can bring their own cooler, their own food, their own drink. It's always one of the spots. People line up 6 a.m. to make sure that they get a table. They'll come in, they'll rush the gates, and it's almost a Saratoga-type feeling where they rush the gates and just make sure they get a table early.
You know, John, I've been here for so long, and I've been here coming here a long time. And why has the food been so important? You guys bring in food trucks. I've said this for a long time. For venues that I've been in here, when it comes to food, you want to come to Monmouth Park.
Oh, without a doubt. And the marketing office has done a fantastic job in creating these food truck events. And it's also just every other weekend or so when you have these events, you're drawing in new people, you're drawing in new faces to get not just the food, but then they get a taste of horse racing. And that's when you get the people coming back and back and back again. And that's how you build a fan base for the future for us.
And we're happy to be back. And if a lot of people don't know John, he's one of the best in the business. And he's been so gracious to me over the years, and he's going to be gracious to us over many more years. Thanks, John.
So.
Thanks, John.
Polly, we are so excited about our partnership here on America's Day at the Races with Monmouth Park, and live racing coverage continues from the Jersey Shore with the start of the Jersey Shore Pick 6 20-cent minimum wager. We'll meet the field after this break.
Can't get out of my mind. I saw him down at OBS with the 2-year-old sale. His breeze was spectacular. And then topped the sale. Everything he did in his career, breaking his maiden sprinting on the dirt.
Very, very impressive debut.
Winning a grade 1, stretching out.
Breezing through the stretch. He's the real deal.
And then the Breeders' Cup at Del Mar.
He's just too good. Corniche wins the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
And then going on and being a champion 2-year-old. Extremely difficult to do.
Obviously, Quality Road has done enough for all of us to understand what he's doing. I thought Wasted Tears was a very, very good mare, an Asran mare. She obviously won the Ginny Wiley Stakes, also a course record holder in the Ouija board. So really good female family, good sire line, was delighted with him physically and was excited to breed to him.
It's very important for us to breed physical to physical and try to get the best physical cross. We're very happy with the foal we've gotten. He's got a great natural shape to him, a great hip, got a lot of power behind, very nice balance to him, plenty leg. You always like to see a horse have enough leg. Also, he's a very intelligent foal, you know, pricks his ears, has good presence to him.
This is a Corniche filly out of Anima Gemella. Been a standout since she was born. Very strong, very well made, good mover, really, everything we were hoping for.
He's got a really sharp eye, good shoulder neck set, nice top line, like the way he finishes out behind, but he really sort of travels over the ground smoothly and just has a real sharpness to him about his body, and is exactly what I was hoping for. But I mean, we all know that hopes and dreams are not actually what they always pan out to be, so when they pan out, you double down.
Day 2 from the shore's greatest stretch, Monmouth Park. Welcome back. Terrific racing, awesome fan base. Lafitte Pinkai here back with Paul LaDuca. Paul, great stuff with John Himes. And a post-parade brewing here for the 5th start of the Jersey Shore 6. And there is bold medication. Boca Chica. Wayne Potts won from the rail in the 3rd race. Country Miles pictured at 5-1.
Yeah, the 3 port swing will go through with Jorge Hernandez and Mario Serena. They're looking for 4 in the first 2 days.
Hollywood close up the 5, first start on a wet track.
And give it a go is the 6. Madeline rolling aboard for Claudio Gonzalez. 3 for 38 is this gelding.
Give it a go. Last year's Monmouth champion trainer, Claudio Gonzalez. The 7, Candy Kingdom. The 8-year-old gelding, 69th lifetime start.
Yeah, game little gelding, right? You're right. But 3 for 68. A lot of seconds and thirds at 7-2.
So a quick glance at the field there. Again, the start of the Jersey Shore 6. $8,000 claimers, non-winners for lifetime, a mile in the slop, Paulie. And there's the favorite in Port Swing. And look, the handicapper is going to go with the hot hand, right, in Mario Serena with 2 wins on opening day and looking to go back-to-back in the Mother's Day program.
Yeah, I land on this horse part because of that, too, as well. I mean, this is a horse that does have some good numbers to go back to, good races to go on a sloppy racetrack. 1 good race, 1 bad race. I just thought, when the morning lines were out, the 5 was 3-2 on the morning line. I thought the 3 would end up as your favorite. Jorge Hernandez aboard. Carlos Hernandez win the other 3 for Mario so far in the first 2 days. But I'm hoping this horse can get the jump a little bit on the 5. The 5 is the kind of horse that comes from a little bit more off the pace.
Port Swing by the New Jersey bred Irish War Cry. Serious 3-year-old and Wood Memorial winner, Rajiv Mirage, who rode him in the Kentucky Derby and the Haskell. He's 2-1. The favorite here in Hollywood close-up, check that second choice, 2-1. Sammy Camacho is aboard here, and a first start for him on a wet track by Mendelssohn.
Yeah, you just can't argue this horse's form, though. He's won 2 in a row, won in 8,000 non-winners of 2 lifetime, then came back, won in non-winners of 3 lifetimes. So this horse has gone through his conditions. Now is going to face horses out of 3 winners. He's 3-time winners. So going up the class ladder, but he's so far passed every challenge, at least the last couple challenges, and it seems like he always is right there knocking on the door.
Sammy Camacho, pilot, looking for a second win this afternoon, and back to bold medication drawn inside. Once purchased for $250,000 and a Godolphin homebred. Here he is in this restricted $8,000 claimer.
Yeah, a really tough horse on paper to at least endorse after the last 3 efforts. I mean, has gotten beaten by, I can't even put the chart maker. I got to give the chart maker credit in the second to last race. 70 and a half lengths. He counted 70 and a half lengths. That's how far this one was behind. But, new surface, new racetrack. Wayne Potts already, like you said, had a winner, Wood Abnell aboard, and the horse is kind of live. We've seen this all day today, Lafitte. The boards have been wide open betting.
Yeah, the smaller field, but a competitive race, and it'll take a few more moments. Let everybody get involved with this Jersey Shore 6. Get started in this 5th race. Race shape and speed. What should we look for early? Number 2, Country Miles, who does seem to do his best running when he's able to control things up front.
Yeah, Kent Sweezy runner here, and Kent had a decent meet here last year. He hasn't had that many runners so far this year. His barn has shortened up a little bit. He could be the speed. The one thing when you look at the 2, it's just glaring. It stares right at you. 1 for 28 at Monmouth. And
there's that.
I mean, so that's why I landed on the 3, because sometimes when you get into these races, you want to go for 3 for the least. You got horses that are 2 for 37 with the 2, running basically up out of his condition, to be honest with you. He's running against, tougher horses. And the 3's 3 for 14. So less chances, I think, for more upside.
Can't fault horses for what they haven't done.
Yeah.
Losing race after race after race as they have reached the starting gate here. This Jersey Shore 6. 9-5 now with Hollywood Close-Up, the favorite. Second choice, Porch Swing, who you went with. Again, the Maryland Invader, and Mario Serret, the trainer, looking already for his 4th winner of this brand new meet. 2 wins yesterday and looking to go back-to-back on the Sunday program. Matt Ditterman with the load and call, all set for this Jersey Shore 6. Live from Monmouth, it's post time.
Hollywood Close-Up, post 5. Your current 9-5 favorite. That could change, but that's where we sit currently. 2-1 for number 3, Porch Swing. 2 back. Give It a Go. To the outside, Candy Kingdom. Candy Kingdom goes in. We're ready to go.
Got him!
And Leroff. Country Miles popped out of post 2, wastes no time, goes to the front. Bold Medication sent along to get the second spot with Give It a Go, and Porch Swing between that pair, charging into the turn. Candy Kingdom, Hollywood Close-Up, those two together at the back of Affairs. 5 lengths off the leader, Country Miles, who hugs the rail, leads by a neck. Porch Swing coming up to apply pressure. Give It a Go backs off in third in a good stalking position. Bold Medication fourth to the inside, a space of 3 to Candy Kingdom. Hollywood Close-Up, they continue to trail together. Down the back stretch they go. Country Miles, the leader here by about a length, and Porch Swing backs off in the second position. Bold Medication makes his way into the third spot. Give It a Go parked outside of him. There's a gap of 2 to the last pair. Candy Kingdom and Hollywood Close-Up, they continue to run together. 3 pairs of 2 with a half mile to go. They're separated by 6 or 7 lengths going into the turn, and there goes Porch Swing on the outside, making a bid to the front. Angel Arroyo all over Country Miles to keep pace with Porch Swing, and Jorge Hernandez opening up the lead to a length now, and Porch Swing, Jorge Hernandez let it out a notch, and Porch Swing dives to the rail, accelerates, opens up 2.5 lengths in a blink of an eye. Country Miles could not keep up, is plummeting back in the third position. Give It a Go's trying to rally on. Porch Swing, his race to lose. He's opened up the lead to 4 as he comes down the lane. Give It a Go in the second position. Bold Medication alongside of him, but it's Porch Swing by 6 coming down the lane. Bold Medication clearly into second, and then Give It a Go. Porch Swing right away to the winner's circle to kick off his Monmouth meet. Second home, Bold Medication. Give It a Go third. Hollywood Close-Up fourth.
Easy daylight victory. Porch Swing 3-5 at post time, and maybe you just stick with Mario Serret for the time being until his barn cools down. 2 wins yesterday, 2 wins today so far.
And what you said, I kind of chuckled, but yeah, sometimes you have to ride a weight of a trainer that's going really well right now, and like he's won 4 in 2 days. He had this one, I know, back down to 3-5. He had a 15-1 shot on the turf yesterday, so he's not fooling anybody on day 2, but you might be able to catch him here and there, and his horses are running. This horse was much the best. I'm surprised this horse got banged down to 3-5, but there was just no doubt.
You liked him going in, hoping for something closer to that 4-1.
Yeah.
Not the case. 3-1, 6-5-2 in this 5th race here. And George Hernandez, the winning pilot. Porch Swing by Irish War Cry. All right, so we might not be Irish War Cry good, but does make his Monmouth debut a winning one. And by this look competitive on paper, he made it look easy in the end.
No, it's really cool. It all ties in, right? Irish War Cry was the New Jersey bred. The New Jersey bred won the Long Branch yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
The Jersey breds here, they take pride here.
Yeah, we'll focus on one of them a little bit later on in the broadcast here, as you can see Porch Swing still kind of full of himself out there. Why not? Puts on a show in front of this Mother's Day crowd. We're going to step aside to wait for those prices and welcome in a brand new audience on America's Day at the Races.
Hello and welcome to those just joining us on Valley Sports SoCal and San Diego. It's America's Day at the Races as we have live coverage from Belmont at the Big A and Monmouth Park. I'm Maggie Wolfendale. Please be joined by Jonathan Kinchin, handicapper extraordinaire. And you were at Monmouth yesterday. You're here today. You brought some sunshine. Thank you, man.
Well, I tried my hardest. It was, it was a little dicey yesterday, but it came around from a weather perspective, and then today it's starting to rally as well.
Always good for a rally. We are harrowed here for the second leg of the Pick 6 in race number 5, as we do have that late Pick 5 sequence 2, and we will get to meet the field. Hopefully they run faster than they walk out to the track. But this one off the turf will be contested over the 6 furlongs for the fillies in here. Fillies and mares, that is. You see several scratches, but to kick things off, we'll have the Irish bred River Tay, who actually didn't run that badly on the dirt last time out.
Yeah, ran okay in a race off of a little bit of a break since September. Had a little bit of a trip. I thought ran sneaky okay last time.
Taking a lot of money. Is Liner right? Is she better on the dirt, though? I don't think so.
No, I think she's probably better on the turf, but I think she's probably better than these other horses. So we're back to that same predicament we were in previously. Is she still good enough to win on a dirt race?
Here's a long shot. Roja Legera.
Where's Lafitte when you need him? This one doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
No, it's number 8, Devilly. She's going to be a brace, too.
Yeah, she hasn't been betting her last couple starts and hasn't done much running in her last couple starts.
Cool, Calm, Collected is one of 3 MTOs.
Yeah, these MTOs always get a little bit over bet. I mean, this one deserves to be bet, but I don't trust her at 5-2.
She's coming off a layoff, too, whereas Will Be Famous may be saying, catch me if you can.
Yeah, I agree. This one shows a little bit more early pace, the one that I prefer of the MTOs.
Maggie gets, you know what? There's Maggie the horse. I was gonna say something, but it would come out really fast.
No, look, I mean this is a hunch play, right? It's Mother's Day. We've got Maggie sitting next to us. We've got Maggie on the racetrack.
I was gonna say Maggie gets the riding services of Luis Saez today, and she is going off the reclaim for Ray Handel.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
No, I'm nothing. I'm just saying. I think that
right.
I agree. I think that Ray Handel with the reclaim, we talked about that earlier. We saw that earlier, and I think that Maggie should run well. If I was alive in this Pick 6, I would hope that Maggie would be on the tickets.
This is awkward. But let's go back to the bouquet. It was the first of our graded stakes on the card yesterday, and we saw some riding tactics that I think both Jose Lezcano and Irad Ortiz aboard the front 2 runners here, they had to do it. Irad couldn't let Jose away as he was riding White Beam, so it forced them to go a little bit faster.
Yeah, and look, I mean, this is one of those situations where we talked about hindsight being 20/20, where it turned out that this didn't work out. But I mean, White Beam was very unlucky to not get this win, considering all the dirty work that she did do. Look, it's Joelle. I mean, it feels like this is what I've seen this movie 100 times. Sitting back, making that last run, and getting up in the last couple of jumps.
As PA bred, daughter of Cross Traffic, would get up for Butch Reed, but it's not like she had bad form as a 3-year-old. 2 runner-up efforts in graded stakes here on the NYRA circuit last year, and her first start as a 4-year-old would be her best yet with this bogey win.
Oh, absolutely, and I think that, it's just the time of the year where some of these horses can kind of start to make a case for being better horses coming forward, right? And then they can go on to do bigger and better things. So I agree with you.
All right, well, back here to the now. We will take a look at this field, at least through the eyes of Richard Migliori, as he's bringing us some trackside thoughts. Meg?
Yeah, I really am taken with the physical look of River Tay. I mean, she just looks terrific. And I think her last race was sneaky good. I thought she got shuffled back at a kind of critical juncture. There's a moment when the race is going forward, the flow of the race. And if you're not going forward with the flow, you're actually losing ground and losing position. And I kind of feel like that happened to her last time. And she could not look any better. Bruce Brown does terrific work. His horses always look good. And you can only make horses run as fast as they're capable of running. But I think River Tay is actually a player here. The 9, Cool, Calm, and Collected. I couldn't get past her. She looks great. She looks fit coming off the layoff. 2 back. I love that pattern, right? The big, strong 5 furlong work, bullet in a minute, and then come back with that nice, easy maintenance move. And it also feels like Tim Hills reaches out for Dylan Davis when he feels like he has a live horse, and she fits the profile of the racetrack. She's going to be forward. I thought she was just a little bit too tough to get past. And getting into the 5-horse, guys, I believe it's Rojo Ligera, means light red in Spanish. I'm not going to pick her, but I just thought it was interesting to get the pronunciation, if I'm correct. But hopefully we can ask Lafitte.
No, you're stuck with me, Mr. Yeah, right. I didn't go to Harvard with all these, international languages that he's throwing at.
It makes sense.
I wasn't too far off that, Roja Liera.
Yes, it's a City of Light filly out of red bud, so red light.
Makes sense, although she's bay. You would think a chestnut. Yeah, I definitely could have gotten the red. For sure, happy Mother's Day to that mom right there. But River Tay, as Mig was mentioning, I thought she really caught my eye last time, but she is just so much more turf meant. But she had some trouble, too. And in that last race on April 7th, she was on the rail. She was chasing the pace. Then she actually checked pretty hard around the turn. So she had to come out wide again and try to re-rally. It was kind of an insurmountable ground loss at that point. But, Belle of the Ball came back to win. She'll have to face Will Be Famous here, who will be out there winging it. But did you ultimately go to the Speedster?
Yeah, I landed on the 10. But I agree with you. I think the one is actually one of the most interesting horses in the race because she does look very turfy underneath, but then she does have that dirt race last time where she was in there with Will Be Famous. And if Will Be Famous is 3-1, and Will Be Famous was third beaten 1 that day, and the one River Tay is 6-1 while being 4th that day, but also having a little bit of trouble. I think there's a lot of value on the one River Tay.
Yeah, 6-1 right now. As Will Be Famous. Oh, there. Oh, I know that rocking way too well. Do you have to do that with Austin?
It means things aren't going well.
Correct.
I'm teasing. No, yeah, Austin was all right. He was pretty easy. He didn't do anything too crazy.
Oof. I noticed that I do that in the paddock when I'm holding my iPad and my microphone. I start rocking back and forth, and I did it a lot when the girls were babies. I was like, whoa, I'm not in the nursery at 1 o'clock in the morning right now. Let's not sway, Maggie. Okay. So they are approaching the gate, and we do see favoritism going over to Cool, Calm, Collected. Tim Hills, he brought another horse off of kind of a similar layoff. And I suppose it's interesting that he goes to this kind of optional allowance claimer and protects this horse when he offered her up for the $40,000 last fall.
Yeah, I think that anytime when a trainer could run a horse for a tag and then decides to run them protected, I think that's a sign of confidence. And I've used it as a handicapping tool to try to understand, these trainers spend all the time with these horses. They know them better than all of us. I can stare at this paper as long as I want, and there's still some things I'll never know. So I like to kind of let them guide me to a certain extent.
I feel like she has faced some nice horses, too, in her career on the dirt. So maybe where there's smoke, there's fire. She's your 8-5 favorite as they all take their position in line for this second leg of this Pick 6 carryover sequence. It's Belmont at the Big A, and we have Chris Griffin for your call.
Maggie. Here's Maggie to the outside draw. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Will Be Famous right out towards the front. Also right there is Cool, Calm, Collected in the early mix. And Cool, Calm, Collected is the leader. Roja Ligera is towards the inside of Will Be Famous, who's progressing out wider. That's Maggie, who's under drive now, is now a challenging third. In the 5th position will be Devilly, is comfortable enough in the 5th spot. Second to last is River Tay with the early Triller. Line of right. They're chasing Cool Calm Collected, the favorite, at 6-5, who takes him into the far turn. 22.50 with plenty of company right there from Will Be Famous, who cuts into the margin now. Roja Ligera to the inside of the challenging Maggie, who's now back to 4th. Also running on there is Devilly from 5th, a River Tay, and the trailer continues to be line of right. They're chasing Cool Calm Collected. Cool Calm Collected has a quarter mile left to go, and Cool Calm Collected in hand. Dylan Davis is not asked yet, and Cool Calm Collected now gets the cue and immediately is up by 4. Look at this effort. Cool Calm Collected just striding away. Cool Calm Collected approaches the final furlong now 8-10 lengths in front. This is a dominating effort inside the final 16. No doubt, 6-5. Cool Calm Collected. She wins it impressively. River Tay up for second. Will Be Famous, and Roja Ligera in 1 minute 10.48 seconds.
She was sharp and ready, Cool Calm Collected, in her return to the races as a 4-year-old. She popped out of the gate, JK, and it was all over.
Wow, that was impressive. Yeah, she popped away from there, and you know, it's funny. You can get these performances from horses that, you know, she hadn't run since October, and anytime you can kind of get to that threshold when 2-year-olds turn 3 and 3-year-olds turn 4, you can get these performances. They can grow up a little bit with all that time off and just being able to be horses for a little while and be turned out on the farm and to grow up a little bit, and they can come back and run races like this. I mean, this was an outstanding performance.
I agree with you totally. As Cool Calm Collected, she strolls under the wire, ears pricked. 6-5 looked like a gift in the end, as Dylan Davis up for trainer Tim Hills and Tedesco Racing LLC 9-1-10-5 unofficially here, Belmont at the Big A. Well, I hope you all have enjoyed spending a little time with JK and myself, but that'll do it for us. I'm excited to go get some food. Could be a hot dog.
You never know. Look, I enjoyed it yesterday. I'm not really trying to be a back-to-back hot dog guy, but it could happen as well.
It could happen. Well, thank you as always for everything. Being up here with you is always a pleasure. Where will we see you next?
I'm here next weekend.
All right, excellent. I like to see. I mean, you never know. He keeps you guessing. For sure.
I try.
So we do have the cross country pick 5 coming up next. We'll kick it off at Monmouth. We'll check back in with the guys, Lafitte, Rajiv Mirage, and Paul LaDuca. They are down there on the Jersey Shore, and we do have a new cast coming up here to the set. Andy Ritchie and Acacia on America's Day at the Races.
Finish. If a picture is worth 1,000 words, this is one stunning picture.
1,000 words just in front. 1,000 words wins the Robert B. Lewis.
Honoree P is full out now, second on the outside, and they're coming down to the line, and 1,000 words has done it.
On the far, far outside is Open Mind, trying to make up some ground. They're in the stretch. Dearly Loved gets clear by 2. Dream Deal second, closing ground on the outside. The favorite Open Mind moving into third, then Silent Classic to pass the 8th pole. Dearly Loved still leads by 2. Open Mind gaining on the outside. Open Mind still second. Open Mind closing. Open Mind on the outside gains the lead.
Man, she could close. Late Eugene Klein's Open Mind, among the most accomplished New Jersey breds of all time. That Alabama win at 3. Breeders' Cup Juvenile Filly winner, Paulie, and a champion at 2. Sensational filly.
Hall of Fame call, too, by Mr. Klein. Picked her up, closing on the way outside. It never looked like she was getting there, too. But she knew exactly where the wire was, and she was a heck of a filly, or a heck of a mare.
Trained by Dwayne Lucas, just like Serena's song. Featured later today at Monmouth as that list. Some of the most accomplished New Jersey breds of all time. And a reason we pictured Horologist and revisit one of her biggest wins back in 2021, the Grade 2 Beldame. And the connection here, Paulie, bred by Hollycrest Farm, is same as yesterday's Long Branch winner, C Street.
Yeah, and she was a brilliant mare too. She, her speed, Horologist was her main weapon, and she had a really bad beat at Saratoga in a graded race, but she was an honest New Jersey bred too as well. She won some big races too, and ran some big races at Saratoga.
Dominant on that particular afternoon. Horologist, and for Hollycrest Farm, and the conversation about C Street yesterday, and a big win in the Long Branch, the opening day feature, and we'll have a chance to see him next in the Naira Bets Pegasus, and as he tries to establish himself as a 3-year-old good enough to compete with the top-class 3-year-olds that we'll eventually see in Monmouth's marquee event, the Naira Bets Haskell.
Yeah, he was impressive yesterday in the Long Branch. He really was for Eddie Owens, and he's by the sire Sea Wizard, and we're going to see another horse by Sea Wizard for Eddie Owens in the next race coming up here. But the horse was impressive, going around 2 turns for the first time in a while, and maybe put himself in the picture.
Big performance yesterday, a runaway dominant effort in the Long Branch. Today's feature, the Serena Song, a little bit later on. In the meantime, horses have just left the paddock behind us, headed front side. And for the New Jersey breds, some of the bigger events at Monmouth, you see there with the Spruce Fur coming up May 18th. That's Smart and Classy early June, the Friendly Lover, Jersey Girl in July, and the Irish War Cry, who Rajiv Mirage rode. Some of the highlights and the centerpiece of races for New Jersey breds here at Monmouth over the next couple of months. Again, just a 51-day meet, racing on weekends, and a lot of focus on the New Jersey bred program. Such is the case in this 6th race. Good allowance event, purse of $68,000, competitive. 5-2 on I'm on Fire, drawn inside. Paco Lopez aboard. I'm on fire. Probably the first thing Paco says when he wakes up every morning.
Yeah, kind of true. I mean, he gets bet a lot in here. Here's the 2 Joe Boys Jedi, Melissa Ioio and Chuck Spina. Chuck had a winner yesterday.
Had a winner yesterday. Number 3, Hello Pop, graduated last June here.
Here comes the 4, Ship to Shore. Now, this horse is 2-1, but when you look at the wheel pace, you're not going to get 2-1. I would think you're going to get around 3-5 or 4-5.
Hollycrest Homebred, just like Long Branch winner. C Streak, then Cassation, number 5, Ponyless at 17-1.
Yeah, this is another horse that needs a little help. The Sunshine Charlie goes through. At least this horse has got some speed. He's got 10 second-place finishes.
10-year-old Sunshine Charlie, then the 7, Alpha Company, and Daniel Centeno. He had a winner yesterday.
Just Comply will go through for Michael Deeney. He had a winner, too, as yesterday. This is a 4-year-old gelding that could be improving.
Cash Kid, 19th start at Monmouth Park.
Yeah, for J.K. Sweezy for Kent. 3 for 38 lifetime at 12-1.
So that's the field. 9 of them here. New Jersey breds, sprinting 6 furlongs, and the start of the cross-country Pick 5 sequence. The 3 races at Monmouth, 2 Belmont at the Big A, the 50-cent minimum wager, and always an exciting wager and an opportunity to play this cross-country Pick 5 every day we have Monmouth and Belmont at the Big A on the broadcast.
Yeah, and if you're going to, a lot of people will probably take a chance, and when these odds go down, maybe take a chance to single the 4 in race number 6. Race number 7 here has been scratched down, and it looks like 3 to 4 horses can win that race. So you may be able to go light in races 6 and 7 here at Monmouth and maybe try to get your prices at the Big A. And then the Serena song I thought was interesting. I really did. I thought you could maybe go some different ways in there. I get it. A colt is 4 to 5 on the morning. I get it all. But there's not a lot of speed in there. And Traverse could get away. A colt's going to be tough to beat, but we'll see what happens.
That's the Serena song and that cross-country pick 5 to get started in just a few moments. You're looking at the favorite overlay, though. Ship to Shore, who was 4 to 5 on the morning line, now 2 to 1. This was 2 starts back, Paulie. Early January, the Limehouse at Gulfstream, and Ship to Shore, who was in complete control throughout.
Yeah, he really was. He showed his brilliant speed. He went 22.45. He finished up the race nice, what I like. In 1:10 and 2, and just blew the competition. And I understand it's a 4-horse field. You know, Eddie Owens tried this horse on the turf. He was 109 to 1 before the start in a stakes race. If you take out his turf races, he just could run bad first time on the turf. But if you take out some of his turf races, he's really run well, especially in New Jersey bred, running against some open company over there in Florida.
So he has that speed. Early on, he has a second move he'll give you, widening on that field. What do you think the approach is today, the strategy to be employed here by Jorge Vargas?
Well, I think they go to the front and see what happens, at least push towards. This horse looks like he's been a good gate horse, knock on wood that he doesn't get left, but I would think he gets to the front end in here and then dictates his own pace. Now, the 6 is pretty fast, but I just think the 4, the way Eddie's horses have run so far at this meet, can maybe sit or just dictate, see what happens, and then go on from there. 9 to 5, you're not going to see it. Like you saw in the last race, his horse was 2 to 1 down to 3 to 5. I have a feeling it's going to be the same kind of makeup to this race. This horse is going to go down to 4 to 5 or 3 to 5.
9 to 5 currently Ship to Shore. It's Monmouth Park. You always have to account for the presence of Paco Lopez. He's on I'm on Fire, drawn inside, and the first time Lopez has ridden this gelding.
And you're right. It makes a difference. A lot of people say, well, a lot of money comes on Paco. A lot of people will say in New York, a lot of money comes on Irad Ortiz Jr. But Paco makes an unbelievable difference here. His horses do get bet. Patrick McBurney, tremendous trainer, was underneath John Forbes, who was a tremendous trainer as well. They're usually known for long turf horses, but Paco's running this horse around in a circle a little bit, keeping him busy, it looks like. You know, one thing about Paco, he can get speed out of horses that don't look like they have speed on paper. That's what's, makes him such a special rider, and that's why he's been one of the elite riders here at Monmouth for years.
I'm on Fire, paying close attention to every word you were just saying. Very curious. See the ears going back and forth, and Paco Lopez here with I'm on Fire at 3 to 1. We have this sloppy track. As we take a look at number 6, Sunshine Charlie. Sunshine Charlie, 5 races on a wet track, has never won, but 4 second-place finishes. My point being, not one of these has ever won on a wet racetrack.
Yeah, you're right. And he's run 4 seconds, and you look at his overall record, he's got 10 seconds in 51 starts. He's 1 for 18 here at Monmouth Park with 6 second-place finishes. So he likes to be a bridesmaid, so do you want to take him at 9 to 2. That's the thing that you have. And you have a lot of horses in here that have run a lot of races, like the 5 that's 1 for 19. And again, it was the same as the last race. You look at the 4, 2 for 6. There's just so much more upside when you look at a gelding like Ship to Shore.
Love seeing this. The 10-year-old gelding still doing his thing out there. Paul Sunshine Charlie in his 52nd lifetime, starting 18 of them here at Monmouth. He's only won once here, but a familiar face around these parts.
Yeah, and you got to love that. Listen, last year he tried the turf a couple of times, and he ran well on a sloppy racetrack. He's cashing checks. I mean, he ran 3rd last time. Besides his effort 2 back, he's got a 3rd, a 2nd, and a win. So he's been a little bit of an ATM, and in H10, he looks like he still loves the run.
5 to 1, Sunshine Charlie, and you're right about the price continuing with to deflate here with Ship to Shore. 3 to 2 as we have just reached post time. We're already in the mix with this Jersey Shore 6, the cross country pick 5 about to get underway. Ship to Shore 4 to 5 in the morning line. We saw that price drift up a little bit and hoping we'd get something closer to that, but now, as you predicted, starting to come down.
Yeah, and like I said, I just think that this horse could be a nice horse. Another horse by Sea Wizard here, and a Jersey bred. When you see these New Jersey breds, it was the same thing when I was at Oaklawn with the Arkansas breds. When they run out of company, which means when they run on another circuit, like this horse has been running in Florida against open company, against Kentucky, you name it. But when they run against their own breed, it's an advantage, and that's why the 4, the Ship to Shore, is your favorite.
In terms of experience, number 2, Joe Boy's Jedi, doesn't have a lot of it, only the 2 career starts. It hasn't raced since last July, but when we last did see him, it was right here, and he was running up the score in a maiden win against New Jersey breds.
Yeah, and Chuck is, Spina, the trainer, is one of those type of trainers that he leaves his horses here at Monmouth. He really doesn't take them anywhere else to run them. So, he had a first-time starter win yesterday, win very nice. And I wouldn't be surprised getting Lasix for the first start as a 3-year-old if this horse fires a big shot. Melissa Iorio, usually a forward rider, so maybe the 2 will show some speed.
Joe Boy's Jedi at 9-1. These New Jersey bred sprinters, allowance race, purse of $68,000 plus, and ready for the start of this cross-country Pick 5 sequence. Race 6 live from Monmouth Park. Matt Ditterman standing by with the load and call. It's post time.
And the runners are facing up to the gate. Sunshine Charlie has gone into the gate. They've also loaded I'm on Fire. Joe Boy's Jedi post position 2. Cassation coming up. Hello Pop. Hello Pop coming up to the gate. Ship to Shore. Ship to Shore goes in. Alpha Company has taken his spot. Just Comply goes in. 1 back. 1 more runner to load. Cash Kid to the outside. New Jersey bred allowance sprinters here, going 6 furlongs. We're ready to go. And they're off. Just Comply off slowly from post position 8. Ship to Shore, the favorite, gets into the race early as an arrow leads. Sunshine Charlie to the outside, running in the 2nd spot. Hello Pop makes his way a joint 2nd now. Cassation in the 4th position with Alpha Company, and then comes I'm on Fire, hustled along down on the inside to get with that pair. He's 5 lengths off the pace with a half mile to go. A space of 2 to Just Comply, the slow starter. He's 7 better than Cash Kid, and Joe Boy's Jedi is the trailer. A strung out group hits the 4-turn run, and the 1-5 favorite, Ship to Shore, says come and catch me if you can. Ship to Shore around the turn, a neck in front. Sunshine Charlie comes out of the crowd to come and challenge. These 2 a neck apart. Ship to Shore maintains the lead. I'm on Fire down on the inside. There's room for him to come forward, and here he comes to take the lead away from Ship to Shore. I'm on Fire just rode the rail to the lead with Paco. I'm on Fire opening up 2. Ship to Shore under pressure, loses 2nd to Cassation, who makes a bit up the rail. 16th to go. I'm on Fire, 2.5 lengths ahead now. I'm on Fire to win it. I'm on Fire, 6-1. Pulls off the mild upset. Cassation was 2nd. Then came Ship to Shore at 1-5, was 3rd best. Followed up in the race here by Hello Pop.
Paco just doing Paco things, this time on I'm on Fire. For all the races he wins, though, at Monmouth Park, not many of them pay $14, as this one will. 6-1 at post time. The geese scatter, and Paco rides the rail.
Yeah, good ride here by Paco. You could tell the 4 was in deep water. I told you, he was scrubbing the whole way around, was Jose Vargas, and he just could not get a clear enough lead, and Paco was just sailing along and got the job done. Wow, 1-5. At the end of the day, you like a horse and then you go to 1-5. I don't really like a horse at 1-5. I mean, you could just tell the 4 was not swallowing up the slop, and that's why Paco gets bet. He knows how to ride this racetrack.
Ship to Shore under heavy pressure, routing the far turn. You could tell he was in deep water.
Yeah, I mean, this is a horse that has gone 45, 44 before, and it was a struggle for him to go 46. You could tell Jose was pushing and pushing and pushing, and sometimes horses are trying to go through that mud and are not really liking it, and you could tell I'm on Fire. When he got underneath him, the race was over.
1-5, 4-3-7, 6-1. I'm on Fire. Paco Lopez for Pat McBurney in the 6th to kick off the cross-country Pick 5. When we return, yesterday's Grade 2 Man of War. Belmont at the Big A. Silver Knot, Big Blue, Godolphin, Charlie Appleby, run 1-3. Silver Knot rolls with Flavia and Pratt.
It's Volatile in front as they pass the 16th pole. Volatile victorious in the Vanderbilt, 1 by 2 lengths.
Tremendous amount of talent with his win in the Vanderbilt, as well as a couple of his wins at Churchill Downs. Ran unbelievably fast. Very special family to me.
Perfect sire for 2-year-old sales. Just a gorgeous horse and throwing very athletic horses that I think will run.
The Vanderbilt.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Folsom from last to first in the Met win. And Folsom is flying to the finish.
Folsom has taken the front and Folsom kicks for home.
And Folsom sticks his neck out and runs to the wire. It is Folsom!
It's Folsom in front and Folsom wins the Governor's Stakes.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at NairaBets.com or download the app today. Stepping in on the Aqueduct set here, Acacia Clement alongside Andy Sterling. Want to wish a very happy Mother's Day to all the moms and mother figures out there. We always say Father's Day is a great day to bring your parents out to the track. Come on out for Mother's Day as well and enjoy.
Where is your mom? Maybe I'll remember her this time.
They were here yesterday.
They were?
Yes.
I probably saw them and forgot who they were again. So
you probably
there you
did too. Andy's too big time to say hello to my parents.
Right.
Yeah.
Big timing Acacia's parents.
Yeah.
A low move for me. But yes, I agree with Acacia. Happy Mother's Day to everybody out there. My mom's not watching, but I already wished her a happy Mother's Day.
Absolutely. I know my grandma usually is my biggest fan and often watches too. She knows a lot about horse racing now. So
Really?
Grandma, if you're watching, happy Mother's Day. Yes.
I'll ignore her if I see her too.
So take a look at some of the graded stakes action that took place yesterday here during the Belmont at the Big A meet, the Man of War. And it was a race, Andy, that early on it looked like could potentially be a pace that would fall apart, largely holding together with Silver Knot kind of in that sweet spot, getting the win under Flavia Pratt.
Yeah, I mean, not just a win, absolutely just demolishing the competition. You know, it was a bit of a funny race, and in no way is this a takeaway from Silver Knot, because he has clearly established himself as the one to beat in these long-distance turf races throughout the season. He was absolutely terrific last time. He has a tactical speed to find position, and he finished. He ran a fast race. He was good. It's just a weird race because the field's strung out. And obviously with a long shot leading up front, you can see the field stretching out, but nobody really made up much ground. And there are better horses behind him than perhaps they showed yesterday, but there is no doubt about him. He was absolutely best.
Now 2 for 2 coming back as a 4-year-old here in 2024. Since June of last year, it's raced pretty much exclusively here in the States. And as we've seen Charlie Appleby with really the finger on the pulse of what horses suit, he really got it right with this horse, which is of course no surprise given who we're talking about. But it seems like once he got more distance too and figuring out that running style, he's really taken a step forward.
I agree, though. I think he tipped his hand a little bit at the end of last year when he ran a good third behind Program Trading and Webslinger out in the Hollywood Derby, because he was on top of the pace, which really fell apart in that race, and it was a relatively quick pace. So he ran well that day, but I agree. He's got better with distance, and it's interesting. He's a Loop de Vega. Program Trading is a Loop de Vega. Right now, Loop de Vega may have the best 2 turf horses in the country, the older horses, and they're not milers. They're horses that are getting more distance, which elevates Loop de Vega as a sire.
As we'll head back to today, Belmont at the Big A. Good main track and a good turf course. Only one turf race staying on today, though. That'll be the Soaring Softly in the 8th. This coming race in race 6 will be off the turf, so unfortunately we do have some scratches in here. Now on the main track for this maiden claiming race, and the number 15 Don Vinovici, a main track only, currently the favorite. Meeting the field though, Andy, starting off with the one Picata Prince, who's taking a drop back down in class.
Yeah, it's unfortunate this race came off, but we did have significant rain this morning, and this horse who's run on turf and run on dirt and really not done particularly well on either surface.
Here's the 4 Dangerous Driver.
Yeah, he has one dirt race, or actually three total, but one going back that's just really probably not good enough.
Conniving was second on dirt last time out.
Yeah, I'm surprised that he's half the price of the 8, but he did do some running last time.
Speaking of the 8, here he is, Guile.
I like Guile. He's got to learn to get out of the gate a little bit better, but I think he's run better than it looks in some tougher fields on the dirt.
Big price on this one, the 9 Noble One.
It's race 3 back on a sloppy seal track, not bad, but we've harrowed the track now.
Here's the 11 Big Night Out, stretching out in distance.
I thought he was the horse to beat. Now, he's favored now on the board, but he's not the favorite in doubles. He's just running against much better.
Taking a drop in class as well. There's the 12 Be There.
Another horse that's better on turf than he is on dirt. He has that one sloppy track race that's okay, though.
Early on with that 74 buyer at Saratoga. There's the 13 Peugeot.
Never been on the dirt before. He'd need to improve.
And main track only runner to the outside, Don Vinovici.
It's interesting that he's the second choice now because he is favored in doubles. And I thought he was best going a mile too. Not best. I think the horse Casquava was best, but he ran well and was unlucky not to win because of the interference. He didn't run well last time. He's one of the horses that can win this race, no doubt.
2 back at a mile, placing second through disqualification. For more in this field, let's head down, check in with Richie Migliori.
Yeah, guys, I'm going to start with the 7, Conniving, who I liked last time, and I thought he ran extremely well, showed good speed, making his second start for Carlos Figueroa Jr. And then, you know, full disclosure, Carlos and I go way back to when we were kids, winning pony races together. I was actually in the tack room with him when Honest Pleasure got caught by Forgo in the Marlboro Cup, and that was the day I announced to everybody that would listen I was going to be a jockey. So we have a lot of history, but he's a tremendous horseman, and his horses look terrific. And Conniving, to me, has taken another step forward from a physical perspective. Last race was his best race yet, and I think you can see another forward movement in him. The 11 Big Night Out makes a lot of sense to me. This Virginia bred at Into Mischief, who's just been a tremendous sire, drops down, gets just an easier company. Now, he is a 4-year-old, so he gets in with 125 pounds, and ultimately, that's what led me to picking Conniving, who's a 3-year-old getting in with 118. I just thought there might be a bit more upside. The 12 Be There. I think this horse is just going to face easier horses than he's ever faced sprinting before on the dirt. And I thought the way he looked from a physical perspective, he could be a player here as well. I think he just ran against much tougher sprinting. But again, another one that gets in with 125 pounds. And then the 15, Don Vinovici, he makes a lot of sense. Rob Atris's horses always look good. He's got a great post being drawn outside. He did beat Conniving, the horse I'm going to pick, by 2.5 lengths when they met a few starts back. I think it's a little bit different Conniving this time, and I think the gap will be considerably narrowed. So I'm going with the 7, Conniving.
Richie, thank you. 9-2 on Conniving now. Lane Luzzy staying aboard. He's gotten to know this horse, Andy, and yes, showed speed last time out, improved speed as well the first time going the mile.
I'll respect Richie's opinion. I don't like this horse at all. I thought the last race was a softer bunch, and it was a sloppy sealed track. Listen, he has a race on a dry track that's good enough to be competitive, so I guess I can understand it. He's not my cup of tea, but he's certainly not impossible. I think I picked him 4th. The 11 Big Night Out, in my opinion, is the horse to beat. I was very surprised to see him not favored in doubles. Maybe that's a bad sign. He's just run against significantly better horses in the dirt. And while Barkley tagged him on the turf because the Dam was a good turf horse, this might just be the right spot really on the dirt for this horse, and he's kind of the one to beat, isn't he?
Are you a little concerned with the fact that this horse has pedigree, but he was entered for $40,000 for the turf debut?
Well, I actually discussed this with Maggie when we did the handicapping show earlier, and I made that exact point. Yeah. But you almost wonder a little bit if Barkley looked at it and said, he's just not that good. And we knew there was some rain in the area, so the race could come off. So he had that going for him, and it's kind of like, you know, Yeah, I'm a little concerned, but he was probably ready to run the horse for a tag anyway, and he figured it'll be a softer spot. And I just think he's being realistic and thinking, even if he takes the turf, how good is he really? And was he going to get claimed? A 4-year-old gelding, still a maiden now, midway through the year. So a little bit, but not that much. And listen, if he fooled him, maiden claimers don't get claimed that often in these races, so possible. Listen, I don't think the 15's impossible. I can understand the argument for him. I'm a little concerned he ran so badly last time, but he's probably better at the mile.
The 15, the lone main track only in the field, Don Vino Vici, but much like the 11, Big Night Out, there are several in this field who have at least a little bit of dirt for him to go off.
Yeah, I think the 8 is very interesting. I picked him on top. I'm live in the double with him, and I thought he was a horse that was at least worth taking a look at here at a big price.
Guile, a generous price at 12-1. Best of luck loading in for race number 6 off the turf, graduation day for one of these maidens coming up here, Belmont at the Big A. Chris Griffin standing by with the call.
Being loaded without the rider, Romero Murat. Is in. Pujol. And Don Vino Vici is in. All set. And they're off. Guile breaks with early speed. Conniving is in that early mix as well. Towards the inside, here comes Dangerous Driver to be in the early action. Picata Prince is right there. They line up on the front end. Big Night Out is trying to join them. It's going to be Conniving, who's trying to wrestle the lead away. But Conniving and Big Night Out, they're now 1-2 as they come out of the chute. Dangerous Driver is at the rail, is going to hold that position. In between horses comes Picata Prince, who's tracking in 4th, but only a length off the lead. It's another gap of about 2.5 back to Guile, who broke with the leaders, but is taken back to a shared 5th with Don Vino Vici, who's progressing, now claims that 5th position to push. Guile back to the 6th spot. In behind them is the Green Silks. That's B there. Second to last is Pujol, and the trailer at the back end, that's Noble One. We'll have to pass them all. 23-3 for the opening quarter mile. 4 furlongs left to travel. To the inside, it's Dangerous Driver. To the outside, it's Big Night Out. 47 seconds flat for that half-mile time, and now Big Night Out has taken the lead. It's Big Night Out who's a neck in front, trying to keep up his Dangerous Driver towards the inside. Conniving lost a touch of ground. Don Vino Vici's trying to warm up to the task under a full drive, not making up the ground. Picata Prince. Guile is weaving between rivals. B there from the back. Pujol trying to run on far back still is Noble One. It's Big Night Out who's got a clear lead out in the center of the racetrack, and Big Night Out is trying to close the deal. It's Big Night Out who's up by 2. All in down towards the inside. Dangerous Driver. It's just moderate ground being made up here from Guile, Conniving. The rest are chasing. Big Night Out is well clear inside the final 16th. Big Night Out, Katie Davis. They'll get the score. Big Night Out wins it. Guile up for second there in a photo with Dangerous Driver. And Conniving in 1 minute 38 seconds flat.
Big Night Out with the win. Andy was doing the lean for the 8 Guile to get up for the second place.
I was looking to watch live. I was leading and looking live.
we love the lean, but no doubt about the winner, Andy. Big Night Out on that drop in class.
Yeah, we were remarking during the race that other than Daddy knows, you don't see Katie be that aggressive, and she was very aggressive with this horse, and she was right. She was riding the best horse, and she didn't want to fool around, and gets it done, and gets it done quite easily, much the best. I was very fortunate to get up for second with the number 8 horse, who just managed to run down the 4, who actually ran extremely well to be second here, and really I was lucky to get second, but there was no doubt about the winner.
Big effort from the 4 Dangerous Driver, and showed a lot more speed than he ever has on turf or dirt. So well done by Eric Cancel too, to have him be forwardly placed. It paid off, and looks like the 8 just got up for second. So 11-8-4, but no doubt about that winner, the number 11. Big Night Out on the drop in class, breaks his maiden, and it was 11-8-4-7. Posted under the line in race number 6. 9-5 favorite with the win. We bring you prices and more after this on America's Day at the Races.
They're coming down for the finish, and it is Silver State.
$140,000.
Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Into the winner's circle goes Big Night Out following race number 6. Breaks his maiden, finding the right spot, stretching back out in distance, and an aggressive ride by Katie Davis.
Yeah, no, a much the best winner. Always happy to see Barkley tag in the winner's circle, and Barkley and Robin. And they've just been such a staple in our racing in New York for a long, long time. And I remember, when Barkley had Funny Side, and there were all these things written like, about him like sort of emerging on the scene, as though Barkley Tagg hadn't been a good trainer winning races for the prior 20-plus years. A trainer who came up working with Frank Whiteley many years ago, the great Frank Whiteley, who trained Ruffian and Forgo, among others. But Barkley, to know Barkley, for me at least, is to love him. I know you get along well with him too, and I always enjoy seeing him and Robin.
He's the greatest, and what a joy it was to see him on the Triple Crown Trail again just a couple years ago with Tis the Law.
Just as miserable as ever.
Yes. Big Night Out with the win, $5.90 winner in race number 6. The 7th, a nice New York bred allowance coming up. One scratch of the 2 in here, and a couple of horses to the outside between heavyweight champs and Roland and Doe taking attention. What do you get from Roland and Doe, Andy? A horse who's only run twice. We haven't seen him since February when finishing second behind repeat winner Donegal Surges.
Sometimes I feel like it's hard to guess with Jonathan Thomas horses, because I do feel sometimes that they'll run a lot better than their PP suggest, and sometimes they just won't really show up to their PPs. But obviously, this is the horse to beat if he runs to his races.
Back over to the Jersey Shore, Monmouth Park, race 7 coming up next. Luckily, we don't have to do any of the heavy lifting over there. Lafitte, we'll leave that up to you guys.
Lifting of some sort, while we're watching Belmont at the Big A and the handsome Mirage cousin running second at 13-1.
I think you meant to say the ugly cousin. I'm the handsome cousin.
Here at Monmouth Post Parade, this is the second leg of the cross-country pick 5. Start of the late pick 4. All kinds of changes off the turf on the main track. A field of 6. Much more on Jersey Joe Bravo in a moment. There's Cassius, 1 win, 14-length romp in the slop at Charlestown.
And it is sloppy today, so that might be his favorite surface.
Rapture Bay, first of 2, main track only.
This one is switching from the turf back to the dirt.
And the favorite, Duke of Gloucester, main track only. Paco looking to go back-to-back.
Yeah, he's my pick. This is a deserving favorite, a horse that seems to tower over his competition today on the dirt.
So, yes, off the turf of the main track, sloppy, sealed, still looking at Duke of Gloucester and Paco Lopez. Often you'll see the tail of the tape, right, with two heavyweights colliding in a big race around here, Raj. You can do the same with a couple of jockeys all time, head-to-head. Paco Lopez and Jersey Joe Bravo, the numbers and stats they've put up over the years.
And prior to Paco taking over the reins from Joe, Joe got the name Jersey Joe Bravo because of his dominance in the early 2000s, winning many titles. And since Paco came on the scene, Paco has almost dethroned him from that position and is really trying to catch up to become the new Jersey Paco Lopez.
War at the Shore, I like it. Yeah, he has a lot of work to do in terms of wins, but titles getting closer. 13 for Jersey Joe Bravo, 10 for Paco Lopez, and Paco this meet, the heavy favorite to continue his reign as leading rider.
Yeah, at the rate that he's going, if he wins this year, he'll be number 11 title for him, and it'll be chomping away at Joe. I think Joe is here to try to win and try to slow Paco down a little bit.
Keep that cushion and separation. There is Bravo in wait list. A big weekend for this tandem. It's Centennial. It's Todd Pletcher won the Peter Pan yesterday afternoon. What do you make of his chances? Wait list at 3-1 is the second choice.
Well, this $240,000 yearling is trying the dirt race for the first time. If he can translate his turf form to the dirt today, he'll have a good chance. And his pedigree, it seems like he would be able to handle the dirt. So I wouldn't be surprised to see if he would jump up and run a big race today. But he does have to be able to translate that turf form to the dirt. And also he has to step up a little bit numbers-wise. His highest Beyer speed figure was his most recent race, 73 Beyer speed figure. Since then, he's been gelded. But Duke of Gloucester runs in the mid-80s most times, so he does need to step up his game to compete with the favorite.
And there is Duke of Gloucester. Paul, your thoughts going into this seventh race, ready to kick off the late pick four. Does Paco go back to back? Hey, Paul.
Yeah, I think he's going to be tough. And by the way, I'm sitting by an old spot that used to be a pool here at Monmouth Park, and now it's actually the Haskell winners in here, and also from the 2007 Breeders' Cup. Actually, the statue of Curlin is right behind me. This is actually pretty cool. But we'll get on to race number 7 before we get to the Serena song. Look, Duke of Gloucester is going to be tough in here. I thought Land Biscuit was the other horse in here, the 5. I just think that horse can be close enough to the pace. But when you look at this field, the 9 is the unknown, right? Never been on conventional dirt, kind of never been on mud. First time gelding. What do you really get from Centennial Farms here? But and you got the 14 who's kind of been proven on off tracks. I think the 14 is going to be tough to handle. But like I said, I think the 5 Land Biscuit is a horse that has run consistent numbers over his careers, and he's run well on a wet surface before. Sammy Camacho aboard for Bruce Brown. So I'll give a slight, nod to the 14 here and to the 5 for second place. But like I said, guys, this is pretty cool. I wanted you guys to cut back to me. If you look, you can see Indian Blessing, Ginger Punch, Kip DeVille. You keep on talking, Lafitte. Let's get the Breeders' Cup back here. Now, Warpath and the Mighty Curlin. And don't forget English Channel and Midnight Loot won on that day, Lafitte.
Some great Breeders' Cup performances. You would have loved to have seen it on a fast track or the turf course that wasn't an absolute bog. Curlin, the one that jumps off the page, is the first ever 2-day Breeders' Cup that took place here back in 2007. Skip away. All right, so he didn't do it here at Monmouth Park, but in 1997, if you're bored, go back and pull up his classic win on YouTube. Him and Mike Smith, Skip Away, one of the most impressive performances you'll ever see in a Breeders' Cup Classic. Yeah,
Skip Away was an absolute beast and such a beautiful horse to watch run. Just a majestic animal, big, powerful gray horse. And like Lafitte, I agree with you. If you want to really look back and see some of the great horses, YouTube is a great channel to go look at that skip away race, and really a captivating horse.
And reliving those moments. And what about the pool here and next to the, shouldn't like every jock's room should have be equipped with a swimming pool?
Oh man, that was one of the treats about coming to Monmouth Park in the summer as a jockey. I spent many years here in the summertime, and that swimming pool was just outside of the jock's room. In between races on a hot summer's day, it would instead of washing your face off or jumping in the shower, we'd just dive right into the pool, get that refresher, bounce right back. It was just such a cool feature to have.
Shocker. Jockeys in their antics, I understand there was a lot of jockey throwing jockeys into that swimming pool.
Oh yeah, definitely. Horseplay. A lot of horseplay going on over there.
A lot of time in between races. What better way to kill time? Throw jockeys in the pool. Here, which rider's going to wind up in the winner's circle? I know just going in and 4 to 5, that feels about right. Paco Lopez looking to go back-to-back, and you thought Duke of Gloucester was an absolute standout against these.
Yes, there's all indication. It's speed figure-wise, he towers over the field. He got a great post on the outside. What I expect to happen here is there's going to be some horses that are going to be vying for early position, like the number 6 Rose Collector. I expect his jockey, Fernando Hara, to send him out of the gate, and the number 11, Casillas, stretching out from a sprint to a route. And I just expect that Paco is just going to glide right behind him going into the first turn, set up shop about 3rd or 4th position, and just bide his time from there.
4 to 5 at post time. Duke of Gloucester. There goes Rapture Bay. Second leg of the cross country pick 5 kicks off the late pick 4, race 7, live from Monmouth Park on Fox Sports 2.
Here's Duke of Gloucester. We're ready to go. And they're off. A very awkward break from Rose Collector, who drops to the back of the field and is steady coming right out of the gate. Duke of Gloucester on the far outside, up close with Rapture Bay. These two, along with Cassius, who hugs the rail, going into the clubhouse turn. 3 abreast on the lead here. Land Biscuit settling off the pace in 4th ahead of Waitlist, and that leaves Rose Collector after the bad beginning to trail the field. A contentious pace on the lead. Cassius has a neck lead on Rapture Bay, and Duke of Gloucester, who's back in the 3rd position, tracking the pace on the outside. A gap of 2 to Land Biscuit, off the speed in 4th. A length and a half to Waitlist, joined and passed by Rose Collector. Waitlist now the trailer, 6 lengths off the lead as the 6 runners head down the back stretch. Cassius still in control of things, leads by a length, opens up that lead now to a length and a quarter. Now it's a length and a half as Cassius opens up a length and 3/4 approaching the 4-turn run. Duke of Gloucester makes his way into 2nd. Rapture Bay going in the wrong direction, loses 2nd and a 3rd while losing ground. Land Biscuit sent along, about to snatch 3rd. Then comes Rose Collector. He's on the move, claiming 3rd from Land Biscuit, who's plotting in place. Waitlist out of last, but has a lot of work to do as they come to the top of the lane. Duke of Gloucester sails to the lead, and Duke of Gloucester turns for home with a commanding advantage off the turn. In the 2nd spot is Rose Collector. Cassius calls it a day. Waitlist into 3rd, trying to get up into 2nd, but the best he can do is run 2nd today because Duke of Gloucester has turned this into a paid workout. Paco Lopez sitting chilly like a statue aboard this guy here. Duke of Gloucester coming home easily. Waitlist ran on for 2nd. Rose Collector 3rd. Land Biscuit 4th.
The Paco, Jersey Joe Exacto. Where's Paco going? Raj.
He's going to try to stop this horse. He's got so much horse. He's trying to get him away from the competition to pull him up. He definitely an easy as can be victory for Duke of Gloucester. He had to get the outrider, the pony, to stop him. This horse had so much energy left after the race.
Can a horse win a race any easier than that?
No, it was just as easy as can be. Like you can tell, Paco was looking over his shoulder coming off the turn. He knew he had the measure. He had a lot of horse, and he's looking for competition that wasn't even there.
There was none.
He was just coasting home. Easiest of victory.
Paco goes back-to-back. The winner in the 6 paid like $14. This one will not. Duke of Gloucester. See it post time. I can't see. 4 to 5? 1 to 5. 1 to 5. With that Michael Jordan tongue wag going. Duke of Gloucester. Wayne Potts. 14, 9, 6, 5, 11. You thought it was a mismatch going in? Turns out to be just that.
Yeah, as advertised, he just towered over them on paper and got hammered down in the betting late and just ran exactly as expected. Paco set up shop in third, let the speed go. Going into the final turn, he just had so much horse, just pulling him to victory.
Dominating performance by the Duke of Gloucester in the 7th at Monmouth Park. And when we come back, the feature, Serena's Song. All right, so she might not be Serena's Song, but she's pretty good. A cult 4-5 favorite in the Mother's Day feature next at Monmouth. Stay tuned.
Spun to Run. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more, and he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Now, this multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, and Breeders' Cup champion is passing his remarkable talent along to his progeny.
95, 5, 200, 200 down, 2, in the back. Patrick, 200,000. Thank you.
Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
Mid-Atlantic May 2-year-olds in training. With a catalog of top juveniles by the nation's top sires, this sale has consistently produced graded stakes winners from around the world and on all surfaces, including Kentucky Derby winner Mage, plus 2024 graded stakes winners Kinza, Linda's Gift, Mendelssohn Bay, and Olivia Darling. The phasing Tipton Mid-Atlantic May 2-year-olds in training sale, May 20th and 21st in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
Breeding in New York State just got a whole lot greener. Starting in 2026 with 2-year-olds and expanding in 2027 to include 3-year-olds and up, New York breds on the NYRA circuit will be offered purses matching the race's open company counterpart. That's a nearly 20% increase per race compared to 2023. Bowling season is in full swing. There's still time to take advantage of New York's better than ever state bred incentives. Visit NYRA.com/NYbreds for more info.
Stallion's Central Banker is a Grade 2 winner whose well-balanced good looks have helped him attract a solid group of mares every year since he launched his career at McMahon Thoroughbreds of Saratoga back in 2018. Now that his runners have proven themselves on the track, breeders are beating a path to his court.
Breeders gravitate towards consistency and a sure bet. It's an uncertain world out there, and Central Banker in our regional program and even in abroad has really helped breeders find sure footing.
McMahon points out that Central Banker has ranked as a top 5 to top 10 sire nationally many times since his offspring hit the track.
And they're off.
The Stallion's leading earner is Bankit with more than $1.4 million in purse money.
Bankit has taken the lead.
Central Banker progeny have earned more than $21 million.
Every single Central Banker foal comes out very well balanced, medium big size with good bone. They train easy. They are not too wild as youngsters, just wild enough as 2-year-olds.
We love those New York breds. Check out nybreds.com for more information on the New York Thoroughbred Breeding and Development Fund. And actually tomorrow, Andy, we'll have a chance to celebrate the New York breds with the New York Breeders Awards up in Saratoga.
Oh, that's right. You're going, you said, right?
Yes.
And Richie is the MC.
Richie is the MC. Yeah.
Yeah, that's great.
I love getting a chance to celebrate the New York breds at any opportunity.
We can give out the winners.
Richie knows the winners. I don't know all the winners.
He gave me a couple of them. Yeah. I'm not going to say it.
Did he?
I wouldn't do that to Naj.
Oh, you got a little secrets, huh? Yeah. Well, there is a New York bred Roland and Doe, as the New York breds, as I said, are in the spotlight in the 7th race coming up. And Roland and Doe, who's 9-5 now, Andy, lightly raced, second last time out behind Donegal Surges, who would come back to win again with a 90 buyer speed figure in his subsequent start. But what do you do with this guy in here? As I said, I haven't seen him since February, still lightly raced.
He does get the benefit of drawing outside of the other speed, the 7 heavyweight champs, and heavyweight champs a little unreliable. He's got that huge win 2 back, and he was a disaster, tougher or not last time. He was awful, so who knows what we're going to get from him. And I think Roland Doe is legitimately the horse to beat. Donegal Surges came back, ran very well. He was just in too tough there.
Yep.
But I don't think he's supposed to be an overwhelming favorite, and right now he is not an overwhelming favorite. A lot of money for the 1, Independent Paul, though.
Independent Paul, if your name is Paul, good luck. This horse who has run some pretty quick races recently, just missed last time out when trying to get to upside potential. Just kind of outfooted at the start, too. This is a horse you could sit a stalking trip from the inside.
Yeah, you sometimes wonder if horses with people's names in them are taking a little bit more money, and that has a lot to do with them being a short price at this time. Because 7-2 seems a bit short. I thought there were some other alternatives. Perhaps you could make a case for Starquist, second off a layoff to improve. And I took a little shot with Rock the Weekend, who last race didn't run well, but the prior 2 races were good enough to give this horse a chance, especially if the pace heats up a little bit.
Yeah, especially you look at the likes of Heavyweight Champs, who's getting blinkers on. You know that he's going. He's got Cam Duke right to his inside as well. There could be a fair amount of pace in there, but there is the favorite Roland and Doe. 9-5 on this one now as Manny Franco climbs aboard and won first time out in December. Just up by a head as well, so we'll see what he can do in this spot. Love the Big Dom Racing silks of Heavyweight Champs. The guy making the pizza.
Easy to see.
Yes.
Good for track
I'm
announcers.
sure Chris Griffin appreciates them as well. Meeting the rest of the field, starting off with Independent Paul.
And we were just talking about him. He gets a good trip probably on the inside, and we're seeing horses run well on the inside. The track is Herod and good. That rain is a distant memory. It's a beautiful afternoon now.
Sun shining as there's Starquist with Romero Mirage.
The good-looking Mirage.
Yes.
He's got a lot to compensate for with his cousin. I know this horse is very interesting, second off a layoff, and I think he's a player to price.
Rock the Weekend went by. More on him in a moment. Your pick there is the 5 On the Hill.
On the Hill has those really good efforts 2 summers ago in Saratoga, and he's just never been able to stay on the racetrack long enough to get to them.
Here's Cam Duke, another speed.
Yeah, he's just had so many chances and doesn't get it done, and there's faster speeds than him here and better speeds.
Including this guy. Here's Heavyweight Champs.
He's such a wild card because you know he's got a good race in there, but he's very unreliable.
One of those one-number horses, so to speak. And there's your favorite, Roland and Doe.
And he's the very logical horse to beat near, draws well on the outside, and we'll see how fast the pace is.
Well, that's the field for race 7 with the New York breds, and you can earn more with Naira Bets. Get a 20% exacta boost on all Belmont at the Big A races today. Visit NairaBets.com to opt in. Andy hit the exacta in the last race, and you like a price in here, Andy, with the 4 Rock the Weekend.
Yeah, I don't believe me. I don't love Rock the Weekend at all. And as I was, when you find yourself as a handicapper, and here we have to make picks in every race, looking at races over and over again, it's usually a sign that you're just not thrilled with the logical horses. So then you start going off the beaten path, and I see the case for Starquist, who's a little interesting second off a layoff. And Rock the Weekend was running well enough 3 and back, and even 2 back didn't run that badly. Last time didn't run well, but if you want a long shot trainer to take a look at, it's Lolita Shibmongle. So I took a little bit of a flyer here.
Horses always look a picture coming over to the races as well. There's a look at Starquist, though, second off the layoff. Richie, this horse came back as a gelding last time. What are you seeing from him today?
He looks great. Listen, I liked him a bit last time, too. I do think he took a step forward. His coat looks even better than it did last time. He looks fit. I'm picking him because I liked him last time. This is a horse that showed so much promise early on and just never really seemed to kind of break through and go on. And I know there's more horse in there. He's a horse that does not react well to kickback. So I think, Romero's going to have to figure out a trip where you can get him out of that kickback at some point because he's not fast enough to be on the pace. At least he's never shown that kind of speed previously. But I like him, and I know that he has ability. I just hope that at some point he puts it all together. At 9-1, I'm really hoping today is the day. Rock the Weekend looks phenomenal. This horse is so dappled out, and that just speaks to overall general good health for a horse. And Lolita Shibmongle does really, really good work. Now, he doesn't have any speed, and I think that's a little bit of a handicap on today's track, although sometimes we see where everybody kind of, says, well, I got to be forward, and they wind up doing too much, and then you get a horse that comes from out of the clouds. But from a physical perspective, could not look any better. The 7 Heavyweight Champs looks good. I wish he would have grabbed a bit, just a touch more. Luis Saez left the pony, but he did add blinkers, and he's a horse with speed, and blinkers factors usually intensify a horse's speed. And then your favorite now at 9-5, Roland Doe. He's fast enough to be in the race, but he's not forced into the race from that post, and he looks fine. Short price on the 2 outside runners. I'm giving Starquist a little bit of a try here.
At 8-1, Richie, thank you. A horse that certainly could take a step forward, second off the layoff. There's the 7 heavyweight champs, though. If he can run back to that race we saw 2 starts back, Andy, when he broke his maiden, he'd be very dangerous in here.
Oh, yeah, he would most likely win. I think if he runs that race, we saw the 3rd place finisher come back with a vastly improved effort in his next start. And he was good this day. He absolutely dominated. Look, they thought enough of him to run him in a stake first time, and really, he just kind of ran out of horse going the 7 furlongs, and that's a race that will live in infamy, but he ran well that day. He did not run well in his return race, but to be fair, it was just a muddy seal track. The rider made the mistake of staying too far off the rail, and that was a gold rail day, and the winner just scooted up the rail. Jose Gomez was very advantageous in doing it. So now he catches a fast track next time and just gallops. Last time was bad. Better horses, but he was bad because the speed was the horse who ended up winning the race, the other speed. So,
Another Rudy.
Yeah, so I don't actually, I think the other speed actually came back to the turf. I'm a little confused, but they weren't that far off of it. Doc Sullivan came back to win his next start as well. So it was a tough field, but he was bad. I'm a little conflicted with him what to do and don't totally trust this horse. But I could also see him running a winning race. And for those people that wonder, well, did he not like a wet track? I don't think it's the moisture. For me, I look at them as far as sealed or unsealed. As far as being moisture, I think some horses don't really like a sealed track. And now that we're good, we're harrowed. So it's not a sealed track, so I don't worry about it.
Very happy to see the sun shining, as well as we have that Soaring Softly coming up, the only race of the day left on the turf. The stake in a very competitive one at that will be run on a good turf course. But as far as the New York Breds in this allowance coming up, heavyweight champs, there he is. Can he ever run back to that race? He's a little bit of a quirky type of individual, you can see too. I know as far as training, he's been a little bit quirky too, and maybe it's just a case of finding the perfect storm, so to speak, and equipment changes. Rudy will sometimes play around with different types of equipment to get the best out of a horse.
I think horses like that, and as a comparable type situation, deterministic, a horse that your father-in-law trains and your husband trains. Obviously, he's got talent, but it's just, for whatever reason, it's not coming out, and it's not as though there's something physically wrong with him. Horses can be very frustrating at times, and obviously Heavyweight Champ is a horse that has in there some real talent. The question is whether or not he's going to show it in his races, and he's a very hard horse to trust.
3-2 though on Roland and Doe to the outside, trying to make amends for that 2nd place finish last time out. Loading in, Andy had interest in Rock the Weekend. Richie with Starquist, both going with some prices, trying to go against the 2 favorites in this 7th race. New York Breds in the spotlight. Here's Chris Griffin with the call.
Cam Duke, heavyweight champs. Roland and Doe. Roland and Doe is in. All set. And they're off. Heavyweight champs breaks very well towards the outside, and Starquist is in the early mix with Independent Paul, but heavyweight champs is pumped up and on the front end up by 2. Here comes the run from Starquist, is trying to challenge Roland and Doe, is also progressing quickly, is now taking a clear 2nd. Following that move is Cam Duke from off the pace, is now tracking 3rd, 2.5 off the leader. At the rail is Independent Paul, losing ground now back to 5th. That's going to be Starquist. The 2 trailers on the hill with Rock the Weekend. They're chasing heavyweight champs, 22.56 for that opening quarter mile. Heavyweight champs is the clear leader. All in right now is Roland and Doe, is in the 2-path trying to make up the ground. Cam Duke is looming up 3 wide. Here comes the run from Cam Duke and Kender Carmouche. Blue Silks on the hill. They're now moving. They're 4th. Only about 3 off the lead. They reach the top of the stretch. Heavyweight champs is still there. It's heavyweight champs. Roland and Doe in between horses. Cam Duke now stalling just a touch there, is on the hill, is trying to make up that ground, but still 2.5, 3 off the lead inside the final furlong. And And now a resurgent Rolling in Dough in between horses. Heavyweight Champs battles on towards the inside. Can On the Hill get there? Grandstand side, Cam Duke. Rolling in Dough now the leader. Rolling in Dough got it. Gutsy effort there. Rolling in Dough gets the victory over Cam Duke on the hill. Heavyweight Champs in an oncoming Rock the Weekend in 1 minute 11 seconds flat.
It was an all-out dogfight down to the wire. Rolling in Dough able to get the victory, but he had some pressure throughout from a stubborn Cam Duke and even Heavyweight Champs who put in a fight after setting the pace.
It was a crazy race because it really looked like on the turn, you said to me, is Cam Duke actually going to win a race? Like, well, that can't happen. But it looked like the eventual winner, Rolling in Dough, was kind of abdicating between horses top of the stretch. He came back on. He held off Cam Duke because Cam Duke doesn't want to win. A nice effort from On the Hill, who hasn't run in a while, and he hasn't run well in a while. And he ran very well to finish a narrowly beaten third. My horse, unfortunately, put in his run just a little bit too late because he was flying at the finish, beating a few lengths. But, man, he was flying Rock the Weekend.
If Andy was a gallop out person, he'd be very excited about
Look
Rock
at
the
him.
Weekend.
He's like
But I know better.
A wildebeest late in there.
But part of it, too, and there's a perfect visual of it, the 7 Heavyweight Champs, who was your pace setter, refusing to switch leads. You could see Luis Saez several times asking him. Cam Duke doing the same thing. The only one that actually switched leads properly in the stretch was your winner, Rolling in Dough.
Well, Cam Duke would have switched leads, but he said, if I switch leads, I might actually win. And he obviously doesn't want that to happen. I mean, I feel he's a frustrating horse for, I'm sure, his connection, Jimmy Ryerson and the owners. I mean, because he's good enough to win these races, but at some point you realize with this race, I mean, he's supposed to win here.
8-5 over 13-1, 8-6, 5-7. Apologies if you had 13-1 shot Cam Duke with that tough beat there. But Rolling in Dough, the favorite, gets the victory. Manny Franco aboard for trainer Jonathan Thomas. We'll bring you prices and more when we come back and also turn our attention back over to Monmouth Park. The Serena Song Stakes coming up from the Jersey Shore after this, paying tribute to one of the greatest to ever look through a bridle.
The rumbling started early and only intensified, with performances that sent shockwaves across the nation. At the center of it all,
Epicenter is at the top of the 3-year-old class in the Run Happy Travers.
Epicenter, 3-year-old champion by Not This Time. Coolmore America, home of champions.
We're back on America's Day at the races, and glad to see the sun shining here in New York now through the second half of the card, as in race number 7, it was Rollin' and Doe into the winner's circle. Second win today for Manny Franco, the favorite, getting the job done, though he had to fight for it in the stretch, Andy.
He did, and he's kind of fortunate. Maybe some of the horses around him, just particularly the horse who finished second, not really wanting to win. But it's unusual because it's a tough place to be between horses in that duel. It felt like top of the stretch, he was kind of going the wrong way and maybe not the one you wanted. Either heavyweight champ was going to win it, or perhaps Cam Duke somehow, or the third place finisher who made that big run off the layoff on the hill. But he just sort of dug in, and the others maybe wanted a little bit less, but he gets it done as the favorite.
And there's the photo finish as Cam Duke now picking up another in-the-money finish, coming off of a second last time out, but a $5.50 winner. Rollin' and Doe with the victory in the 7th. Stakes action coming up next. We have the Grade 3 Soaring Softly. This one staying on the turf for the 3-year-old fillies, and very happy that we get to do this on the grass. 3 scratches in here, meaning that actually all of the also eligibles drawing into this field. So still a good size and very competitive group of 3-year-old fillies.
No, I agree. It's a terrific race and a very interesting race with some Europeans added in there as well. When you think about Tiger Bell, who've been there, and I think Tiger Bell, the long shot in the rail, give her another look. She's potentially the controlling speed with a scratch of both the 3 and 4. You've got Kairu, the number 5, who was very impressive. I think we'll take a look in a little while at her race overseas, which was very, very good. And then Pipsy, who was visually impressive in breaking her maiden, but against a very, very soft field at the Curragh. Actually, the day after Kairu won a stake there, and they paid over $900,000 for her at Tattersall. We'll see if she's worth it.
Yeah, definitely a lot to live up to for the daughter of Kodiak. Looking forward to seeing what she has in store for her U.S. debut. But over at Monmouth, stakes action coming up there as well, with the Serena Song for fillies and mares, and a colt 6-5 right now. Lafitte, I love anything that has to do with Serena's Song, and how special that she is still with us and we get to celebrate her today.
She was amazing. Acacia, Serena's Song, and on that afternoon, the 95 Haskell, the ballerina, taking on the boys. Serena's Song, Raja was a fast pace. She took pressure, and then Gary Stevens blew the race wide open, rounding the far turn and able to hold off the closers.
Yeah, that move on the turn to get that separation was killer. She had that quick turn of foot and got the jump on them, and that was all it took.
And there she is, 32 years old, Serena's Song, on April 4th. What a mare. She won 18 of 38. She banked more than $3.2 million. Raja, they called Lady Secret the Iron Mare. Serena's Song, pretty damn tough in her day.
Oh, a lot of races against some tough horses, like you said, running against even the males, and winning $3.2 million in purses over that course in that time, when you didn't have that many big multi-million-dollar races, and she did it the hard way. She did it, grinded it out.
Serena, you're spilling. The queen of Denali stud, Serena's Song. The numbers there, 10-time Grade 1 winner, and one of the greatest losing efforts you'll ever see on a Breeders' Cup stage. That show she and Flanders stablemates put on at Churchill Downs in '94, as Tom Durkin described, a spellbinding stretch duel for a championship.
It was spellbinding, and what a heartbreaker for her. But she just always shows up. And you see her 38 lifetime races include 18 wins in 11 seconds. Just such a consistent mare that just so entertaining to watch.
Multiple races against the boys. When she ran in the Kentucky Derby, the win here in the Haskell, it's a story that any sports fan can get behind. The girl taking on the boys. We saw it here with Rachel Alexandra as well, and her legacy honored in the form of this Mother's Day feature at Monmouth Park, the Serena's Song, with horses on the track in about 4 minutes to post. This is a sloppy track here at Monmouth Park. Not sure that any of them are as good as a Serena's Song, but a quality field of 3-year-old fillies, or fillies and mares, I should say. A colt, who is the current favorite. We'll have a chance to see her on track. Kathleen O is here, a Grade 2 Gulfstream Park Oaks winner. And here's how they looked when they hit the track. There is Traverse and Sammy Camacho in the famed Claiborne Orange.
Yeah, this one will be the speed of the speed in here.
Kathleen O, then Frosty O'Toole, Eclipse Thoroughbred Monmouth debut.
Yeah, Frosty O'Toole is one that would be coming from off the pace here.
a winner, her lone try on a wet surface. Daniel Centeno aboard, scratch numbers 5 and 6. Then the favorite in a colt, Grade 1 place filly.
Yeah, following her cotillion last year, she was just so impressive, finishing third that day, lost nothing in defeat, and became one of my favorite 3-year-old fillies from last year.
And the New York bred Venti Valentine, her 9th race on a wet surface.
Oh, such a consistent mare. She'll be looking to track the pace earlier. She does have some natural speed in a race. It's a small field and a race that's lacking a lot of early speed.
Who do you think is the quickest in a race devoid of speed? Who's in control early on?
Undoubtedly, it will be the number 1
right.
Traverse. Traverse has been, last 2 races were sprinting against some horses in that they're fast-paced races. She stretches out to a longer distance today, and I expect Sammy Camacho from the inside. He has to be. I don't even expect this. He has to be aggressive and go for the lead from the inside.
Pedal to the metal, and we'll see. Camacho looking for a second win this afternoon. Kathleen O, we just saw, and then a colt, the favorite, 6-5. A colt. And this is her last effort on a wet racetrack. Last fall at Parks, a colt. This is her 3rd place finish in the Grade 1 Cotillion and chasing Pretty Mischievous and Ceiling Crusher while losing ground, turning for home.
This is a Grade 1 race against the Kentucky Oaks winner championship race. Much better than she faced today, and she ran remarkable. We're just seeing the stretch run here, and she's coming wide on the outside, finishing with a lot of power. Early on in this race as well, she had a lot of things not go her way. She didn't have a favorable trip at all in this race and still ran a very good 3rd against a stellar field. That was a race, is a top level, arguably one of the biggest 3-year-old filly races of the entire year, and she ran a credible 3rd.
And the right people in her corner, Paul. Colt, trained by Chad Brown, Javier Castellano in the saddle.
Yeah, and listen, she's the horse to beat in here. She's off 2 good races, and when you look at her resume, I mean, there's Grade 1s and there's Grade 2s, and you're starting to wonder, is those odds really going to stick? She's 4-5 on the line. I would think she'll end up probably about 3-5. I'm a tiny bit surprised on the outside horse in Venti Valentine, but it's the Paco Lopez effect, right? I mean, he's a master here, and he wins races from regularity, and that's why he gets bet here. But I do think Frosty O'Toole from Michael Dini is a nice sort. He's a horse that at Oakland last time was really rolling late, and I talked to Rocco Bowen after that race, and he had told me, listen, they're going to run this horse back at Monmouth. I just got him going a little bit too late to get going. So, I think he's the other horse in here. I will say this, though, the 1 Traverse has got a speed advantage on this field. Now, is she good enough? Remains to be seen. So she's going to try to do her best Serena song going gate to wire in here, but I do think the 7 will be tough to handle in here, Lafitte. So I do think the 4's got quality, so I think this race could be landing 7-4.
4-5, a colt. Well, you look at the Speedy Traverse, a colt. These others don't stack up in terms of class. A colt, a Grade 1 placed, as you just saw in the Cotillion. What about the rust factor, potential rust factor? That we haven't seen a colt since running in the Mother Goose late October.
Yeah, we haven't seen her in a long while. However, Chad Brown, one of the best trainers have taken a horse off a layoff, and she towers over the field, in my opinion, in ability. And the only way that she gets beat in this race is if the dynamics of the race, because she's usually coming from well off the pace. If the pace is too slow up front and she's too far disconnected from the leaders, that would be the only way that she would get beat, if there's too much ground to make up. But Javier Castellano, I expect that he understands that, and he's going to put her in a spot where she's not disconnected from a slow pace.
She does have that versatility. She has stalked, been close to the pace, and won before. A colt. Looking at Kathleen O, let's revisit her last win. This is in April of 2022, Gulfstream Park and the Gulfstream Park Oaks. You'll see Kathleen O, who's going to put away Goddess of Fire. These two separate from the pack.
I was there for this race, watching it live in person, and this filly was ultra impressive. Off this win, I gave her a lot of chance to win the Kentucky Oaks. She just has tailed off since then, though. If she can come back with this kind of performance where she just stalks the pace and finishes strong, she'll be very tough in this race. It's been a year since she's shown anything remotely close to that, and I don't see any indication of that form reversal.
Shug McGahee trains, Legend Hall of Famer, but yeah, she really needs to reach back and find the stuff that made her a Grade 2 winner. And she did run well in that Kentucky Oaks behind Secret Oath, Nest and company. A very good addition of the Kentucky Oaks.
Yeah, at one time, her form at one time would be super tough. Her form back then would make her probably the joint favorite with Occult in this race if it was a year ago.
Kathleen O. Occult, though, the odds-on favorite, as we're all set for the Mother's Day feature with the sun peeking out here at Monmouth Park. Matt Dinnerman with the call post time for the Serena song.
We're ready to go. And they're off in the Serena Song Stakes. A Colt broke last, and she's running in the 4th position after passing Kathleen O in the early stages. Travers got an alert beginning, gets to the rail. She's on a hold naturally quick with Venti Valentine well off the fence, now getting over. And Venti Valentine clearing off from the competition into the clubhouse turn, has the lead and gets to the fence, accelerates to lead by a length and a half. Here comes a Colt, the favorite, to take the 2nd position away. Frosty O'Toole, Travers, they're side by side approaching the backstretch run, and Kathleen O aggressively ridden since the gate opened to get into the race. She's 5th now, 5 lengths off the leader. Venti Valentine, supplemented into this race by trainer Jorge Abreu, leads the way in the Serena's Song Stakes. A length in front of a Colt, who's in a good position after braking just a tad slowly. She's placed in a good spot by Javier Castellanos 2nd. Frosty O'Toole 3rd, outside of Travers to the inside. Kathleen O still at the back, getting closer, joining Travers, who's come under a hard ride on the rail. Into the 4th turn they go. Venti Valentine a nose in front. Here's a Colt turning up the pressure, and they round the 4th turn. A Colt sticks the head in front. Now it's a half length. Now it's a full length. Venti Valentine losing contact with a Colt who kicks on. Frosty O'Toole takes the 2nd position. She's after O'Colt at the top of the lane, and Venti Valentine is not done coming back on the inside. O'Colt's going to have to work for it today. Venti Valentine in a tight spot. She got shut off there and slammed on the brakes. 4 outside. Here comes Kathleen O. Kathleen O from the back of the field trying to catch a Colt. A Colt holding on to the lead. Kathleen O on the outside. Kathleen O wearing down a Colt. And Kathleen O from last to first wins the Serena Song Stakes. A Colt 2nd. Venti Valentine 3rd. Then Kathleen O'Toole. Or rather, that was Frosty O'Toole and Travers.
Lots going on in this one. Horses taking up in deep stretch. Occult, the favorite, wandering. And in the end, Kathleen O did reach back and find her best to take down this Serena's song. What happens right about here, Raj, with Occult trying to hold on to the lead?
It looks like Occult wasn't clear of Venti Valentine, and came over in her path. Paco had to snatch up, and that definitely took his path away. She's surely going to see a Steward's Inquiry. In the meantime, the rejuvenated, reinvigorated Kathleen O coming back to her, what she showed early in her career, a big effort, overcoming a slow early pace and running by the front runners in the stretch.
9-1 at post time, and the way things unfolded from the start, not quite the way you thought things might look early on.
I am baffled and dumbfounded that Travers, who broke 2 lengths in front and was the only speed of the race, was wrangled back off the pace. That completely threw a monkey wrench into the race, because now Venti Valentine inherited the lead. And you can see Paco not really wanting the lead because she's never really been on the lead. But Travers being the only speed being taken off the pace made Venti Valentine inherit the lead and forced Occult to move kind of early, which I like the aggression of Javier Castellano there. If you have the best horse and it's a slow pace, you have to take advantage of that and put her in there. And the biggest benefactor was Kathleen O, who just kind of let them duke it out up front and just swept on by on the turn.
As you might imagine, numbers flashing, bells and phones are ringing, involving the 2nd and 3rd place finisher, Occult. at 1-5. And Venti Valentine does not involve the winner, Kathleen O. Her first win in over 2 years. Revisits the winner's circle today in the Serena song. Who will find the winner's circle in the feature Belmont at the Big A? The Soaring Softly is next, the 10th running, and we'll keep you updated with that inquiry at Monmouth. You're watching America's Day at the Races.
Gunrunner is the sire of 11 millionaires and 10 Grade 1 winners, including Gunpilot, Vava, Toyota Bluegrass winner Sierra Leone, champion Echo Zulu, 2-time Grade 1 winner Cyberknife, 3-time Grade 1 winner Taba, track record setter Society, Locked, 2-time Grade 1 winner Gunite, and classic winner Early Voting. Hall of Famer Gunrunner, standing at 3 chimneys.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Daredevil, returning to stud on U.S. soil. The only first-crop sire to see 2 offspring win the Grade 1 Kentucky Oaks and the Grade 1 Preakness Stakes in the same year. She dares the devil, taking the Kentucky Oaks and the Grade 2 Azeri Stakes, and champion Swiss Skydiver, winning the Preakness and the Grade 1 Beholder Mile Stakes. With more exciting prospects on the track and multiple 6-figure sales in the ring, Daredevil's career is just getting started, only at Lane's End.
Monmouth Park summer season rolls on with live racing action every weekend. Monmouth's 2023 season featured our highest average field size since 2015, the perfect recipe for a prolific payday. With a stakes race every Saturday and Sunday, plus our Win Early Pick 5, Monmouth Park is your summer place to profit. Joining us on site, lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Soaring Softly is asked for her run now by Jerry Bailey, and Squeak is the last of them all. They're coming to the top of the stretch. It is still Heritage of Gold, the leader, by a half length. Coretta right alongside. Mossflower 3 wide. Soaring Softly 4 wide. Insight down toward the inside. Headlong into the final furlong. Coretta kicks in. Short lead. Heritage of Gold. Soaring Softly charging on the outside. Mossflower is 4th and Insight. It's Soaring Softly, a narrow lead. Coretta grudgingly gives way as they come down to the line. Soaring Softly the winner by a length.
Soaring Softly in the 1999 Flower Bowl. I love watching these races with you, Andy, as you call out the horses behind her. And you were there that day.
Oh, I was, yeah. No, Soaring Softly was such a good horse. All those Phillips horses, going back in the family.
We have a lot of
races
named for Phillips horses here in New York.
A whole ton, and they were all really good horses. And also very good broodmares. A lot of good family in there. And Soaring Softly was really a good one.
Champion grass mare in 1999, Soaring Softly. Meeting the field for her namesake race, here's Tiger Bell.
She benefits the most of anyone from the scratches, and that she could be the controlling speed. I think she's a live long shot.
Back on the turf, and here, then we go to the 5, Cairo, cutting back in distance.
I like her chances. We'll show her race from Europe, which was very good.
Back on grass for Kodiak Wintergreen.
I like her chances as well, though less speed hurts her going out for Alex Bregman and his family.
Yeah. Here's the 7, Admits Wade's first start since the Breeders' Cup.
Surprised to see her taking as much money as she is, but she has been ultra consistent.
Golden Ghost cuts back in distance as well.
Yeah, I don't like the turn back for Mark Cassie. Not great numbers turning back from routes to sprints on turf.
Here's Pipsy, who we talked about sold for a lot of money at Tattersall's December.
Yeah, I think they're seeing the given the ground, and they like that race. I got to tell you, maybe I'll be wrong, but I think they paid a lot of money for a horse who beat up on a bad field.
There's the 11, Caress. The 10 is a bit of a quirky type.
Turns back for one turf effort, and she'd have to improve from that one.
Here's the 12, Artemis Sound.
She has sprinter for Todd Pletcher, and she hasn't run badly, but a cut below the horses in here. That's a big price.
Lone win came on synthetic. Here's Marco T, winner last out.
And Clements scratched the horse when the turf got some rain, El Torino. But Marco T is not a bad fill-in. A horse that ran very well last time, could be improving at the right time.
That's the field for the Soaring Softly. As mentioned, Independence Avenue. The last time she ran in New York, actually, she was a late scratch flipping on the track. So she usually stays away from the rest of the field. There's the 7, Amidst Waves, though. First start since running against the boys in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint. As we'll take a look, Andy, at her back in the Bolton Landing when she won that day. Just able to get up closing in the stretch.
Yeah, she makes a big run around the field and it just sort of gets it done in a field that I feel like this is a stronger field overall. I don't want to knock her. And listen, she easily beat Kodiak Wintergreen, who I think is very dangerous inside of her when she broke her maiden at Belmont. But that was a time when it's just like Weaver's horse just couldn't seem to lose, especially the 2-year-olds. But to be fair,
especially turf sprint.
She's run very well, and I don't want to knock her. I think she could win this race. I just prefer some others. I prefer Kodiak Wintergreen, and I want to show her, but I certainly want to show Kairu also, the horse from Europe. And Kodiak Wintergreen, it's funny, I was messaging with Alex Bregman the other night when I first started looking at this race, and I said, one thing I know is you'll have a lot of speed to close into, and then I felt bad because most of them ended up scratching out.
A lot of the speed coming out.
The thing about a decent turf sprinting horse is they don't necessarily need a ton of pace, you know? I mean, you think of Big Invasion when he's good. He can close into paces that aren't, supersonic, and I think the pace will be honest enough. I expect her to run well. She also was wide against a good rail in her race at Kentucky Downs.
She has also, I'm always fascinated by her pedigree. She's after 2 very good horses. One who's a turf sprinter, Love Reigns, and the other one who wants to run forever, Glorious Empire.
So there's no middle ground.
No middle ground. This one seems to be a sprinter like Love Reigns. There's Kairu, though, as you had alluded to. She just looked like a horse who would really appreciate less distance. Taking a look at her win at the Curragh back in July of last year.
Now, the ground is nowhere near as soft as it was in the Curragh. She ran in July 22nd, and Pipsy ran in September 23rd. These horses got very, very soft ground, but I like the way she sort of fought her way between horses. You're going to see her kind of drift down towards the inside here, and it feels for a second like they're kind of coming for her, and you might ask yourself, did she move a little bit soon in here? But as soon as they come to her, she kind of runs away from them again. Purchased out of her following race, Murray Schwartz, who's had some success buying horses, obviously. Horses like Zagora, also I'm losing my mind. I'm forgetting the other one, but some very good ones. Lady of Venice, who Patrick Biancone trained, and she finished ahead of a horse, Pearls and Rubies, who was second much later to Fortuna, who was second in our Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf.
By a nose. For more on these 3-year-old fillies, though, let's check in trackside with Richie.
Yeah, and I'll keep up on the theme with the 5 Kairu. She did debut in a 16-horse field and won sprinting on softer ground in Ireland, and then came back. I mean, they ran 6 furlongs in 120, so that gives you an idea of how bottomless the ground was. She came over to the States, ran long first time. Looking at her from a physical perspective, she is going to appreciate turning back to the 6 furlongs. And they're so good at identifying in Europe how far a horse wants to go, and they were sprinting her there, and I think she's getting back to what she truly wants to do. 8-1 is a very generous price for Kairu. The 6 Kodiak Wintergreen, good races as a 2-year-old, very proficient, sprinting on the turf as well. And you expect those 2-year-old numbers to be significantly better at 3 if they've made that proper step. Looking at her physically, she looks fit, she looks great. Rusty Arnold does tremendous work. He's been winning races for as long as I can remember, and she's making a really nice impression. Actually, she's gone down to favoritism now. And then ultimately the horse I picked, the daughter of Midshipman, who has been very good siring turf sprinters amidst waves with Johnny Velasquez. All her turf sprints are good. Thought she had subtle trouble in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint last year. Ran against the boys, beating a nose in the Indian Summer. And George Weaver's been good with these horses coming back off the bench, so I'm going to give Amidst Waves the nod.
Richie, thank you. Yeah, George has definitely had them ready to roll. You think of Good Luck Lori, who won the Woodhaven, coming back off the layoff of just one race as a 2-year-old. George Weaver also sending out Caress. No, not that Caress, but the other filly drawing in who will go to the turf. You pointed out to me, Andy, that Marco T, the 13 drawing in, coming back in just 10 days, taking quite a bit of attention.
Taking a ton of money in this race, coming back on the relatively short rest, but she ran well last time out, and I'm not going to be surprised to see when she runs well. I feel like she's a shorter price than I would have expected, but you've got 4 horses, 3-1 to 7-2 in this race, and it's that kind of competitive field. Now, I like the 5, Carriou, and I think she's a very generous price cutting back, and I'll tell you something else. I think the 1 is an obscenely big price going out for Saffie Joseph, because she could absolutely be the speed of the speed with the scratches of the 3 and 4.
Pipsy, the tepid favorite, $928,000 purchase from Tattersall's December mare sale. We'll see what she does in her U.S. debut. The Grade 3 Soaring Softly coming up. Chris Griffin has the call.
Golden Ghost. Artemis Sound and Marco T. Last to load. All set. They're off, and going straight up in the air was Pipsy at the start, is 4 lengths the trailer. Speed from Tiger Bell towards the inside is in the early mix. Amidst Waves is trying to join this leader with Independence Avenue 3 wide. Also shoved along as Caress is in the pink silks, now takes that 3rd position away from Amidst Waves, who's back to 4th. The leader is Tiger Bell as they work up the backstretch. Further outside towards the inside is going to be Kaidiu, is now progressing there with Kodiak Wintergreen as they are now 5th and 6th. It's another 2 back to Golden Ghost, Marco T towards the back end there. Far back as Artemis Sound is there with the trailer. Pipsy, 22.42 for the opening quarter mile. 2 long shots up top. Tiger Bell to the inside, to the outside Independence Avenue. Here comes the run from Caress 3 wide. Kaidiu is in the orange cap looking for a way through. Amidst Waves, nowhere to go right now. They've got run, but nowhere to go. The leader is Tiger Bell. Tiger Bell, Independence Avenue now ready to pounce amidst Waves. Kaidiu is trying to get out of there. Kodiak Wintergreen is holding that spot. Pipsy, green cap, grandstand side off slowly, but Pipsy is rolling. Here comes Pipsy. Now in the clear is Kaidiu. Down towards the inside amidst Waves. Can Pipsy get up in time? Kaidiu is now bursting in between rivals. It's Pipsy. Pipsy will win. Pipsy wins the Soaring Softly. Kaidiu up for second. Amidst Waves is in a photo with Independence Avenue in 1 minute 9.41 seconds.
What a performance from Pipsy. Now you learn a little bit more about all that money they spent. She's still got a way to go, Andy, but this was impressive as she did not break well at all. Pipsy, the number 9, you see at the start, spotting the field by several lengths. Definitely not ideal in a turf sprint.
No, she was best. It's a frustrating beat for the 5, who also broke about a length slow, but she broke 3 to 4 lengths slow, and obviously it compromised her here quite a bit and put an impressive run. Very impressive. Now, she was fortunate. She was able to get out and make that run in the clear, but when you spot the field like that, that's a very impressive performance. Now, as far as the 5, it's a very good ride. She's saving ground. She's in a good spot. It just took her a little while to get clear and get her momentum going, and in doing so, by the time she kind of got clear, and you see right there, the rider, Kendra Carmouche, she's trying to get out, and she's between horses.
But she was hanging on her left lead, too.
Flight.
Kind of,
yeah. But listen, the 9 was best. You can't get left like that and win and say you weren't the best horse. She ran very well.
This is now the second Will Walden horse that we've seen come to New York and take money and be very impressive. You think of Barksdale, what we saw that horse do on the dirt, and this one a turf sprinter purchased over in Europe who finishing very impressively and a major threat in some of these turf sprint races.
No, she's very good. It's funny, she broke really well over in Europe. Yep. I watched that race when she broke her maiden and broke extremely well. In fact, if anything, one of my concerns out of that race was that she got ranked. She was a bit of a runoff in that race, and I thought that could be a problem. Well, I mean, she got left, she settled in the back of the pack, and she really produced, Flavien Prat gave her the usual good ride he gives, but he was on the right horse in this race.
Pipsy, who looks like she kind of leapt up at the break a bit, as she will get the win here over Carriou, who finished well in between horses amidst waves at 7-2, finishing third, 9-5, 7-10 in the Soaring Softly. Back over at Monmouth, it was the number 3, Kathleen O, not affected by all that was going on in the stretch, and Lafitte, good to see her getting back to the winner's circle.
Keisha, it's been a while for Kathleen O. Wingate Stables, yeah, she's clear of all the trouble here, but we do have a disqualification, Raj. Neither of us surprised based on what happened at the top of the stretch.
Yeah, you can definitely clear that a colt came in and affected Venti Valentine, taking away her path, and that definitely changed the outcome of the race. But I was so happy to see Kathleen O come back with a winning performance like this. 2 years ago, she was such an exciting filly to watch, high aspiration, high expectations, kind of tailed off. But her trainer, Shug McGay, and the owners, they took their time, they've been patient, and now it looks like she's kind of trending upwards again.
A big moment for Vincent Chamano, riding and winning a stakes race for Shug McGahey here at Monmouth Park in the Serena Song.
Oh yeah, Vincent is a jockey that's trying to make a name for himself in America, and to be able to ride for Shug McGahey, that alone is an honor in its own right. Shug McGahey is a legendary trainer in our sport, and I remember even my first time getting an opportunity to ride for him, it's almost starstruck. And now you win for Shug McGahey, it's definitely got to be a good confidence boost for Vincent.
And for a colt, the odds-on favorite, really all over the track. She didn't just get Venti Valentine on the rail, and then she starts drifting out. Objections coming from all over the place, from all the other riders.
Something that we don't see every day. 3 different jockeys claim foul against Javier Castellano in here. So Paco Lopez, he was affected at first, and then when a colt came out, she also affected the horses outside of her. Ultimately, the stewards made a decision and thought that to place her third behind Venti Valentine, but that's why they took such a long time to make that decision.
Could have been worse.
It could have been worse.
Could have been worse, but disqualified in place third. No question about the winner, who was on the outside and charging hard for a Grade 2 winner, Kathleen O. And look at that. If you stuck with her all this time, $20 for your would-be $2 investment. Kathleen O. in the Serena Song. Vincent Chamano with Paul shortly after the race.
With winner of the jockey here of the Serena Song here, Kathleen O, Vincent Chamano. And Vincent, we were talking about the lengthy inquiry, and you felt you'd done nothing wrong.
I think all horses move, when I came outside, okay, my feet moved a little bit, but inside came on me too. That's why I think Sammy was mad, but I think it was with the all horses, I guess.
Yeah, the 7 had come out and impeded a couple horses. And I asked you before the race, and Matt had mentioned it on the call, your filly was struggling a little bit early in the race.
Yeah, exactly. Sometimes she is every time behind, lazy, but today I was in the race, she was good on the beat. And when I turned in the last turn, she gave me a good answer. I was good on the beat, and she finished very well, yeah.
You think the outside of the racetrack's where you need to be down the home stretch, Vince?
I don't know, but, I had no choice to come outside. This is why I came outside, and my filly, I think, I didn't have a kickback. That's why she finished well, I guess.
It's got to be really fun to ride fillies like this. You could tell she was breathing hard running through that mud.
Yeah, she did great the last year. It was a good filly. Today, this year, she was a little bit, it wasn't easy for her, but today she won a stakes, and I'm happy with that.
Congratulations, Vincent. He gets the job done here with Kathleen O, who really got the job done. And if you pay attention, she's a way better filly around 2 turns.
Taking advantage of where she thrives, 2 turns, Kathleen O. What can that do for a horse's confidence, being how long it's been since her last victory?
Well, that could be confidence boost, almost like the light bulb goes back on again. Her running lines, her form is kind of shown that she hasn't been running so desirable down the stretch, just been running even and flat in her races, and this could be a good moral boost for her.
Impressive, I thought, Venti Valentine, she set the pace after getting bothered. She still finished third.
Yeah, if Venti Valentine had not got bothered, there's no telling that the outcome of this race would be. She could have potentially held on to win or came back to win.
Second, as a result of the disqualification, Kathleen O in the Serena Song. Back to Belmont at the Big A. Richie standing by in the winner's circle.
All right, guys, I'm here with Will Walden as well as Flavien Prat, and Pipsy missed the break badly today, and it's a filly that laid up close in her race in Europe. What were you thinking when that happened?
Well, I figure, well, let's try to save ground as much as we can, at least the first corner of the turn, and see if she comes underneath me, and she sure did. And when I tip her out, she made a great move.
A real turn of foot. Will, what were you thinking when you saw that break, and how'd you come about to get this filly?
I was thinking it was going to be a long flight home back to Kentucky. What do you say? I mean, Flavien did the right thing, right? He put his hands down and then saved ground around the turn. When he tipped out, it was just whether or not she had enough left to get there. I know this turf course was kind of playing towards the speed. We got some moisture in it today, which I know played to her liking. She was good enough to get it done.
Will, you haven't been training that long, but you've experienced some really good success, and you come from generations of top horse people. What's that like following in those footsteps?
Well, I mean, I've grown up in a household for 33 years with a great horseman. Worked for some great horsemen in Todd Pletcher and Belmont, and, I've got a great team around me. They don't get to come up here and experience this. I wish they did. But, I mean, all the credit goes to them. I just make the set list.
I think a little more goes into it than that. And will we be seeing you have a presence in Saratoga this summer?
Yeah, we'll bring a small string up.
Well, it's really good to see you, and congratulations here. And, guys, an understatement to say generations of good horsemen, legendary horsemen is more like it.
Pipsy with an impressive U.S. debut. Richie, thank you. $8.70 winner. And this is a case, Andy, where nothing went right for her, and she was still the best in this race.
Well, one thing went right for her. She got Flavien Prat
yes.
wrong, because he is just riding fabulously, and rode her extremely well. As he said, once the break, you try to just sort of do what you can to give her her best chance to win. And, you see sort of $120 horse. So what do we have? $46, $140, what are we looking at? $280, $400, let's say $400 make it easy. So we're at about, $1,800, let's say, for a parlay. And they're paying pretty well, the pick sixes. I would like to tell William Walden, congratulations on the win. I take offense to the fact that I do the track trends every day here, and he seems to think that turf courses that have been fair the entire time we've been running have been playing towards speed. That has not been the case a single day. And it's funny because I was talking to your husband Miguel last night, and he said the same thing to me, which I feel, and I felt this a lot. He said, I'll look at one race and I'll think it's speedy, and then they run the same course a race a little later, and it's a completely different result where closers do well, and I think that's been the case. These courses have been very, very fair, and with the rain, obviously, it maybe helped a little bit, but that was a very good performance.
Very impressive from Pipsy, who I'm sure we'll be hearing a lot from in the months to come. Flavien Prat and Will Walden accepting the trophy in the Soaring Softly. More live racing from Monmouth and Belmont at the Big A after this on America's Day at the Races.
Zandon's poetry in motion. Big horse, but light on his feet. And he's always showed up and been consistent and been right there with some of the top horses in training. In the Bluegrass Stakes, he showed his determination and his raw ability.
It's over. Zandon wins the Toyota Bluegrass.
I feel breeders will be really blown away by what a striking, outstanding looking horse he is.
Celebrating Mother's Day at Monmouth Park. Welcome back. Watch America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Big deal here. It's a big deal everywhere. Happy Mother's Day to all the moms. And what better way to spend a Mother's Day than at the racetrack playing the ponies?
Yeah, it was. I went up there. I got a chance to see everyone. It was such a festive feel. All the mothers out there enjoying themselves, betting some horses and having fun.
Hopefully, many of them had the $20 winner of the Serena song just moments ago here at Monmouth Park. 2 races left on the Mother's Day program. Horses on track while the sun's out, still dealing with a sloppy track. And a post parade for this $12,500 claimer off the turf on the main track, hence the defections and Red Wind with Paco Lopez. Paco seeking a third, the 8-5 favorite.
Yeah, Red Wind, the 8-5 favorite in here, draws the rail. Poor dirt races. This race is off the turf. He's never run a good dirt race, so I don't even see how this horse is the favorite.
Number 3, Never So Lucky. All 10 races on dirt and synthetic.
Yeah, his first time running on the dirt. His races have been all on turf and synthetic. Another one that will need to step up on the dirt for the first time to be a factor.
Thunder Buggy representing speed. Pony List, the 5 is out. Number 6, My Masterpiece, by 2-time Breeders' Cup Sprint winner Midnight Loot. The first took place right here.
Yeah, My Masterpiece was beat 26 lengths in his last race.
Number 8, Cool Front, first after the claim, Wayne Potts.
Didn't do much running last time on the dirt, but comes a new trainer, steps up in class.
Contenders towards the outside. Another day gone by. Vincent Chamano trying to go back-to-back. Won the Serena song, and then Vegas Weekend, the only one entered, main track only.
That's a big advantage in here. Vegas Weekend is 7 times dirt winner. A lot of these other competition has never even ran on the dirt. This horse looks like the horse to beat, and the one to his left, Another Day Gone By, are the 2 horses that are really the Dirtmen horses in here. A combined 11 wins between these 2 horses.
For newer viewers, newer fans to the sport, why is that so significant when you have a grass race and it's taken off the turf and you see these horses that were entered main track only? What's the significance?
Well, it's almost like a 100-meter sprinter can be a good sprinter, but a marathon runner can't be a good sprinter. And a dirt horse can be a good horse on the dirt and completely not able to handle the turf, and vice versa. So a lot of these horses, race was scheduled for the turf. It rains off. Some of these horses stay in because of a small field, hoping to have a shot to try the dirt, but they're going to have to prove that they can run on this surface.
This is what they were hoping for. Got their wish. Vegas Weekend towards the outside. Red Wind at 8-5, the favorite. 9th race of 10 on this Mother's Day program at Monmouth Park. Matt Dinnerman standing by. It's post time.
Cool Front. 2 back. Another Day Gone By. Vegas Weekend to the outside. Here's Vegas Weekend. We're ready to go. And Lair off, a hopping start for Cool Front, who's at the back of the pack after that. Thunder Buggy going to the front. Red Wind takes second. Vegas Weekend to the outside right there, too. My Masterpiece in the 4th position early on, then Never So Lucky. Another Day Gone By, second to last. And Cool Front can see them all charging into the clubhouse turn. Red Wind takes the initiative from the rail, not going all that fast here. And he's on top by 3/4 of a length. Thunder Buggy striding on the outside to press the issue. Vegas Weekend third, placed in a good spot. 3 deep stock in the pace. Another Day Gone By into the 4th spot. 2 off the lead. Another 2.5 to My Masterpiece. Joining Cool Front, who's made up a couple spots. And that leaves Never So Lucky to be the caboose of the field. Down the back stretch, the field separated by 9 lengths or so. And Thunder Buggy sticks the head in front. Red Wind holding the inside spot. Coming back at him. These 2 are nose and nose with about a half-mile left to go in the contest. Vegas Weekend has gotten the Garden Trip. Third, 3 deep still, within a half length, creeping in now as they go into the far turn. Another Day Gone By, shaking up just a little bit, trying to get outside of rivals into the turn. A big gap back to the others. Cool Front is sent along with Never So Lucky under pressure, trying to get going from the back. My Masterpiece is dropped way out of it. Vegas Weekend catches the eye, takes the lead with Thunder Buggy, who kicks on. These 2 together. Vegas Weekend Weekend has the head lead. Thunder Buggy to the inside, Stubborn. These two swing off the turn together. Wen Win has called it a day. Another day gone by trying to get there. Far outside. She's in with a shot. She accelerates and moves up level with the front runners. Another day goes by on the outside. Another day gone by trying to reel in Vegas Weekend. Another day gone by on the outside with a noselead. Another day gone by with the advantage close to home, and she got it. Another day gone by gives Vincent Chemino a double. Vegas Weekend suffered a heartbreaking loss and ran a tenacious race in second. Thunder Buggy third, Never So Lucky fourth.
Confidence riding high. Vincent Chemino just won the feature, the Serena Song, and here with another day gone by. And Vegas Weekend, these two slugging it out to the wire. Another day gone by, wrong lead, right result in the end.
I love to see these horses just laying it down. What a good dog fight. Both jockeys and horses going at it. In the end, it was just another day gone by, narrowly defeating Vegas Weekend.
Vegas Weekend had to work hard. Finally put away Thunder Buggy and still has work to do. Here comes another day gone by with all the momentum coming from off the pace. You can see covered in mud, heads bobbing. Another day gone by, surging late and by a neck. Vegas Weekend, main track only, brought her best, but in the end, too much. Another day gone by.
Yeah, and like we said, these were the two horses that are really dirt, that has had success over the dirt, and it showed because they were the two that pulled away from the rest of the pack.
I have to give you credit. You had Paco Lopez on a heavy favorite. You're like, this horse is not hitting the board.
Yeah, I thought if that horse hit the board, I have no idea what I'm doing, and I should just get off the set. So I'm glad that he didn't, because I was just going to pack it up and leave.
We're going to send you on your way as the winner makes her way to the winner's circle. By a former Travers winner, VE Day, another day gone by in the 9th of 10 at Monmouth. Vincent Chemino, big afternoon here on Mother's Day. He wins the Serena Song and another victory, another day gone by in the night.
Good Magic is off to a meteoric start at stud, having sired 2 Eclipse Award finalists in first crop Kentucky Derby champion Mage and second crop Grade 1 winning 2-year-old Muth. With just 2 crops to race, Good Magic ranked 21st on the general sire list with nearly $10 million in progeny earnings. Mage's graded stakes winning full brother Dornoch is one of the leading contenders for this year's Kentucky Derby. Good Magic, the classic sire.
Eclipse champion Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Just minutes from downtown Saratoga Springs, you'll find GMP Farm, a revolutionary state-of-the-art equine therapy and rehabilitation facility offering the most advanced equipment and knowledgeable staff to care for your equine athlete. From oxygen therapy and laser treatments to thermal imaging, dry stall room, and cryotherapy treatment, all alongside a 7/8 mile Tapeta training track. GMP Farm is revolutionizing equine care. To see a full list of services and book your horse's rejuvenation session, visit gmpfarm.net today.
We're back on America's Day at the races, and don't forget, you can bet the second jewel of the Triple Crown with Naira Bets. Sign up today for a $200 deposit match with promo code MATCH200, just in time for the Preakness Stakes. Join now at nairabets.com. for your $200 first deposit. As yesterday, we took a step on the way to the Belmont Stakes with the Peter Pan, looking to do what Arcangelo did last year, winning the Peter Pan and then going on to take the Belmont Antiquarian, taking a step forward for trainer Todd Pletcher, coming out of a bit of a troubled trip at the Louisiana Derby.
Yeah, another horse coming out of the Louisiana Derby that ran well in a subsequent start. I noticed that the winner of it, Catching Freedom, is running in the Preakness now. So that Preakness is getting so good, we might not hear about having to move it for a few years now because it's turning into such a fun race.
Oh, no, we'll hear about it next year.
We will, yeah. We'll hear it. That never stops. The one thing that works in racing, so we need to change it. This horse, he ran well. You know, he had a good trip, but he was stalking 3 wides. He didn't save any ground. He just turned out to be the best horse in this race. And I think the Wine Steward ran fine, but the Wine Steward's probably tapping out at 1 1/8 and kind of wonder if we'll see him in either the Woody Stevens, the Grade 1, or the next day against the New York Breds and the Mike Lee up on Belmont Stakes weekend in Saratoga. But he punched his ticket to the Belmont, and I can understand why he'd take a shot. And I think it's very cool that you see him for Centennial Farm, who raced his sire, Preservationist. He's going to have to get faster. An 88 buyer is not going to cut it in this year's Belmont Stakes. But listen, Todd has had a great record in the Belmont Stakes, but Todd Pletcher might be the person who is the most annoyed that the Belmont's not at 1.5 miles for 2 years because his horses have done incredibly well at 12 furlongs.
He also has Fierceness, who arrived in Saratoga prepping for the Belmont Stakes. We'll see if he can turn things around after that disappointing Derby effort.
Yeah. Listen, he's obviously got a world of talent, but he's an impossible horse to bet at a short price in a competitive field because he couldn't handle the pace, and he's just a horse who just doesn't seem to run well unless everything goes his own way. But when things go his own way, he's capable of running extraordinarily well. So he's a frustrating horse, I'm sure, and you might even see the same connections try to get Mindframe in the race, though that field could be a big one. If it gets oversubscribed, Mindframe may not even get in. And it may be a big ask for a talented horse in just his 3rd start.
Very excited as to what the Belmont Stakes will hold, and we'll see if Antiquarian can do what Arcangelo did last year with Peter Pan. Belmont Stakes double. Back to today, we have race number 9 coming up next. Belmont at the Big A. This is a New York bred maiden claiming race off the turf. And right now, the number 5 Air Force Cross for Mike Maker. 4-5 favorite. Meeting the rest of the field, though, here is the other Maker, Unaudited.
Yeah, Unaudited was obviously much better on the turf. The 2 dirt races have not been good.
Layoff runner for the Bon Barn Poder.
We like to say the good-looking Mirage riding this one. Another will have to improve, but is dropping down.
There's your favorite, Air Force Cross.
On paper, this horse is an overlay at 4-5. He runs his last race. He'll make 4-5 look like the overlay of the century.
Here is the 7 Feline Treasure dropping class.
Ran once on dirt and did absolutely no running. A little bit of an improvement on the turf. Maybe some distance will help, but probably the wrong surface.
Here's Malibu Margarita. That's what's on Andy's mind at the end of the day.
In a lot of big Malibu Margarita fan. The first 2 races are fast enough to compete here. The last 3 have not been.
Road Soda drawing in.
Yeah, would have to improve immensely over the 1 dirt race.
Charming Jim trying to run back to that race 2 back.
Yeah, I mean, both, listen, Charming Jim and the 11, who are the 2nd and 3rd choices, they are the 2nd and 3rd likeliest winner because at least they have races that are comparable if they run their better races. I'm concerned he didn't run as fast in his next start, and the 11 hasn't run well in 3 starts. They have the chance, though, to beat the 5, but I'm not trying to beat this favorite.
You don't like margaritas?
No, I like margaritas. I wasn't just thinking about them a lot. I don't want to say I would have them with anything other than Casamigos or our friend Leon Seidler might start crying.
I would certainly accept that. 4-5 favorite. There's Air Force Cross. I love Casamigos. Air Force Cross. For more, let's go down to Richie.
Yeah, I mean, I'm in full agreement about the 5 Air Force Cross. It feels like something would have to go wrong for this horse to lose off of that last race. He looks great physically. He does, though, I will tell you, have more of that kind of shorter, squatter look to him that makes you feel like, shorter distances would be better, but he ran so well going a mile. There's no hard and fast rules to that. And he looks terrific from a physical perspective. The 11 Malibu Margarita, I really like Flavien Prat taking them out here, and I really like the way this horse looked. I like that he's drawn towards the outside. He's going to be my top selection. I kind of felt like he kept calling me. Every time I turned away, my eyes were drawn back to him, and sometimes that's just what I got to go with. And then the 15 Charming Jim, really well turned out. big, strong-looking son of Unified, and he's got the perfect post for a race like this. Completely outside, let him gallop down the backside out in the middle of the track and let things take shape and figure out where you want to be. At least he doesn't have to contend with kickback for at least a good portion of the race down the backstretch. And I think the race really runs through those three. Admittedly, the 5 is going to be extremely tough to beat, but I'm taking a little bit of a stab with the 11, Malibu Margarita, as the most obvious alternative.
Flavien Prat looking for the late double. Richie, thank you. As we saw Flavien winning the Soaring Softly, I'm sure he's hoping to have a little bit of an easier trip on Malibu Margarita coming up in here. But this is a horse who actually had run decent races on the dirt in the last couple, or I should say in his first couple of starts. Recently in the last couple of races has found a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, well, I guess. I mean, that's fair. I mean, listen, he is a horse that was capable of running it, but how much trouble has he had? You know, it says check the 16th pole, but he wasn't running at all at that point, you know. And you're right. I mean, he broke a little slow two back, but you hate to see it, right? His first 2 races, he runs Beyer figures of 52 and 57, and listen, I mean, a 57 Beyer going 1 1/8 in his second start. A solid effort. He finished behind Vinsanto, who won here on Friday and only lost by a few lengths, and Vinsanto off the turf, but still a tougher field. Trouble or not, he's been terrible. He gets Flavien Prat, which certainly doesn't hurt, and I feel like in the absence of Irad Ortiz, who I think is suspended, has serving days, you know, from something. He's taking all the money now. He's taking that Irad money, and for good reason. He's a tremendous rider. I just hate the fact that he hasn't run a step in his last 3 starts. And at least Charming Jim ran okay 2 races back. So I thought he was dangerous, and here is the other horse, but I'm not in any way trying to beat the 5.
There's Charming Jim for trainer Mark Hennig. Has been freshened up a little bit since that March race. Ran quite well 2 starts back, coming from off of it too, and he has a decent dirt race to go back to.
No, he does. And, you know, it was a sloppy track, and that's a little bit concerning, right? His one good effort was a sloppy seal track. And while there's a little moisture in this track, it's playing more like a fast track than a sloppy seal track. They're the alternatives, and I'm not knocking people if they want to bet against heavy favorites, and I certainly try to beat them, and I think any horse player, listen, if you have a good opinion against a heavy favorite, you're getting paid, and that's how you make money in the game. But I think the biggest mistake that some people do is say, I'm just going to bet against the favorite. You can't do that. You got to find reasons to bet against them, because the game isn't always about making money, it's about not losing money, and I don't want to lose money betting against the 5 in this race.
Very good frame of mind to think about when placing your bets. Air Force Cross, the favorite as we load into the gate for the nightcap here in New York. New York bred maiden claiming to close out the card in the weekend. Belmont at the Big A. One more time this week. Here's Chris Griffin with the call.
Road Soda last to move in will be Charming Jim. Here's Charming Jim. Trem McCarthy. Just a little encouragement here. Hesitates briefly. Charming Jim now moving forward and in. Close the front of the gate. All set. And they're off. Charming Jim with early speed right towards the front with Feline Treasure in between horses. Podete is in the early mix and unaudited. Wants a piece of the early action, but now here's Malibu Margarita to assert. And Malibu Margarita with a nose in front. Podete is in between horses. Unaudited is right there at the rail. These three across the track. No easy leads. Is well settled off of them now. Feline Treasure, who broke with the leaders, is to the outside of Air Force Cross, who's in the 5th position. Only 2.5 now. Cutting into that margin is only about 1.5 lengths off the early leaders. The 2 at the back, that's Charming Jim, who's at the back end of the field with Road Soda. 23 seconds flat for that pressured opening quarter mile, and now letting it out a notch is Unaudited. Unaudited is up by a full length. Podete in between horses, the big long shot with Malibu Margarita 3 wide. Less than a half mile to go. Air Force Cross, the 4-5 favorite, is towards the inside, is making some hard work of it so far, is in the 4th position, trying to move forward. Feline Treasure towards the outside of that rival. Road Soda, blue blinkers, is progressing from the back, and now Air Force Cross has a seam to run through. Charming Jim still the trailer. They're chasing Unaudited. Unaudited, Ramon Vasquez, they've got the lead. They went 46.39 for the half-mile time, and unaudited reaches the top of the stretch. Air Force Cross is all in, chasing this leader, is just grinding away here inside of Malibu Margarita, also weaving in between rivals. Road Soda tried an inside route, didn't work, went outside. Unaudited's got the lead. Road Soda in full pursuit with a ton of momentum approaching the final 16th. Unaudited, but here's Road Soda. Road Soda's going to push on by. It is all Road Soda to win the finale. Road Soda wins it over Unaudited, Malibu Margarita, and Air Force Cross in 1 minute 39.33 seconds.
Race 9, Road Soda getting the win. Rudy Rodriguez, as this one takes that drop in class with the victory in time at a big price.
Yeah, this is a very hard horse to make. I don't know what to say. Ran on the dirt and was beaten 25 lengths against, albeit, well, that's that race, right? I guess now we can say it's that race that's producing a lot of winners, including the winner, Roshan Realm, yesterday. Then tried the turf, did absolutely no running at 80-1, dropped down and ran by this field like they were standing still. It felt like the other maker horse was home free, unaudited, another horse who was hard to make off the 2 dirt races that horse ran. It felt like Air Force Cross had no horse, then looked like was rallying to win, and as soon as Luis Saez drifted off the rail to try to, and I understand trying to get out, kind of got a little intimidated, just stopped doing any running whatsoever, a very bad fourth. I'm glad I didn't get involved here. I would not have had this horse, and maybe looking back on it, you could say, well, it does come out of a very tough maiden race first time out, a maiden race, though, where he finished second to last of 14.
24 3/4 lengths defeated that day. But it was Rudy Rodriguez over Mike Maker over Rudy Rodriguez over Mike Maker. So all you needed to do was box the 2 trainers in the Superfecta. 15-1 shot. Road Soda getting the win off the turf in the nightcap. Jose Gomez in the saddle. Prices and more when we come back on America's Day at the Races.
Drain the Clock will win and win by as much as he wants. He'll win by 6 in the end.
It is Drain the Clock who will bound home the winner in the Bayshore. Drain the Clock, Jackie's Warrior, a terrific finish in the Woody Stevens that goes to Drain the Clock by a head.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. In the nightcap, it was a bit of an upset. Road Soda with the victory, coming from off the pace, able to run down the pace setter as well. It looked like the 3 unaudited was going to be home free.
Yeah, and the 5, who I thought was a kick in the pants, was bad at running fourth, maybe a little intimidated there. And I hate to red board, and the last thing I want to do after a race is say I should have had this horse. But that race that this horse ran, and it's something I think for people to remember, the 8th race on March 24th has turned out to be a super, super productive race. A horse for Christophe Clement that came back in a maiden claiming race the other day that didn't do any running in there, came back and won and paid $9 after a bit of a trip that day. Yeah, so that is a productive race, and I'm looking at it and saying to myself, you missed this one a little bit. That's on me.
Tough to make on paper given what he'd done so far, but with the drop in class, and as you mentioned, coming out of a very productive race as far as the debut does go. Well, dinner's on you. If you had the pick 6 $33 winner in the last race, certainly helped. $20,620 pick 6 return. That carryover.
And that's another situation, right? If you leave it up for a second, you have a $20 horse and a $33 horse. And then you have 4 very, very usable horses in there, to say the least. And you get a big pay, 20,000. Now, I wouldn't have had the last winner. I didn't like the first. Be honest with you, I had a better chance of getting the last winner than the first winner. I did not like Best Bet. I don't know how you bet him off his last race, but regardless, somebody has it. You get 20,000. So congrats if you had it.
Absolutely, congratulations, and thank you for playing. If you participate in the Pick 6 today, one more race to go at Monmouth. Lafitte, Rajiv, hope you're still feeling fresh and ready for some good info.
Not really, but we're not going anywhere just yet. That 10th race coming up in about 6 minutes. We had the feature earlier, the Serena song, and a $20 winner, Kathleen O, finding the winner's circle for the first time in a long time. And then yesterday, 3-year-olds in the opening day featured the long range, what could be a key stepping stone for local horses to the Naira Betts Haskell, and a New Jersey bred stealing the show, Raj. C Streak putting a hurting on this field.
Yeah, let's go New Jersey bred. But yes, C Streak was very impressive, taking down this open company stakes. He always traveled like the winner. Early in the race, he was pulling Jockey Renon out of the saddle pretty much, and once he gave him his cue, he just continuously just increased his margin. At the end, it was almost like an 8-length victory.
Who knew you jockeys from time to time can provide really valuable advice for trainers? According to the Daily Racing Form, it was Jose Ortiz after the Holy Bull who told Eddie Owens, 2 turns, man. 2 turns for this horse in C Streak, and you'll see better things moving forward.
Yeah, this horse just progressively gets better in his race. He gets faster and faster as the race progresses, and we don't know the ceiling yet for him, and we don't know his bottom. It seems like the more distance, the better.
Not saying he's Irish War Cry, who you rode, incredibly talented, New Jersey bred, one of the favorites for the Kentucky Derby back in 2017, but I think we'll learn a lot in his next race, not getting too far ahead of ourselves before the Haskell, the Naira Betts Pegasus, and whether or not he can mix it up with some of the finest 3-year-olds in North America. It's difficult to establish that gauge now because, we're only, a third of the way through the Triple Crown Preakness next Saturday.
Yes, this race is a great stepping stone towards the Haskell, but the Naira Betts Pegasus is going to be the telling tale of where he really stacks up, because now he would go from a listed stake to a graded stakes, and this is where he faces a much stiffer challenge.
Really good story, impressive performance yesterday afternoon in the Long Branch. We'll see what happens next at Naira Betts Pegasus. C Streak as his ascension continues. No Haskell types in this event, just a $10,000 maiden claimer, 6 furlong sprint. One final time we check in with Paul.
Thanks, Lafitte. Yeah, happy opening day weekend. It's been a pleasure to be out here in Monmouth Park. And, the sun's actually come out. A lot of the mothers here. I'm at the Ladies' Secret bar. If you ever get a chance, it's right outside the paddock here. You can look at the races, too, as well. One of my favorite places to come after the races. You can come in here and play the rest of Belmont at Aqueduct. Let's get to race number 10 in here. It's a tough race. Let's be honest. It is a tough race to get to somebody in here that is a clear cut. I landed on the 3 Fuji Fire, and this is a horse that has had trouble at the gate. We already know he is the half to Firenze Fire, and so he can be like one of those horses that acts with his own mind. But I do remember Firenze Fire did like sloppy racetracks, so I leaned a little bit towards him. But the other horses in here, listen, the two, Love, Hope, Faith, for Carlos David and Paco Lopez, getting money. I don't know if this horse is getting money because of Paco or not, but the two dirt races have not been much. But a drop down to 10 for this barn, and when Paco gets aboard, you know, it's the one thing about Paco. When he's the leading rider at a racetrack, he'll ride these $5,000, $10,000 claimers, and he gets bet here. The live horse is the 7, Tough No, but I can't tell if the horse is live on the board. He's a My Racehorse horse, which I mean, and a lot of people don't know, My Racehorse is a syndicate, which has a ton of people in the syndicate. So a lot of people do bet those horses underneath that ownership. So I don't know if the 7's taking that money or you know, just 2 to 1, because I'm kind of against the 7. Now the 6 in here, Tis Marked Spirit. You know, Lasix, blinkers haven't really done much, but I think the drop down to 10 and does have a decent race on a sloppy racetrack, the 6 in here. So, Lafitte, I'm going to try to close it out in the Iron Ladies barn, Lady Secret. We all wish we could watch her run again. I'm going to close it out with the 3 here, Fuji Fire.
Go get it, Paul. Fuji Fire, great stuff all weekend. Thanks so much. Firenze Fire's full brother at 7 to 2, pictured there. Tough Null he touched on. And Tough Null, who, look, I'm not the horse flesh guy. I'm not one who's going to tell you who looks good on the track, who looks good on the pal. I'll say this, does not look like a $10,000 claimer out there in the warm-up, does he?
He definitely doesn't. He's a son of Into Mischief who warrants $250,000 stud fee, and he was sold at the auctions for $300,000. So as you can see, he's a grand-looking individual. Now, he definitely has not lived up to that expectation or those looks as yet, because he's in today for a $10,000 claimer. But he looks great on track, first time racing on the dirt. Sometimes that look translate into success. There's so many questions marks in this race. I just wanted to take a horse that I felt like I could get the face value of it. What he looks like on paper, you see what you get, and there's no question marks, and that's the number 6, Tis Marked Spirit. The reason why I picked this horse as my top pick is because, you know, he was never meant to be a $300,000 horse. Mm-hmm. He's in the right spot today. He's running in the 25,000 level the last 3 races, and he's running okay, credible second, 3 starts back. Poor race on the turf, 2 starts back, and then got bumped around in a $25,000 claimer last time and finished 5th. Comes in today at the $10,000 claimer, which is where he should have belonged from the day one, I feel like. This is the right spot, and we're going to see a good race from him.
Tis Marked Spirit, there he is, 9 to 2 currently by More Spirit. Those 7 races thus far, second in 3 of those. We saw Love, Hope, Faith, and Paco Lopez would be a 3rd winner on the afternoon for him.
Yeah, Paco, like rightfully mentioned by Paulie, Paco rides, he tries to ride every single race. That's how he racks up the wins. It's not just about the big stake races or the premier races on the card. He wants to win races in bundles. And that's one of the reasons. I talked to Joe Bravo earlier, and Joe Bravo, who was the perennial leading rider prior to Paco taking that mantle, Joe has transitioned into focusing on just the major races and limiting his mounts daily. And I think that's where the shift came with Paco. Paco wanted to be the champion jockey, and Joe wants to win top quality races. And that's what you'll see throughout the rest of the time here at Monmouth. You see Paco in almost every single race.
Standing up in the stirrups, what's in a warm-up? In terms of distinction, different riders and what they like to do pre-race, we've seen a similar pattern with Paco Lopez all throughout the afternoon. Those circles like right in front of the gate, and kind of a similar pattern that he's taken with different horses all afternoon.
Paco is a very unique individual. He doesn't do things as customary as everyone else. He has his style, and a part of his style is he loves to give his horses big warm-ups before the races. The vast majority of his horses, he takes away from the pony, and he runs them in circles, and he gallops them on the outside, and one of the things about that is he takes control of his horses, and they respond to that. He's the leader on the horse. The horse is not riding him; he's riding the horse, and I think that has a lot to do with the success that he has. You know, he's in control, and he shows that he doesn't rely on the pony to lead him around there.
You a baseball fan?
Not familiar,
not so much. Though,
getting into it a little
you're
bit.
You're a baseball fan of Manny Ramirez. Some of his antics, Manny being Manny, Paco being Paco. You'll see a lot of it. Wins a lot of races. 10-time riding champ here at Monmouth Park, and trying for a third this afternoon on Love, Hope, Faith, number 3. Raj going with Tiz Mark's Spirit, the favorite. Tough Null. It's post time for the 10th and final on Mother's Day from Monmouth Park.
Here's Micro Brewski. We're ready to go. And they're off in the finale. Love, Hope, Faith bobbled coming out of the gate, recovers, is running in midfield early. Micro Brewski on the far outside. Rockets to the lead, crossing over from the competition, getting towards the rail, but Love, Hope, Faith is moving up on the inside. Fuji Fire between them, and those three right now across the track. Down the back stretch, Tough Nell sets up shop fourth, 2 off the dueling trio with a half mile to go. Tismark Spirit is next. Timo is towards the back of the field. American Day is the trailer, running 12 or 15 behind into the far turn run. Love, Hope, Faith made an early bid on the lead, is backing away in third, and the other two kick on. Micro Brewski, Fuji Fire. Micro Brewski with a head lead. Tough Nell gets a reminder, and here he comes ominously 3 wide at the quarter pole. Tough Nell on the outside to the lead with Micro Brewski. On the inside, Fuji Fire under siege. The others are well out of it, not going to get it done. Tough Nell in the center of the track has the lead, puts away Micro Brewski. Fuji Fire reclaims the second position, but Tough Nell is starting to shake loose. Tough Nell by 2.5. Now it's 3 coming to the finish, and Tough Nell and Jairo Rendon win the finale on Mother's Day. Fuji Fire just lasted for second. Photo for the Shodo, Micro Brewski, and American Day from the back of the field came on late, involved in that photo.
Bookend wins to an extreme for Jairo Rendon. He won the first race yesterday, takes down the nightcap Mother's Day, and sandwiched in between the win of the Long Branch with C Streak. This time, Tough Nell graduates in his 4th career start, closing at, what was the price? 2 to 1.
And perfectly executed by Jairo. He had a good outside post to track the speed. He set up shop off the duelers. On the turn, you can see him ranging up and look like he was very confident in the way Tough Nell was running. Just a perfectly executed ride from Jairo, and definitely a jockey to look out for this season, because he does ride a really good race.
How about Frenzy Fire's brother? Solid effort, didn't bite anyone?
Yeah, he played by the rules.
All good, right?
Unlike Big Bro, he didn't try to savage anyone. But it held on for a second, it seems like. But, you know, Tough Nell, you said it, Lafitte, and he looked like the $300,000 horse. He didn't look like he should be in this level of race. And that was his first dirt race. Maybe this is what he wanted all along, and this could probably be something that could be a stepping stone for, you know, a little bit of improvement.
Onward and upward for him as he breaks through, graduates his 4th career start. 7-3-8-1-6, winding things down on this Sunday program, Mother's Day program. Looking back at the last couple of days, it's been great spending time with our viewers, spending time with our new partners here at Monmouth Park, the 79th season. Some of your bigger takeaways and lasting impressions of our first couple of days here at Monmouth.
Well, the energy and the atmosphere at Monmouth, it just really pumps you up. I'm disappointed that we're actually finishing. I wish we had another few days here. But, you know, great horse racing. What I love to see about here is it's centrally located between all these different tracks. So we get to see good horses coming in to challenge the local horses. Different days. We got to see Hall of Fame jockey Javier Castellano come over and ride today. So you never know who's going to show up at Monmouth Park, and maybe a future champion will be running through while we're here.
And despite the weather earlier, it's nice now. It was raining earlier this afternoon, a festive atmosphere on Mother's Day. And as they're expecting, this is a big deal at Monmouth Park. Mother's Day and 20,000 expected on Father's Day.
Yeah, and we'll be here for Father's Day, right? And I'm looking forward to it, and hopefully the weather cooperates, we get a beautiful sunshine, and it's going to be a banger.
Great start at Monmouth Park here. Great to be here and look forward to the racing here, and we'll continue our coverage as the 79th meet continues here at the Shore's greatest stretch. Meantime, 64 miles away yesterday, Belmont at the Big A. One of 4 graded stakes races, and the Beaugay in an upset. Nisi Marie winning the Beaugay, denying White Beam in one of 4 stakes. Belmont at the Big A.
Breeding in New York State just got a whole lot greener. Starting in 2026 with 2-year-olds and expanding in 2027 to include 3-year-olds and up, New York breds on the Naira circuit will be offered purses matching the race's open company counterpart. That's a nearly 20% increase per race compared to 2023. Bowling season is in full swing. There's still time to take advantage of New York's better than ever state bred incentives. Visit naira.com/nybreds for more info.
Cyberknife was a very talented horse from day one. A very gifted, fast horse, a lot of speed, able to carry it around 2 turns. Looks a tremendous amount like Gun Runner, same ability and talent, beautiful physical, outworked every horse on the board. Holds the track record in the Haskell. He won it in impressive fashion, beating a very good group of horses.
And Cyberknife has won the TVG.com Haskell over Tama. Jack Christopher finished 3rd.
The Arkansas Derby was one of his best. Showed how much talent he really does have and stamped himself as one of the best 3-year-olds in the country.
His name is Cyberknife!
Cyberknife ranks up there as one of the most talented horses I've ever had in training. Multiple Grade 1 winner, brought it every time you let him over there. Excited about him passing on his durability, his soundness, and his talent. And if he does, he could definitely be a breed-shaping stallion.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. Americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Aqueduct is the only racetrack within the confines of the 5 boroughs of New York City and faced intense competition from several other tracks located in the vicinity. True to its nature, the racetrack not only survived, but thrived. Aqueduct underwent an extensive 3-year overhaul and reopened on September 15, 1959, to much fanfare, as it was one of the most modern facilities of its kind. In 1960, Aqueduct presented its first Wood Memorial. The race is New York's premier prep race for the Triple Crown and remains one of the track's signature events, along with the Cigar Mile Handicap and Remsen Stakes. Aqueduct was the first and only track to have a triple dead heat win in a stakes race when Brownie, Bousset, and Wait a Bit hit the wire in tandem. In 1965, it was the site of the largest crowd ever to witness a thoroughbred race at that time in the Empire State, when more than 73,000 packed the stands to see Gunbow in the Metropolitan Mile. The legendary Cigar began his famous 16-race win streak at Aqueduct. He scored impressively in the 1994 Naira Mile as part of that win streak. The race was named in Cigar's honor after he retired in 1997. The last racetrack Secretariat placed his hooves upon was Aqueduct. He was retired there before commencing his stud career at Claiborne Farm. Aqueduct was the second track to host the Breeders' Cup in 1985 and was one of the first sporting venues where Pope John Paul II held Mass in 1995.
We're keeping good company here at Aqueduct. The Pope has been here. Andy Serling is here.
I thought that was the press conference for us announcing you came to work with us, actually.
All the big people are here. America's Day at the races. And we love Aqueduct. It definitely is New York City's racetrack. It has that real city feel, but a lot of special horses and special moments have happened here.
Oh, gosh, yeah. I mean, I love Aqueduct. I've been coming here since 1974. I used to take the old Aqueduct Special, which I'm sure some of you remember, the big tokens they had. My grandmother and I would come out. We'd get it at 42nd Street. I think it stopped at 42nd Street and Hoyt Skimmerhorn on the way out here, the old Aqueduct Special, and a great train, and so many great memories out here.
I would love that trip nowadays.
Yes, it was a fun trip, but, you know, we still have the A train, and we love Aqueduct. We will miss it when we're looking forward to Belmont obviously being back in our new home out at Belmont. But Aqueduct is a special place, and I have so many great memories here.
As we saw some nice stakes performances yesterday here during the Belmont at the Big A. Meet as we're calling Aqueduct home for these 2 years while Belmont Park is under construction in the Bogey. It looked on paper, Andy, like White Beam was far and above the one to beat. She went to the attack of pace setter Spirit and Glory, setting up for a closer.
I thought this was a really fascinating race. You know, when you first looked at it on paper, you went, oh, there's 2 Chad Browns. White Beam is a huge favorite. She's just going to win this race. And I love the fact that Rob Falcone and Jose Lezcano said, no, that's not going to play out that way. And they said, we're going to be aggressive. She ran terrific. And in doing so with those tactics, they gave her her best chance to win. And Irad Ortiz, it turned out, he had no choice with White Beam but to go after her, because when you look at the finish, if White Beam doesn't go, the Spirit and Glory is able to dictate and she wins. And if Spirit and Glory doesn't do what she did, then White Beam wins the race. And they're trying to win. Now, Nisi Marie, with the always cool Joel Rosario, was able to take advantage of what turned into a bit of a pace duel and run them down. And I don't want to take any credit away from Nisi Marie. She ran very well, and she improves her first start as a 4-year-old to get it done. And Mark Reed, who's always so dangerous here.
Bush Reed.
But I thought, Bush Reed. It's such an interesting chess match with the 2 horses up front. And I think both riders, there might have been people that sort of complained, but I think both riders rode great. Did what they had to do, they just lost.
Couldn't agree more. How many times have we seen it? I mean, we saw it happen last time in the Plenty of Grace, where Jose Lezcano was able to get Spirit and Glory to relax on the front end and run away from that field. The very same thing could have happened yesterday, but Nisi Marie, I have to say, she came back as a 4-year-old, and she looked great off the layoff for Butch Reed, who nearly won 2 graded stakes yesterday.
He is so dangerous when he comes here. His horses are always live, whether they win or not, and kind of rooting a little bit for him to do without with Heavy D down in the Preakness next. Uncle Heavy. I'm getting everything wrong now. It's been a long week. 4 days a lot for me. It's fire here. Thank you. I appreciate that. As I get senile. But no, his horses really run well, and I think it's nice to see her improving. And you want to see these horses improving in new blood in the division and make these races more competitive. And let's also give Rob Falcone a little bit of credit for improving Spirit and Glory. A horse who's been a bit of an in-and-outer, always showed some talent, but consistency's been a problem. And of course, White Beam showed that she has some race in her as well. So boding well for the division, seeing competitive races like that.
Top 3 finishers, all going to be dangerous as we move on to some more of those graded stakes on the turf. But on the main track, we saw the Run Happy yesterday as well for the Dirt Sprinters Grade 3 event. And the big question, Andy, was could Joey Freshwater repeat the huge effort we saw from him last year? He comes back with a dominant effort to win, and Straight No Chaser, not the easiest trip for him off that big layoff.
Yeah, I mean, this did not come up a fast race from a speed figure standpoint. He got a 91 buyer, Joey Freshwater. So as of now, that 105 buyer is an aberration still, and he's going to have to run better when the big dogs come around. This effort's not beating Skelly. I still think he ran fairly well, and I agree with you on Straight No Chaser. He didn't break, he rushed up in there. Manny sort of made things tough on him early, which I respect him doing with the number 2, Durante. And at least he didn't completely fall apart, and he may well have needed that race. So look forward to some of these horses maybe coming back in our true north on Belmont Stakes weekend.
Speaking of trainer Butch Reed, nearly getting there with the horse coming into the picture now, 90% Maddie. It's a case of if he would have switched leads in the stretch, you wonder if he could have found a little bit more. But I have to say, Joey Freshwater in very good form right now for Linda Rice, picking up the 2nd graded stakes victory of his career, having won the Bayshore last year. Yesterday, as far as the 4 graded stakes, we had Nisi Marie, Joey Freshwater that we talked about, Silver Knot, dominant in the Man of War and Antiquarian, back to the winner's circle, getting his first graded stakes win in the Peter Pan.
Not a single favorite winning in that sequence. All those horses, none of them huge long shots, but none of them favored, and really some nice performances. Obviously, Silver Knots was the most dominating performance, and if he's going to be running like that this year, he's going to be a very tough horse going forward. And I'm not in any way knocking him. He was good. It's just an odd race the way nobody gained any ground at all. And it's not like the turf courses is playing in that way. It's like they spread the field out and nobody really picked up any pieces. And I think going forward, the race will get a little bit more competitive.
We'll see what happens moving forward as All eyes will be on Baltimore as far as the Triple Crown scene is concerned. The middle jewel of the Triple Crown coming up next with the Preakness, and the Kentucky Derby winner Mystic Dan will take his shot to put his name in the history books and get one step closer to a Triple Crown victory. Grab cakes on the mind.
Twirling Candy, proving Lane's End's stallion-making tradition. Twirling Candy has seen success on the track and sales rate, siring multiple Grade 1 winners and millionaires, including Exalted, Beyond Brilliant, Gear Jockey, and reaching 7-figure yearling and 2-year-old sales. By the legendary Candy Ride. Twirling Candy, a leader of his generation.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa, where the obscure becomes obvious. As we mentioned before the break, all eyes on the middle jewel of the Triple Crown, the Preakness Stakes, and always such a fun race and a fun weekend, Andy. And the Kentucky Derby winner, Mystic Dan, confirmed to go on to the Preakness Stakes, and several coming out of the Derby or Derby weekend as well. And really looking forward, this is going to be a really fun competitive race.
And one of the benefits for Pimlico, because of the extended Churchill Downs situation with Bob Baffert, is it guarantees that a good Bob Baffert horse is going to show up. Yeah. And with the Kentucky Derby winner coming back, as he does almost every year and did last year with Mage, it sets up a new battle. Mystic Dan's got to come back, and he's got to beat some new shooters. You've got the two Baffert horses. You have a horse like Tuscan Gold, who ran extremely well in the Louisiana Derby. So it's a very interesting race and a whole new challenge for Mystic Dan. And if he can overcome it and win this race, he heads up to Saratoga with a chance for immortality in the Belmont Stakes after overcoming a lot of obstacles to get there. So this is a really exciting race. And, you know, people like to complain of the Preakness or, you know, whatever. It's the Preakness. It is a great historic race. It's an incredibly fun day. You and I both love going down there and enjoying a day down there. A great race to go to if you live around here. It's not that far away. And it's going to be a very exciting race this year.
Absolutely. As far as the Kentucky Derby winner is concerned, what an incredible trip he got in the Kentucky Derby and ride from Brian Hernandez Jr., able to save all the ground over Sierra Leone and Forever Young. Forever Young, unfortunately for us fans, headed back to Japan, and Sierra Leone bypassing the Preakness, but we will get a chance to see Mystic Dan, who held on when it counted, and he, as you mentioned, will rematch with Muth in the Preakness.
Yeah, and the notion that he was just an absolutely lucky winner of the Derby is to ignore the way the race was run. Was he the best horse? I don't know. He was maybe the third best horse, but there is an argument in some ways he ran the best race because he's the only horse that was anywhere close to the pace that hung around at all at the end. A lot of good names finished well back in this field that were close to the pace, so that's a real feather in his cap. It was a brilliant ride and a great ride. He was fortunate to draw an inside post like Sierra Leone, allowed him to save ground for much of the running of the race, but he deserves a lot more credit than I think a lot of people are giving him.
Kenny McPeak doing as any horseman would do, waiting for the horse to tell him if he's ready to move on to the next race. I saw an interview where Kenny said, listen, for any entry I'm going to make, I'm going to wait to see how my horse is doing before I decide to enter them in that race. And if they're not showing me what I want to see, then we find another game plan. It makes perfect sense that he waited to the last moment to decide if they go to the Preakness.
Well, before Twitter, trainers would always say after the Derby, I'm going to see how my horse is doing before confirming running in the Preakness,
Right.
and most of the time they ran. Because of Twitter and social media, you see an hysteria when the trainer doesn't immediately say after winning the Derby, I'll be in Baltimore, as though they're not running, and people are so ready to sort of declare the Triple Crown needs to be changed. The Triple Crown is the one thing we do in racing well. Yes. You get big crowds, we get big handles, we get a lot of excitement because it's a short period of time and it keeps people interested. Spread it out 2 months or 3 months and see how interested people will be. Their interest will go off in other directions as we get into the summer. So it's a bad idea. Why would you change the one thing we have that works? And the reason that it's hard to do it's because it's hard to do. Try to make it easier, and that's not going to make it better. Winning the Triple Crown should matter, and a horse needs to win almost 4 miles of races, a little bit less now as we're redoing Belmont, but potentially 4 miles of races in just 5 weeks. Make it hard. Don't change it. Changing it will ruin something that works and works well.
Supposed to be something for an elite racehorse. Says we'll see about the fresh horses waiting in the wings for the Preakness Stakes, looking to upset the Triple Crown dreams for the Derby winner, Mystic Dan, namely Muth, Arkansas Derby winner, as he will take his show on the road going into the Preakness, waiting as Bob Baffert had shared would be the plan for the Preakness, unable to run in the Kentucky Derby, and he comes off this Arkansas Derby victory.
I want to ask you, and Bob Baffert's won a lot of races like the Derby and Preaknesses with horses that may not really want the distance. Does he look like a horse that's going to do better with a little more ground?
So I would say no, but I actually said the same thing with Authentic and was proved completely wrong. And you hit the nail on the head. Bob Baffert is that type of trainer that will find the extra 16th of a mile that they might need in the stretch. The miles that he puts into them, the way that they train, you know that he's going to be incredibly fit and conditioned for this race, and we'll see if he can handle it. Ordinarily, I would say no, but given the circumstances.
I think Bob might say, I don't know if these horses want to go this far, but do any of them really want to go this far? So he gets them to do it. I still think Voost is a little bit vulnerable in here. I don't think he has some huge edge over the others. I think Tuscan Gold is going to run well. I think Uncle Heavy is going to run well in here. Looking forward to look at those PPs when they draw the race tomorrow.
Very exciting. We'll get a chance to see what is in store for the Preakness Stakes today, though. Pipsy, what an impressive U.S. debut for trainer Will Walden in today's Soaring Softly. A lot of drama over at Monmouth in the Serena song, but it was Kathleen O. First time in a long time that she got back to the winner's circle. She was clear with a big victory. The Woodlawn Vase, the most expensive trophy in sports. Who will take it? We'll find out soon. Join you next time on America's Day at the Races.
War Dancer, New York's leading turf sire again in 2023 with standouts like Barrage at Saratoga.
Here's Barrage with a final surge. Barrage got him.
Warsaichi dominant on the dirt at Finger Lakes.
Warsaichi has scampered well clear. Warsaichi all the way with the top spot.
And Danzig Queen on the tap of the surface at Woodbine.